Good evening, everyone. How is everyone doing tonight? Good to see you all. Welcome to another Stage of Reason here at Bridge the Divide. I am JL. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see who we have in the live chat tonight before we get started. See, Bellywood is here. Good to see you, Bellywood. Yes, the dildo of consequences rarely comes lubed. Rarely, but good to see you, Bellywood. Spam goes here. Good to see you as well. Cindy Johnson, good evening to you. Lindsay Bowe, good to see you. Juggernaut Jared Reed, thanks so much for hanging out with us today. Allegedly Fred, good to see you. Yes, opinions may be expressed. DJ Dark Lantern, good to see you. And Atomic Punk, going well. Thank you so much. Scott Duke, good to see you. Hopefully it'll be a good topic. Hopefully we'll have some interesting conversations today. Definitely had some interesting ones last week, or I'd say last Wednesday. Yep, so we'll see. Singer Soul, good to see you as well. Al Caxi, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Oh, it's 1 a.m. there? Definitely. Well, I appreciate you hanging out with us. Turtle Moves, thank you for the obligatory alternative energy. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Unusual, 686, good to see you. Even Mormons have heard of the flying spaghetti monster. Okay. Definitely would be a bit more positive thing, a positive belief in their current one, I'll say that. Good morning, Allegedly Fred. Ryan Murphy has been a member of the Godless Army for 4 months. Thank you for that support, Ryan. I do appreciate that. Love seeing those milestone chats from the channel members. All right. Good to see everybody, and good to see, there's those custom emojis. Thank you all for being here. So yeah, we're kicking it off here on Sunday, the Stage of Reason. Oh, I got a fly in the office. I'll have to get him later. So good to see everyone. I hope everybody is doing well here at the start of the week. If you are new here, if this is just popping up in the algorithm and you're checking it out, this is the Stage of Reason where we talk to believers about what they believe and why. We explore a variety of different topics from theology to religion, just basic religion, philosophy, science, you name it. We get into it. And if you are a believer, we want to talk to you about what you believe and why. The link to join the StreamYard is pinned in the side chat down there at the bottom. I can't hit my mic. Down there at the bottom. So really, really excited to see what conversations we have today. Yes, Jared Reed, you did send me that article. I'm actually subscribed to the Friendly Atheist, so I get the stuff sent directly to my email address, and that one I had read. So I appreciate you sending it to me. Interesting stuff. Yes, I remember them when the Satanic Temple. I went up to the Kansas one because the Kansas Satanic Temple was dealing with the same crap with their governor. So, but yeah, I do appreciate that. Thank you, Jared Reed. All right. Well, and as with me as always is Andrew hanging out. We got the stream going on Discord. So say again.
Howdy, howdy.
How's your weekend? How was your weekend so far?
Not too bad. Not bad. Very, very hectic. Went out for a series of shows. I got to share a picture while I was out and about. Had a performance of my own just last night. So cool. Getting out there.
Awesome. And for those of you who might be wondering, because I sent Andrew a pic of it, I'm really, really pleased. I don't know if you can see it there. No, my chair is in the way. Let me see if I can move the new system is in. Right there, it's sitting behind my chair. I probably could have just found a better place for it. But let me move it. There we go. Oh, I'm just knocking shit all over the place. There it is right there. New system.
Ooh.
Pleased with that. Big boy is in. I have not yet set it up because I am getting everything prepped on this system. I have terabytes of shit on this unit that I need to make sure that I have backed up and network saved to make sure everything is safe, so that when I fire that one up, I can bring everything I need back over to the new unit. So it'd be the fastest thing. So I was doing that all yesterday, was just getting everything set up so that when I turn this unit off for the final time, I don't need to do anything else with it, and I'll be able to fire that one up. And then I have a list of stuff, boom, that I'm going to go through and set that up. And I wanted to make sure we got past this stream, because if I started doing that and ran into problems, I would be totally screwed. So I didn't want to risk this stream dealing with that. So, but I'm excited about it. It's a big boy, and my wife was so sweet, and she got me a brand new podcast mic. So really happy with that. And it's an MB7 Shure podcast kit. So That was a surprise, which is really, really neat. Can't wait to fire it and see what that one can do. So really happy with that. I currently am using the blue, but the blue is getting old. So now I have this one. So I'm looking forward to seeing what it can do as far as recording and everything. So really excited about that. Next thing I do will probably be to upgrade my camera. Even though my camera can record in 1080p, I'm looking forward to possibly breaking it out now that I have this new system. It's potentially recording in 4K, which I'm really excited about. So all kinds of cool stuff happening back here. It'd be interesting to see it'll be just to see how fast I can render on this system, how fast I can get through the editing process, which will be a lot of fun. So, yep. Phyllis Ober, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Jay, good to see you as well. Says it'd be cool and funny that Jason Voorhees behind him came alive and chopped his fucking head off. I would totally subscribe to his channel then. Right when there wouldn't be any more content, Although I'd probably, if that happened, I'd get a boost in subscribers and then there'd be no new content coming out. So then you wouldn't have anything new to watch, which is such a shame. So I've considered doing things with him, like to see if I could, set it up to make it move. But the problem is the way it's designed, it's literally like 3 pieces. It's the legs, the torso, and it's technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, technically 5 pieces. It's the legs, the torso, the arms, and the head. And the machete doesn't detach from the arm, so it's all like connected. So, and then all the stuff is added on to it because it's molded specifically to those specifications. So, but it would be funny. Scott Duke, is anyone excited about the Lanterns premiere on HBO Max? I'm kind of curious about it. I just introduced the wife to Harley Quinn, to the Harley Quinn series, which she just got done watching, and I hope they do the Bane spinoff. And of course, she's currently right now watching the Kite Man spinoff. So, but it's funny as hell, and I'm looking forward to Lanterns, seeing what they can do with it. I heard it's kind of a combination of it's like if they took like a True Detective vibe and brought it into DC, which should be interesting. Just rig it to get closer as the stream goes on. Oh yeah, I've thought about that. I've also thought about like when doing content, like if I do a cut and then I cut and I show him like this, and then I come back to myself, that in between those cuts I'd bring him closer, like he was inching closer, like maybe turn him and then bring him in, and then at one point cut it, and then like he's not visible anywhere in the office. That would be pretty funny. Dark Lanterns, they just need to fucking fire James Gunn. I didn't think Supergirl was that bad. I did not. I don't think Millie Alcock was I don't think Millie was the best casting for that, but they could have cast worse. They really could have, but I don't think Millie was the best. That's just my opinion. I don't think it was a terrible miscast, but I wanted someone who had more chemistry with Jason Momoa as Lobo, so that because Jason does great, but he's going to throw himself into it, but he needs someone with some real legitimate charisma behind them so that he can play off it, and he needs a good, strong performer to work across from to bring the most out of him. If you notice, when Jason doesn't have someone to really work across, who's kind of weak, then he doesn't do as well because he doesn't have anything to play off of. But when he's got a really strong, charismatic actor in front of him, it really brings out his performance. You see that across the board. So, yeah, it was not near as bad. I would chalk it up to like Thor: The Dark World, okay, where it was just telling one story amidst bunches. Where or kind of like I would say like the second in the original Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy, Dead Man's Chest. Dead Man's Chest was designed as a bridge between 1 and 3. So people were like, well, Dead Man's Chest other than Davy Jones, it wasn't that great. It was really, really good storytelling because it's meant to connect the two. And so, but people, like audiences, mainstream audiences, that's what I thought of Supergirl. I was like, this isn't bad, It's a good setup, kind of like her own little solo adventure. We don't need some galaxy-ending threat for Supergirl to take on. Not all villains within the DCEU or even Marvel are galaxy-ending threats. I mean, hell, the second Spider-Man film, he went up against Mysterio. Mysterio is B roster at best, given MCU. I would even say to a degree C roster. C roster, B roster, depending on who else is available or who else is around. There's a reason, someone like Mysterio did not show up during like Maximum Carnage is because Mysterio is just whatever. So I'm just saying that. Let me see. I know we had some other people pop in here really quick. I know we're going off on the DC thing. Always an opportunity to nerd out. Sir Equinox, good to see you. Captain Bud as well, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. Make sure. Yep, there we go. Scroll down a little bit. And I see. Dude, that shit is scary. Why you even got that there? I would not be able to sleep if I had that in my house. Oh, yeah. So, okay, why do I have it? Because I wanted it. Because I could afford it and I got it. So that's why I wanted that bad boy. Two, I'm a big horror fan because I'm a big horror fanatic. I'm a huge horror fan. Love horror movies, love scary movies, and Jason is my favorite. So that's pretty much it. That's why I got him. And you are not wrong. The very first night I got him, and I put the video. I actually recorded myself on doing the unboxing and the assembly of it. It's on my channel like years ago on my channel. And the very first night, I had him all set up and I set up the light and I had everything going like this. I woke up that night. So I woke up because I had to use the restroom. So I had to use the bathroom. So I get up and I'm like, oh, like this. And I look up and where my bedroom is, you can see with the door open, you can see directly into my office. Like the angle is like perfect, you know? And I woke up and I looked, and for a moment there, I didn't remember, that I had it. And and instantly my first thought in my head was somebody's in the house, and that was a bit of a panic moment, but you get used to it. But yeah. And any contractor, anybody that ever comes into the house that we have to bring onto the property, and they come and I never tell them about it. Then they happen to come into my office like, oh, look at all this cool stuff. Wow, look at that. And then they turn around and they see that and they freak every single time. It's wonderful. I enjoy it. Let's see. And I see Winscar's here. Good to see you, Winscar. God equals square root of -1. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Wrote a no less name. Good to see you. Oh, Phyllis Ober, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships to the Godless Army. I do appreciate that. You new members enjoy the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge. Big W in the chat for Phyllis Ober for that support. I do appreciate that. You rock. See, yep, look at those new members. Enjoy those custom emojis. We get enough channel members, I'll be able to unlock the Krakatoni emoji, which I'm looking forward to. So thank you so much, Phyllis Ober. You rock. And Skeletor, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. Well, we do have somebody in the Discord. Hopefully, there might be somebody who will be interested in coming up on stage. I think that'll be fun. So let's see if we can get a believer up on stage to talk to, and hopefully, we'll have some more productive conversations than the ones that we had last week. I personally want to apologize because normally I don't do. Take it easy, Phyllis Ober. Have a great one. Appreciate you popping by, and thank you so much for the channel memberships, for the gifted memberships. Normally, I don't do the Krakatonis here. Normally, I leave that to Tony. But last week we had a string of, I don't know if we want to call them trolls. Just whatever. Mr. Andrat, good to see you lurking around. Appreciate it. And I kind of lost it on a couple. I kind of lost it, especially on one dude, because I can't stand bad faith people. I can't stand people who come up whether they're trolling or whether they're bad faith. I get people who the biggest issue is people who refuse to answer questions, because you can't tell if they're just ignorant or they're being willfully obtuse. And it can be so annoying. It's a huge pet peeve of mine. I'm trying to improve. I'm trying to get better about it. But it's hard not to take personally. When you have an audience, you don't want to waste their time. You don't want your own time wasted. And it's hard to kind of rationalize why they would, if that's their life, is that your life? It's like, you want to ask them, is this your life? Coming on to streams where people want to have conversations, on their channels, and just being obstructive, wasting time. Is like the goal? Is it like the sum total of your validation, and it gets me. So it's just aggravating as hell. Not really Phil bros, because I can deal with a Phil bro, with someone who's trying to use philosophical jargon and rapid fire philosophical jargon and gish gallops to try and bury me in a whole bunch of points to try and force me into saying something that aligns with their philosophical script. That's easy to recognize once you're familiar with what the jargon means and you realize where they're going. You can typically confound them by like totally cutting off sections of the script that they can't get to. But it's the dingoes that or the drongos that are just so freaking obnoxious, that just want to disrupt and be, or they're looking to be provocative or looking to farm clips like that, like what was it, the Indian Jesus. That dude was all about farming clips, and I found that out later because he was live after we stopped going. After we ended the stream, he was still live, and I wanted to pop over and see exactly what he was doing on his channel. And that's what he does: is he jumps from stream to stream just to go on there and be provocative. That's all he does. And so I was like, gotcha. And there were people in the live chat that called it out just by virtue of like, I guess how he presents himself and the manner, like the aphorism or the affectations in his voice, his vocal affectations are designed to be obnoxious. So they're deliberate, so pardon me. I before I went live, I housed a Cliff Bar and now it's like stuck in the back of my throat. Oh, let's see. Dingoes are the worst. One of them ate my. Oh yeah, it's like, yeah, it's not very funny to any Aussies. Like, actually, yeah, it's a real story, right? Lady lost a kid. Remember that from Tropic Thunder, but a legitimate story. Really, really messed up too, because from what I understand, if I remember the story correctly, the community kind of turned on her and her husband. And there were like accusations that she had done something. It wasn't until years later. I know that they brought her husband in and hammered him in interrogation. Same with her. They just like completely upended their lives, which, a child has gone missing. So the police took that, obviously very seriously, and they went after him, and the community went after him. And it was like, because nothing like that had ever been reported before. So people didn't know how to react. And it wasn't until years later when they found the child's jacket near an old dingo den that it finally, the truth came out. And so they show evidence of predation, which is awful, absolutely awful scenario. And of course, what happened to them on top of losing a child and having the community turn against you, just absolutely brutal. Yeah, two of those guests this past Wednesday were very strange, Jared Reed. They really were. Oh, thank you, Spam. Yeah. There are a few there's some Aussie terminology that I do like. Drongo, fair dinkum. I have to think of a few others that I use occasionally. But I dig them. They just kind of like earworms, coming. Yeah, it started bad and turned worse. Just awful. Just an awful scenario. And I agree with you, Atomic Monk. Surviving in Australia seems like an accomplishment to me. It is an accomplishment. You just ask PhD Tony. Okay, he's earned his warrior stripes. Every day you walk out your door, that's when the doom music kicks on. That's just status quo. The doom music doesn't cut off until you get on a plane and you've crossed the Australian border. Oh. Jared Reed says, what is the meaning with throw another shrimp on the Barbie? Well, if I remember correctly, it's barbecue is what the Barbie is, or the grill, is last I checked. I could be wrong in that because I am not Australian. To cook more food, specifically grilled seafood on a barbecue grill, is a popular cultural idiom used to evoke a friendly, casual, and sunny outdoor Australian way of life. But yeah, to cook more food. Throw another shrimp on the Barbie. I was never 100% of the. I was never 100% of the shrimp being literal shrimp. Yeah, grilled seafood. Oh, let's see. Skeletor says, It crossed the dingo line. There is an Australian fence, and one side still has dingoes. The other side had them exterminated, and it led to unanticipated environmental negatives. Yeah. I know that the dingo being its own breed, America has something similar, the Carolina dog. Very similar in how it came up, very similar to dingoes, where it was kind of like a mutt breed, that kind of like an offshoot that just now is just that the entire like population is represented by the Carolina dog, where it kind of just eventually became its own recognized breed. My mouth is as dry as a dead dingo's donger. We are the Seleucus Secundus of planet Earth. Nice. I can tell you, it's a lot of people watching from Australia, which is awesome. One day I hope to go. I one day hope to visit Australia. I really do want to check it out. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I do. And I'm more intrigued with the idea of checking out the rural stuff. You know, I know that there's plenty of cities and plenty of fun stuff to watch, but I've seen enough cities. Once you've been to LA, once you've been to New York, I mean, sure, there's certain buildings and stuff like that, and as far as touristy stuff goes, but I know you can go to Perth, you can go to Sydney, but I'm more interested in seeing the frontier. That's what if you still call it the frontier, just like Alaska, the Pacific Northwest. Hey Griff, good to see you. I will rue the day I run out of Australian jokes. Use of dickhead. Yeah. I don't give a pair of feeded dingo's kidneys. That's nice. Spam says, I'm in a rural area. You can come crash on the beach here while going from A to B if you want. Oh, awesome. Yeah, one day. Yep. You got to get your drop bear helmet at the airport. They have crabs out here that can crush a man's skull. I'm assuming you mean the coconut crab. And I don't know if coconut crabs are in Australia. It'd be pretty awesome. That's wild. My wife just texted me, a big ass wolf spider just fell out of my underwear drawer. We get a lot of wolf spiders around here at this time of year. A lot of wolf spiders and a lot of brown recluses. As a matter of fact, it's the big ones, like the big, really high energy ones that are called rabid wolf spiders because they're so aggressive. Not dangerous to people, but really fun times. All right. Probably could put out some feelers to some of the other. See if there are any other channels. We could draw some people in, and if not, I think I've got some content I could take a look at. Javers, good to see you. I did hear about a new spider I don't know how new it is, but I saw a video regarding a spider that was like another spider in Australia called the ballista spider. If anybody's ever heard of that, but a spider that sets up a trap that then uses pheromones to draw in insects, and then it severs like its web. It pulls its web super taut, and then it lures an insect in, and once the insect is there, it severs the web and then basically ballistas the insect into its web. So it's like it sets it up, so it's like boom, and then goes to the web and then runs over there and then gets it. What is the worst part of a spider bite? Being in Australia? Yeah, got that. And Cord Lizard Mage, good to see you. What spider breed was in your beard that you shaved off a while back? Oh, that was a brown recluse. That was a brown recluse that had crawled into my beard. And I see Sarayuka, good to see you. Evening Jail. I might hop on the open panel once you have something interesting to discuss. If you have me again, if we get the opportunity, sure. If it's not too overloaded. And yep, Phyllis Ober did gift some membership. So welcome to the Godless Army, all you new members. Big W's for Phyllis Ober. I think he had to pop over. He was doing something else, but he popped in really quick and made a gift of that. Let's see. And not seeing more. Oh no, that's a lot of politics going on because the closer we get to the midterms, we're going to get a lot more politics channels. So I'm expecting a lot of that. And put these. I should have had these done earlier. I was kind of like running a little behind. Should have already had these done ahead of time. And we'll just throw one in there. Good to go. Got some feelers out. Back to my channel. Okay. Good to go there. Obviously, the best Spider is Peter Porker as the Amazing Spider-Ham. I don't read Spider-Ham. I really have kind of a soft spot in my heart for Spider Noir, and I thought Nick Cage voicing Spider Noir and Across the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse, I thought Nick Cage did really, really well. I have not yet watched the live action because Nick Cage is Ghost Rider to me, and that's kind of where it's solidified. So seeing him as another Marvel character, I'm not 100% sure. But I liked it in Across Spider-Verse, just his voice. But seeing him actually play the role, I haven't forced myself to watch it yet. And I really enjoyed Werewolf by Night, where we got to see Werewolf and Man Thing, which I thought was really neat because I thought they did Man Thing exceptionally well. But eventually I'll break down and watch it. Nick Cage's Ghost Rider never landed that much for me, even though I enjoyed the movie well enough. I would say 30 years ago, he'd been great as Spider Noir. I'm curious about the Ryan Gosling Ghost Rider as well. Now, the thing about the first Marvel Ghost Rider was not great because I don't think they really knew what to do with it as far as telling a story, as far as telling a legit Ghost Rider story. So they just kind of like pulled it together as best they could. The second film, Spirit of Vengeance, was in my mind superior, not for its writing, but for its sequences of Ghost Rider being Ghost Rider. That one, it seemed to me that while the writing on both of them was bad and the stories weren't great, the Neville Dean Taylor had a much better grasp of the character itself as it appears in the comics. So I thought that their grasp of Ghost Rider and what Ghost Rider does, how Ghost Rider acts, and his powers was a lot stronger and a lot more fun. So I treat Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance very similar to Superman Returns, whereas the movie is just terrible. All you want to do is just go through, if you just put the movie on and just skip through the movie to all the Ghost Rider sequences. And that's just amazing stuff, which is great stuff. So, and of course, then you have Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., where you had Robbie Reyes, and I thought the Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider was as opposed to the Johnny Blaze one. I thought the Robbie Reyes one was done really well. I thought the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ghost Rider was really good to see how powerful he is compared to anybody else on that series. That it was pretty brilliant. And to have him in for a season and then he goes, which is good because a character like that is way too powerful to be running around a TV show. Still should have said something about melting someone's face off. Face off. I did enjoy the Roger Corman Fantastic Four. That was good stuff. Good, campy fun. Cage had never been Ghost Rider's way. Yeah, he was cast old. Yeah, I agree with that big time. I do. Atomic Punks. I'm nostalgic for the area of superhero movies because I was a kid, so I love both movies. I'm the weird guy that loves X-Men 3 though, so take that as you will. Hey, just if you're nostalgic for it, just go back and watch Hulk meets Thor. You know, when Thor showed up in Incredible Hulk with Lou Ferrigno. That's classic stuff. That's back in the area of like the original Captain America, Fantastic Four, Roger Corman's Fantastic Four, when they were really touching on this stuff. When Thor met Incredible Hulk, that was awesome.
Awesome is a word, not one I would normally associate with that particular series of movies.
For the time period it came out, it was awesome.
That goes back to my heyday, and I do remember the death of the Incredible Hulk and the rest of those.
Mm-hmm.
I have thankfully, as far as I'm currently, guessing that I wouldn't be able to stomach the original Captain America or Fantastic Four. The outfits were beyond campy.
Oh yeah, big time. It's awesome for when you're 10. I tell you, but okay, I'll say this. There have been, of the MCU films, there were two that made me squeal like I was 10 years old again. And that was Iron Man, the first movie that kicked it all off in 2008. Iron Man just was like, when that dropped, or 2011. I think it was 2011. When Iron Man came out in 2011, that one, I was like, oh, Iron Man is real. It just got me. RDJ completely killed the role. It's just amazing. And so absolutely love that. And the second one was the first Avengers. The first Avengers, seeing the team up moments, and obviously the fighting between them, but the team up moments were absolutely brilliant. And that one got me like, giddy again. The two times the MCU has made me feel like crazy giddy. So that was the very first live action depiction of Thor. When did that happen? I'm kind of curious. I got to look that up. When did Incredible Hulk meet Thor? Like, what year did that happen? Hulk meets Thor. The Incredible Hulk returns. That was in May. That was May of 1988 in a television movie. Incredible Hulk returns. Premiered May 22nd, 1988. Served as a continuation of the classic series starring Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno. Then you have. Okay, so do we want to say that the first live it was of Thor, but I would say Vincent D'Onofrio in Adventures in Babysitting, showing up with his helmet or showing up with his hammer and everything. That was 1987. Adventures in Babysitting was 1987. His a puny god was peak MCU. Oh yeah. I am a god, you dull creature. Hey, Gambit is my favorite X-Man. Is Channing Tatum Gambit your favorite X-Man? I'll ask you that. Oh, Alkaline is in the Discord. We'll see if they want to come up and have a chat. I think that would be fun. Nope. This is my biggest fear. Ronell is saying my biggest fear before the first Iron Man was that they'd have some boy band pop punk group cover the original Black Sabbath. Thankfully, clear heads. Oh yeah. Kevin Feige was not going to take any chances on that. They were going to go full bore, Griff said, I don't remember the Hulk Returns movie. Yeah, when the series got canceled, they did the movie that followed immediately after. It's a continuation of that. So, but good stuff.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe there were 3 of them. So, Returns, there's Death. I think it was Trial of the Incredible Hulk. Was that the other one?
There was the classic Incredible Hulk series. It has the series and includes 5 made-for-TV movies. This features 2 pilot movies that launched the 1978 series and 3 reunion movies broadcast in the late 80s and 1990.
Yep.
So you had
none of these count.
Okay, so you had the Incredible Hulk 1977, the original 2-hour feature-length pilot that established the origin story and his first transformations. Then you had the Return of the Incredible Hulk, which was the second feature-length pilot movie, later syndicated as Death in the Family, focusing on Banner working with a researcher to find a cure. Then you had the 80s to 90s reunion films, The Incredible Hulk Returns, The Trial of the Incredible Hulk, The Death of the Incredible Hulk. The final tragic installment where Banner seeks a permanent cure and ultimately falls from an airplane. Like that would kill the Hulk. Come on.
Well, remember, none of these count because that's David Banner, not Bruce.
Not Bruce Banner. Oh, yeah. Because
homophobia. That's pretty much it.
David Banner. Jack Kirby and Stan Lee both made an appearance in the TV show and made-for-TV movie. Oh, yeah. And I remember he was in the 2000, what was it? The Incredible Hulk that, let me see here real quick. No, I was right the first time. Iron Man came out in 2008 because the Incredible Hulk with Edward Norton came out the same year. Yeah, so I was right the first time. So it was 2008 when RDJ first put on the armor. And then Incredible Hulk came into it, and he was in that as well. I think one of the funniest. Actually, the two that tickled me most, the Stan Lee cameos. The two that tickled me the most was the first one was in Doctor Strange, when he was on the bus and Strange was in a fight, and of course, we can see what's Strange, what's going on, but the characters in the bus could not. And he and Stan Lee was in the bus reading and he was reading what the hell was the name of it? The Doors of Perception by Aldous Huxley, and which is hilarious. Given it's because it was that story though, that book is about Huxley's experience with mescaline, with the psychedelic mescaline, and so he was like, this is just like this is just wild. It's like this stuff with Strange is going on outside the bus. That was pretty brilliant. And then the second one was in Captain Marvel, when he's on the bus and he's reading the script for Mallrats, because when Captain Marvel shows up in the 90s, it was just before Kevin Smith was doing the second one that would have, the second film in the Jersey trilogy in which Stan Lee would appear. So he was reading the Mallrats script, and I thought that was entertaining as hell. Stan Lee cameos were great.
I personally love the one with Lou Ferrigno appearing in the previous
in the Edward Norton one. He played the security guard. Yeah.
That was perfect for me.
When he was like, "You the man," he's like, "You the man." No, you the man. And I was like, yes, because Ferrigno was the original. Brilliant stuff. Favorite was in Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. One person can make a difference. Enough said. Oh yeah. The Tobey Maguire films are really good. Although I do enjoy Tom Holland as MCU Spider-Man, as 616 Spider-Man. Though Toby just rocked that role. He really did. He did so good. I just wish that the third one wasn't such a shit show. But because so Spider-Man 2, do what?
I'm so glad they didn't make a third. Don't ruin my narrative.
But Spider-Man 2 with Doc Ock, Spider-Man 2 was brilliant. Alfred Molina just absolutely killed that role.
He was so good like that in there. Well, technically, you can still butcher even with a good cast.
But I will say this. The MCU Spider-Man series, Brand New Day. Was it Brand New Day? The third one. There was Homecoming, No Way Home, and Brand New Day. No, is it? Or maybe I'm messing them up. Far From Home. So it was Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home. Was that it? Yeah. Far From Home and No Way Home. So Yeah, Far From Home was the one with Mysterio, and No Way Home was the one where there was the multiverse one with the multiple where we got to see Andrew's Spider-Man and Toby's Spider-Man jump in there. That movie was brilliant, and I loved the way they depicted Green, and the existence of that film makes up, in my eyes, makes up for the issues in Spider-Man 3, because we got to see a good conclude a good solid conclusion for Sandman, for Doc Ock, for Electro, and for Green Goblin. I thought that was really, really good. I enjoyed that. That whole sequence when they're all standing in the apartment, and what was it? And Norman, because we know Norman switches personalities. When Spider-Man is standing in the apartment, he's standing right next to Norman, like they're in the same room, and Peter's spider sense is so sensitive, or his tingle, but Peter's spider sense is so sensitive that it picked up as a threat when Norman switched from Norman to the Green Goblin, because as the Green Goblin he can still cover and he can be like, oh, everything's normal, I'm Norman, but his spider sense was so sensitive it could pick up the switch in his personality. He just wasn't able to pinpoint where exactly the threat was, but so he had to kind of focus in order to figure out where it was coming from, and then because he knew something was wrong. That was a brilliant scene. Just, he's so evil, that Green Goblin is so evil and is such a threat that even just subtly switching the personality triggers his spider sense, which I thought was brilliant. I've heard good things about Evil Dead Burn. I have. Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern. And yet I think Ryan Reynolds has done us a solid with the Deadpool films, because I think all three Deadpool films were brilliant, because Ryan would not allow the studio to meddle in that crap, and he did what the hell he wanted. There were so many. I mean, I'm kind of surprised. I'm honestly surprised that they allowed him to shit on Fox and Disney as much as he did in the third Deadpool film. There was so much. I mean, he crapped on them so bad. I was like, how the hell did they allow him to get away with this? But, Deadpool Wolverine, I guess he convinced Hugh Jackman to come back. So, baby knife. Oh, love him. Yeah, Reynolds had him by the balls. I still think it was. I'm still convinced. I don't know if he's ever admitted to it, but I'm still convinced it was Ryan himself who leaked the Deadpool test footage. I think it was him who did that. I think it was him who really dropped that test footage, because he knew that the public outcry, or the public, I guess, the appetite for a Deadpool film would force their hands. But I'm pretty sure it was him that leaked that footage directly. I have not yet seen the new Spider-Man film. Haven't had an opportunity, given all the stuff going on here. Angela just got back in from out of town, and I've been dealing with stuff at the house and prepping for the new system. And so I do want to go see it really badly. I saw all three of I saw the first three in theaters. I intend to see this one in theater as well. Godless Spectrumite, good to see you. Appreciate you hanging out. Haven't gotten anybody in just yet. Hopefully we will soon. I can. Oh, dang, no. I packed all those up. Ooh, that's not good. I packed up all the... okay, no, because I have scripts planned for all of those. I really do. You could write a doctoral dissertation on all the references and Easter eggs in Deadpool Wolverine. You probably could. I am Marvel Jesus. Oh yeah, J-Verse, you're not wrong. We had all blocked him out in X-Men, or in X-Men, or what was it, Wolverine Origins or X-Men Origins? Yeah, we'd all completely blocked it out. Core Lizard Mage is a question for you, Andrew. You get around to D&D yet?
No, I have not. It's still there.
Is he talking about the new movie with Chris Pine?
Yeah, Honor Among Thieves.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're gonna love
Don't
it.
worry, it's not forgotten. It's on the IOU list. I've still got that Fantastic Four movie to go through first.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Break. Yeah. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but you're gonna love that movie. You're gonna love it.
So you didn't just spoil something, right?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
No context whatsoever.
You're right. I don't have context, but if it comes back to me later, I'm like going, "Damn it, he tried." And actually, I want to get one of those. You ever see one of those spoiler T-shirts or sweaters? Has like spoilers for every movie on it.
Yeah, I think I have.
Yeah, I want to get one of those. Just for the fact of how many of those movies I haven't actually seen yet, so I get to hate myself slowly.
Vegan infidels says I can't stand Ryan Reynolds. He'll always be the loser from Just Waiting. Okay, so I will say this of Ryan Reynolds films before Ryan Reynolds became just another one of those actors who just kind of plays himself in every movie. I will say this, Just Friends was funnier than it had any right to be. That movie was ridiculous, but it was ridiculous in all of the right ways because I was laughing my fool ass off watching that movie. I hadn't laughed watching Just Friends when I finally sat down to watch it, but watching Just Friends, the whole movie kicks off with Ryan Reynolds in a fat suit lip syncing to I think Backstreet Boys, or is that or NSYNC? It was one of the two, but I think it was Backstreet Boys. But that movie was beyond. I hadn't laughed like that since Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore had me on my ass. The Happy Gilmore and The Wedding Singer were both just like I think two of Sandler's best films, best comedy films. But Just Friends, it was Ryan Reynolds, Chris Klein, Amy Smart, Anna Faris. So that movie was funny as shit. Ooh, Tom McPunk has been on a cosmic horror kick lately. Going to watch Pandorum this week. Nice. Ben Foster. Very cool. Ben Foster, Ben Foster, Dennis Quaid, and was it Alice Vega who was in that? I think it was Alice Vega who was in Pandorum, if I remember my cast correctly. Came out in 2009. Yep. No. It was Dennis Quaid, Ben Foster, Andre Trau. Yeah, Andre Trau, and then, of course, Norman Reedus, who was in it as well. So, yeah, Pandorum was decent. I'd say Pandorum was pretty good. Colin Spector says Happy Gilmore was an idiotic movie. Adam Sandler is an idiot. His movies are so stupid. So, I liked Happy Gilmore just because it's an easy to follow one, and it's just absolutely, it's so ridiculous. The way, but I mean, the jokes in it I laughed my ass off. You eat little pieces of shit for breakfast. No, it was the dynamic that he had with the villain in that was just, it was the chemistry amongst the cast. Carl Weathers. Oh, dang it. I've totally forgotten his name. Who played the bad guy? The guy who played Shooter McGavin. God, that movie came out in '96. Holy shit. Christopher McDonald. Yeah, Christopher McDonald. Come on, dude. Right. Okay. Thank you, Cord Lizard Mage. The fight between Happy and Bob Barker. The Price is Wrong.
Who won that fight anyway?
Just Bob, you don't understand. There was this guy out there who was hassling me, and it took everything I had not to punch him. So you headbutted Bob Barker. Who won that fight, by the way?
I just love the goon. McGavin tried hiring. Wore the T-shirt.
Oh,
I kill people.
Jackass.
No, not him.
Which one?
That giant, monstrous, lurch, goon.
That was Happy's former boss, his construction company boss.
Oh, okay.
So he got fired. He got fired for doing target practice with a nail gun, and he accidentally shot his boss in the head with a nail.
Classy.
Yeah, and he's like, that jacket belongs to Mr. Gilmore. and the actor's name is Richard Kiel.
I'll see you in the back alley.
And I'll see. And it was like, oh, you can count. Good for you. I was, oh, good for you. You can count, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I gotta say, out of most of his movies, definitely just the lowest end. Like, I didn't take weed. Maybe that's why I didn't appreciate it. So yeah, but Happy Gilmore is always number one.
Oh, it's so good. It was a fight scene. Bob Barker versus Adam Sandler, and he said they're like Bob, because Bob Barker's was a Golden Gloves, and Bob Barker's like rocking his shit. Eventually he uppercuts him and drops like, had enough? No, and then he like kicks him in the face with his golf cleats. Now you've had enough, bitch. Bob Barker kicked the shit out of him. Oh, brilliant. So good. The Nail comes out next week. Great. You can barely see it. And then, the people in the little parts, Kevin Nealon, he's all packed. Send him home. Yeah. Waterboy was also funny. I thought Waterboy, but again, a cast of characters or cast of actors that all had brilliant chemistry with one another. And Kathy Bates willing to be just completely off her rocker, just hilarious. Kathy Bates was great in that. Everyone was solid. Henry Winkler, everybody was good. You sound like a big choo-choo train. Yeah, Waterboy had no right to be as funny as it did. And but Wedding Singer also got me because I'm a big 80s nerd. I'm a sucker for anything set in the 80s, and all the references as well as the story as well. Not to mention that Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore are just so beyond cute with together. They have a fantastic chemistry. Just Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore. Of all the hot actresses that have starred across from Adam Sandler, Drew Barrymore is the one I legitimately believe that like someone like Adam Sandler could catch in real life.
Well, that's why we got a repeat with her in 51st Dates.
51st Dates, and the one where they had the two blended families, if I remember correctly, because they've been in 3 movies together.
Oh, I don't remember a third.
4 movies. 51st Dates, The Wedding Singer, Blended, and Isn't It Romantic? Oh. So, but yeah, they've done. They've starred in 3 popular romantic comedy films across 3 different decades, famous for their great on-screen chemistry. Oh, sorry, 3. Let me see. Isn't It Romantic? Divine video like this. No, sorry about that. No. So yeah, 51st Dates, Blended, and The Wedding Singer, which is just fan because they were great. Plus, what was it? 51st Dates had ripped Sean Astin in it, which is just like built Sean Astin, which you don't expect. Hi, you like Flock of Seagulls? No, but I can see that you do. Yes, Scott, this is entirely off topic. We do have some content that we can take a look at. We're waiting for someone to come on stage, but we got to vamp, just killing time until someone wants to come up. That's the whole point. My allergies are getting me. Watery eyes. But yeah, pretty much it. Just killing time until we get somebody somebody who wants to come up on stage. Mandupe, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. Spanglish was good. Wedding Singer was good. Adam Sandler's had some good roles. Uncut Gems was magnificent. Was really good. The film that he just did with the comedic dramedy. It was a comedy. I would say it was more of a drama comedy that he just did with George Clooney was also really good because he plays George Clooney plays a fictional version of himself under a different name. It's a different name, but it's the same. He's playing an actor coming towards the end of his career, and he's being given. And the story is the actor that George Clooney is playing is receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award at this like big thing, this big award ceremony in Italy. And so, because he just got hit with this Lifetime Achievement Award, he kind of falls into like an existential crisis and starts re-examining his life and what is his life like what is it amounted to. It starts re-examining his relationships with the people in his entourage, with his actual family, with his daughter, and his longtime manager has been his manager for like 30 years, and his manager is played by Adam Sandler, and the dynamic in that was great. So Punch Drunk Love was also really good. Him and I think it was Emily Mortimer was in that, but Punch Drunk Love was really solid. I enjoyed that one. Or Emily Morton or Samantha Morton. No, who the heck was in Punch Drunk Love? That one was that was solid. Emily Watson and Philip Seymour Hoffman. I love the sequence with Hoffman. Hoffman was great. Week in Horror has really changed over the years. Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Vegan Infidel, it's our pleasure. You know, my heart always breaks when I hear about the passing of a fur baby, especially a family member, Einstein. Appreciate the Atheist and Science YouTube community. Keep me distracted with awesome content. Our pleasure, bud. You know, heart goes out to you. Scott Musk says, all right, we know Drew Barrymore ain't that hot. What's the explanation for non-life creating the first single cell? Number one, Drew Barrymore is a smoke show. So I don't know what you're talking about. But Drew Barrymore is adorable as shit. But what's the explanation for non-life creating the first single cell? Is that a conversation that you're wanting to have? So, Scott, if that's a conversation you're wanting to have, feel free to come up on stage and we can walk through it. We can walk through the science. Drew Barrymore is a legend. Number one, she's Hollywood royalty because the Barrymore dynasty has been around for forever. So, but she's effectively like Hollywood royalty at this point. The Barrymore family has just been around for forever, and she's one of the rare examples of someone who made it through of being a child star and transitioned to adult roles and managed to like make it through the gauntlet that is that transition without too many freaking problems, you know, and came out healthy on the other side, which is rare, you know.
Well, it started rough though, like everything.
Oh yeah,
through, especially like through the early years, like start of the '80s. There,
the drugs and alcohol, just so messed up. But
yeah, we lost a lot of like big up and comers, Dana Plato and the like. So many started off young, and it's rough. It is just rough.
I say, you know, if you want an example, obviously Drew Barrymore was in E.T. Drew Barrymore was in Firestarter. She played Charlie in Firestarter. You want to see a good example of Drew Barrymore's just natural talent? Go and watch Cat's Eye, because she plays two different little girls in that film. She plays the little girl in the third one with a little goblin monster that the cat protects her from. She plays that one in the third one, and in the second, and in Quitters Inc., she plays James Woods' daughter, who is special needs. And at her age, to be able to effectively convey a special needs child and a child with no disabilities whatsoever was brilliant. So just her natural instincts were just incredible. So amazingly talented actress. Yes. Whoa, like hugely underappreciated Stephen King adaptation. Loved that film. Loved that anthology. Let's see. So, Scott, can you just give an explanation on air, please? So, okay. So diving into this, as far as abiogenesis goes, what was Brad Pitt's first film? I have to think about that. I'm pretty sure it was a slasher film. I think it was the first movie he was. I can't remember. It was like high school something. Son of a bitch. I can't recall. I know he was in a slasher film. And I know I'm not confusing him with Kevin Bacon, because Kevin Bacon's first film was Friday the 13th. What was that? Was that the slasher film where had the big sequence in the shop class and everything? Someone may have to remind me. Okay, so was it a horror movie? Yeah, Cutting Class, was that it? Hang on a sec. Very first movie that he was ever in. Bradford. Okay, so his first officially released and credited theatrical film appearance was in the 1989 slasher movie Cutting Class. But his first film role was technically was in 1988, The Dark Side of the Sun, though it was not released until 97. Yeah, Dark Side of the Sun, although it came out way late. So that was an 88 film that didn't see release until 97, but that was his first leading film role. The first one that was officially released and he was credited in was Cutting Class. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so Cutting Class was the first one, but Dark Side of the Sun. And in Dark Side of the Sun, he played a young man with a rare skin disease. He was a young man who was allergic to sunlight. Kevin Bacon's first one was Friday the 13th. Nightmare on Elm Street, I believe, was Johnny Depp's first film. Because Johnny Depp, Nightmare on Elm Street, 1984, whereas Kevin Bacon's first film was in 1980, which was Friday the 13th. Both of them got smoked. Although I will say that Johnny Depp's death in Nightmare was way better than Kevin Bacon's. All right, so hey, Bobby Boy, good to see you. Beam me up, Bob. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. So yes, there's a few things we need to explain here as far as this goes. So abiogenesis, the process of what we would refer to as life developing, or whether you call it life or the precursors for life as we currently understand it, developing from organic chemical interactions with, you would say, with chemicals that we say organic chemicals that you would not technically classify as being life. Now, hey, Mai Atkinson, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. So so a lot of this is going to depend upon exactly what you were how you define what life is, because the definition of what life is very, very fuzzy. Like all the things you add into what would you classify as being life? Because if you simply classify multicellularity or to a degree a certain level of complexity to be life, but if you consider single-celled organisms that have the capacity for taking in energy, metabolizing energy, and reproducing on their own, that could be life, where there's no consciousness whatsoever, there's it's just a cell itself. So that's going to be really important. But the idea is that, and this is why abiogenesis is still a hypothesis. Okay, we have an extremely good understanding of what likely happened based upon the evidence that we have. So, but when it comes down to it, I think it's pretty simple. DNA on this planet, okay, is a molecule. Okay, it's not a code. It's not anything of that nature. It is chemistry. It's a molecule, and all organisms on this planet, their DNA is composed of, I believe, 5 basic elements. Okay, or I think some people say 6 basic elements, but basic elements that are highly reactive and are readily available throughout the universe. So you got hydrogen, you got oxygen, you got carbon, you got nitrogen, you got phosphorus, and I know that the 5, I think some people would say sulfide is a part of that as well. But you have 5 basic elements that all life is composed of. And those elements are highly reactive with one another in specific settings. So the idea is, how did we get from the early, because we know there was a point on this planet where there was no life and now there is life. So there had to be something that facilitated these things to happen, these things to take place, because all life is effectively chemistry, because it's what it is. It's elements all working in tandem with one another. So because it's all technically chemistry, then the idea that it's inferred that life began as a series of organic chemical interactions, which developed the precursors for that, like the building blocks of that, which would be like amino acids, sugars, and nucleobases. So the question is, what order did these take place in? Where did it take place on life? And what were the exact conditions that facilitated its occurrence? And the prevailing idea, although it's not confirmed yet, is that these events likely took place deep in the ocean, around hydrothermal vents, where the temperature and the amount of heavy metals coming out were able to facilitate these interactions into the results that took place that to eventually what would become today. And that the process of I would say like the development of this, that these things developed early on in the time frame of the Earth, because in the oceans it would be more hospitable than here on land, which is why all early life, especially like anything pre-Cambrian going all the way back, is all aquatic. So in that respect, it's going to be those early precursors of life would have just multiplied to that point until evolution would take place, and we're thinking where the information, genetic information or the genetic chemistry would be selected for as far as what would survive and what would continue on, because there was no competition amongst these things for resources, and things were eating each other just yet. That's how life was able to proliferate, because it wasn't competing with anything. But it's effectively organic chemical interactions. Okay, hydrogen bonds, carbon is extremely reactive. Everything coming together. So, okay, but you can't say that as a proven fact. Okay, so Scott, the organic chemical interactions are known. We see the building blocks forming in the world, in nature, naturally. Okay, like in space, on meteorites. We know that the organic chemical interactions take place in nature, and they take place unguided. They take place spontaneously when the conditions are right. If you think of the Earth like a giant laboratory in which temperature, pressure, all the things that play into it, like into what facilitates what chemical interactions, that these are the things that the environment itself, it took time for the environment to become suitable for these organic chemical interactions to take place. And then for them to get to the next stage, to proliferate beyond simple like formation, the development of a cell membrane, the development of other features, this takes time, and roughly billions of years to get to what you would likely refer to as life today. So that's the kicker. It's a hypothesis because it's not entirely solved. We know that abiogenesis happened. We just don't know what variation of abiogenesis took place. The prevailing theory is the RNA world hypothesis, is that it started with RNA. RNA gave rise to DNA, and then because that's what's necessary chemically speaking, and then that's where it kind of kicked off from there. So possibly, but we haven't yet fully solved it. And there's a reason why we refer to abiogenesis as a hypothesis as opposed to a theory, is because there are things about the process that we don't yet know. And predominantly it was, we do not know the precise environmental conditions that existed three and a half to almost 4 billion years ago to say that this is specifically what happened. So we don't know what those conditions are. Not to mention, so the way I like to describe this, Scott, no, the odds are not incredibly unlikely. We have found the building blocks for life as we understand on this planet literally on meteors that have come in from space. So no, they happen all the time. The question is that the circumstances, or I would say the environmental conditions, likely need to be, create the conditions that allow these things to take place and be sustainable. So, but the way I like to think about it is this, Scott. Abiogenesis is like a giant jigsaw puzzle, okay? And we have solved major sections of the puzzle, but there are still many large sections that we don't quite yet know how to connect, because we're just going through the pieces. But it's also a puzzle for which we have no box. And it's a puzzle for which we do not know what the end picture will look like. And it's a puzzle for which we don't know if we have all the pieces, because some of those pieces could have been lost to time just through the crucible of geology, just the way the planet works and the way the planet, the way the planet's crust recycles over time. There may be some evidence that we have lost permanently. It's just been lost to time, but we don't know that. We're not sure. So we're literally trying to complete a puzzle for which we don't have a box. We don't know what the final image will look like, and we don't even know if we have all the pieces. So that's where we're currently at with abiogenesis, which is why trying to get to a theory stage is taking so long and is so painstaking, because it's difficult. Unlike evolution, which is like right here in our faces every single day, that's different. Unlike evolution, We've got that down. Evolution is a fact. Abiogenesis, still a hypothesis. So I see Austin is in the back. Good to see you, Austin.
Yep, you guys are talking about one of my favorite subjects, so I wanted to step up for a second. I have some food coming, so I can't stay for super long. I'll have to jump off when it gets here. But that was a great breakdown of it, JL. You really know your stuff on this subject. You're precisely right that we don't know exactly which mechanism led to the first living system on the planet Earth, but there are many plausible mechanisms. There's many plausible pathways. And some of the relevant data is things like the Miller-Urey experiment. That's where things really got kicked off. Tested the J.D. Halbane hypothesis, which was that a reducing mixture of gases on the early Earth, if you subjected it to electric shocks, would produce amino acids and proteins. And they created a glass aperture and filled it with this reducing mixture of gases and subjected it to electric shocks. And wouldn't you know it, amino acids and proteins. And since that occurred over 50 years ago, we've come up with ways to assemble basically every biomolecule there is in similar fashion. So it's pretty strong evidence that biomolecules come from natural chemocatalytic processes with no need for an intelligent agent to snap his fingers and make things arrange in the right arrangement. There's been enough time and entropy for things to get mixed up enough for those things to occur.
Scott, no, the original mechanism is not the key to all evolution. Evolution is a different topic entirely. So evolution is just describing the process of change in phenotypes over time as a result of gene alleles, of specific allele sets being selected for throughout in population. So in populations of organisms, as that population continues to reproduce, the offspring, the daughters, the daughter set will not be identical to the parent set. There will be phenotypical changes that take place. Those phenotypical changes increase over time, resulting in things that the ones that survive to reproduce the next generation, though that's what we call natural selection. Positive selection is the one where things are positively selected for. Negatively selected against are the things that the changes don't facilitate survival to the point of reproduction, and so those organisms die off. And that's how you get widespread phenotypical changes that occur over periods of time. It can happen fast, or it can happen. So when I say fast, it could happen within hundreds to thousands of years, or it can happen slow. It can take place over millions of years, or it can take place at an infinitesimally snail's pace, because you can get an organism to a point that it would take extreme changes in the environment, but typically that's the problem. Extreme changes in an environment will either result in an organism's death, or it won't result in any changes at all, because the organism has already evolved to a point where even extreme changes in the environment won't really harm its population, which is why there are organisms on this planet that have remained relatively unchanged, as opposed to like metabolic processes and how big they can get, how much oxygen they use. That stuff has changed because of just the state of the planet, the environmental conditions. Sharks have remained relatively unchanged. Crocodilians have remained caimans have remained relatively unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, because there have been no massive changes that would facilitate those populations need to change. So natural selection just keeps selecting for their phenotype. Okay, but remember, in the past, they used to be much larger. Those big ones could not compete with the smaller ones, so their size, the smaller size, was what was positively selected for, which is why they got smaller over time, which is why we don't have, megalodons anymore, or Sarcosuchus anymore, because the environment can't sustain organisms of that size competing with organisms much smaller than them, so they eventually die out. There's a point where megalodon was one of the top the top predator in the ocean, but the megalodon, for its size and its strength, could not compete with smaller sharks. It just couldn't do it. So, and eventually it's going to get to a point, and eventually, because of whales, because its number one prey was whales, was large cetaceans. If those cetaceans migratory patterns change, and they go into colder areas, then the megalodon can't follow them, because the megalodon, it was a more of a tropical shark, so it hunted around the equator. Well, if cetaceans move because the environment changes and cetaceans can deal with colder water better, if they move north and south to the colder areas, then megalodon can't find them. It can't go after them because the cold water will kill it. So it has to stay in its range, and therefore it can't get there. So, and that's what facilitated the death of the megalodon and other predators that couldn't adapt like the big cetaceans could. So it happens, and it can take a short amount of time, it can take a long amount of time, depending upon the environmental pressures. So,
yeah, migration is a big driving force behind evolution. That's why it's part of the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium equation. And more broadly, evolution is about how a single population of organisms that are completely reproductively compatible becomes multiple populations of organisms that have reproductive isolation. And abiogenesis is about how you go from a state with no living systems to a state with living systems. So they're answering completely different questions and talking about completely different things. It actually doesn't matter really where the first living systems came from. They could come from magical unicorn fart, or they could come from natural chemical processes. Once you have living things, populations of living things, they diversify over time. So evolution is true regardless of how abiogenesis is answered.
So, Scott, there's a number of things. He says I get microevolution to the point where certain dogs can no longer, interbreed, where daughter populations can't interbreed with parent populations. So when the term microevolution and macro, these terms are kind of a pain in the ass, because people who work in evolutionary biology don't really use them. It's all evolution. It's just the micro and macro distinguishers pretty much just talk about like the length of time and what's occurring within that single population is what macro was talking about. If you want to use more accurate terms, you would say like artificial selection and natural selection, because artificial selection can result in faster changes over time because you're doing deliberate breeding and you're just specifically holding on to specific traits that you want expressed, and then you're breeding those traits. So that's why it happens kind of quickly. It can also happen very quickly in other species in nature because the environment is extremely contained, like Darwin's finches or the peppered moths. So that's kind of like an example of what people often refer to as microevolution. Macroevolution are simply the cumulative phenotypical changes that occur over time. And it wouldn't be a dog becoming a whale, okay? Because evolution doesn't work backwards, all right? So things that the way things were in the past are not going to be the way. So the things that exist today in the past may have been a different way, but going into the future, they're not going to be that. They can't wrap around back to that thing in the past anymore, unless, of course, it's a really, really short time period and they're really, really close, because there have been organisms. Austin, what's the term for it when a previously extinct organism comes back into
reemergence?
Yeah, it's I can't remember. I can't remember if it's called like the Lazarus effect or. So I can't remember what it's referred to. For example, there were certain organisms that have gone extinct in the wild. If that organism is not too far off from cousin organisms within the same genus, those organisms can be reselected for if the environment kind of matches what facilitated their development in the first place, as long as not too much time has gone by and the environmental factors are the same. And we have seen the reemergence of organisms that had gone extinct in the wild, and then they have come back because natural selection pressures have facilitated their existence once again. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And it's actually
I think that's just called resurgence or something like that, or reemergence. It might be called the Lazarus effect. I'm not sure on that one, Jail.
So I have to look it up, but it does occur. It doesn't occur often, but it does happen just because the environment changes so rapidly. So the law of phylogeny will not allow things to become So the extreme things that they were in the past. So like the existence of the tetrapods around the time of Tiktaalik, those organisms are not going to exist again. Once when what we would effectively call the aquatic organisms that could be identified more as the lobe-fin fish, and which connected to the tetrapods, which connected to which eventually gave rise to the mammals that we have today. Those tetrapods are not going to exist again because the organisms that exist today are already well past them. Right. So they're just going to be changes in the population that we see now is what it's going to be. So it doesn't go backwards like that. But of course, whales and dogs, everything on the planet is genetically related. So you would say that whales and dogs do have a common ancestor, but that common ancestor existed hundreds of millions of years ago. Likely in the Devonian or something like that.
Yeah. So, can you pop that comment back up real quick?
See if I can find it.
There's so much with this comment, Scott.
Right here.
So first of all, in a very real sense, microevolution is the process that created all biodiversity on the planet, and macroevolution isn't even real. Macroevolution is just at least 40 generations of microevolution. That's the minimum number of generations, 30 to 40 of microevolution, before which we've seen macroevolution occurring, which macroevolution is just evolution at or above the species level. And a speciation has occurred when something called incipient sexual separation happens. And that is when populations that share a common ancestor population that had zero reproductive barriers will no longer select each other as mates because there's been enough phenotypic and behavioral change that they're no longer compatible. So that is macroevolution. It's only microevolution. That's really the process that created everything. And then for dogs and whales, like JL was saying, a dog is a carnivorous descendant. A whale is an artiodactyl descendant. Right. So in order for a dog to become a whale, it would have to unevolve, whatever that means, back to the last common ancestor it shared with the whale, and then take a completely different evolutionary line. So when you're talking about a modern organism evolving into another modern organism, it's just betraying a profound misunderstanding of what evolution is.
Right. One example of a really, really good example of evolution, like we're talking about, is there is a type of called CTVT, and it's canine transmissible. It's CT. I'm going to mess it up if I don't get the actual name. CTV.
It's a canine facial cancer.
Yeah. So canine transmissible venereal tumor, or it's called sticker sarcoma. So it's a contagious cancer that spreads between dogs through the physical transfer of living cancer cells, primarily during mating. So, but unlike typical cancers, okay, here's the wild thing. So I'm wondering if, hey, Matthew Mulkeen, good to see you. So Scott, here's the kicker on this one. CTVT is a transmissible cancer. It's a contagious cancer that can be passed from dog to dog through mating. But unlike typical cancers, the CTVT tumor cells themselves act as an infectious graft from a prior cell lineage. The cancer itself is canine. Those cells are canine, but they are not of a dog breed that exists today. So it's literally a kind of like a transmissible contagious cancer from a prior dog that has sustained and survived and is passed down through the ages. So effectively, CTVT, it was once dog. It is that like the cells themselves are from an ancient lineage of canids that now exists as a transmissible cancer. So that's one example of this, because typically cancers, they're from you. Your cancer cells, but if you got cancer, your cancer cells would be yours. They would not be somebody else's. Now, some cancers are transmissible between people, but the cancers are typically your own. Just like this one is not. When the dog gets CTVT, the CTVT cells are not the dog's own cells. They're not caused by mutations within the dog's own cells, creating cancerous tumors. It's something that of a prior lineage of canid. So there's one great example of that, which is really, really wild. All right. So loving, powerful God created those diseases. Yeah, apparently. The cancer dog has a complete genome for dog or whatever. It's one of the fun oddities of phylogeny, just like how we're fish. Yes, how humans are Sarcopterygians.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, if you did a genomic comparison, it would be like 99.9% the same genome as a dog cell, as a dog soma. It's fascinating.
Scott says, this may seem stupid to you guys, but couldn't life just have easily not existed like the rest of the known universe? Oh, well, number one, yes. So the conditions on Earth could have been that life would never arise. It's possible. That's a possible scenario. Just like there are many planets out there there are many planets that don't have life. Now, many of them don't have life because they're gas giants. Okay, so they're just they're inhospitable to anything. They're either too hot, or there's not enough pressure, or or there's either too big, too much gravity, whatever. So it's possible, that there are planets out there that don't have any life on it. Sure, there could have been some event that took place in Earth's distant past, which could have eradicated or could have made the planet entirely inhospitable for life, and life never got here. But the mathematics of the universe don't really work that way. The mathematics of the universe virtually guarantee that we humans, that everything on this planet is not alone in the universe. Of all of the existing that we have mapped, galaxies that are out there, and within those galaxies, the planets that exist within them, and then the mathematics virtually guarantee we're not alone. But those same mathematics also virtually guarantee that we will never encounter them, because we are so far apart from one another that our species will likely go extinct before we ever get the capacity to travel those distances in order to find other life. Not to mention, and the same odds exist on both sides. So if you have us here, for example, imagine that humans don't go extinct, and we eventually did develop the capability of traversing the stars, which means we've either mastered physics or we've mastered biology in a way that is effectively science fiction for us today. Okay? Because it's either getting that distance fast enough so that people don't die en route, or getting that distance where people simply don't die, that they're able to live the length of time it takes to get there and their cells not completely degrade. So if we're able to do that, there's no guarantee that we could come across a planet which life did exist, but then it went extinct. So the same odds apply, because it's possible that we could get to a point where we could travel those distances, but of the planets that we could search, we could find the remnants of life where intelligent life had gone extinct, or we could find the early precursors on a planet where life is developing, but intelligent life hasn't formed yet and probably won't form for several billion years. So it could have happened before. It could happen well after, given the timescales of the cosmos. So, but the math itself virtually guarantees we're not alone. But likely for example, one of my favorite examples is it was a recent discovery. There's an exoplanet that K2-18b is an exoplanet that was, I believe, when was it discovered? When was that found? Yes, observations using the James Webb Telescope have detected carbon-bearing molecules in the atmosphere of K2-18b, which is an exoplanet located roughly 124 light years from Earth. It is roughly 2.6 times the size of Earth and 8.6 times as massive, orbiting inside the habitable zone of a red dwarf star. Now, the kicker on this one, on K2-18b, is we have detected dimethyl sulfide and dimethyl disulfide in its atmosphere. And from all of our experience of what we know about, dimethyl sulfide and dimethyl disulfide are byproducts of life. So, because we only see them in the atmosphere on this planet here on Earth. We've not seen them in the atmospheres of any other planets that we have charted, but we found K2-18b, and we found it. Does that mean that there is life on that planet? Possibly. Not guaranteed, because it's possible that there could be some other conditions that result in dimethyl sulfide, DMS, and DMDS actually being in the atmosphere. We just don't know what that might be. And if we actually were to traverse the 124 light years it takes to get there, which would be 124 years at the speed of light, if we have the energy to do that, it's possible we could arrive at the planet and it would just be an ocean filled with phytoplankton, or what we would call phytoplankton, producing that stuff, which could be it. No intelligent life, no terrestrial organisms, just shit in the ocean. Possibly. We don't know, but it is possible. So there you go. I would hope that one day we could, be able to traverse 124 light years compared to the size of the universe. That's literally like 124 light years is like across the street, given the size of the universe. You look at the Andromeda Galaxy. Andromeda Galaxy, I think, is 2 million light years away. Yeah, Andromeda Galaxy is 2.5 million light years away from us, is the next galaxy over. This one is 124 light years. So it's just like literally across the street. Question is, could we possibly get there? So Scott, no. Okay, so notice if you bring up God, you'll be called stupid by atheists. No, not here at least, because I'm not antagonistic like that. If you bring up a God entity, I want to know why you're bringing it up, which is why we invite people on the stage to have these conversations. The goal of this channel is not to clip people, to make to make fun of them, is not to embarrass people, is not to trap people. I'm not here to make a spectacle of people's beliefs. That's not my goal. Okay. Although we do get here on this channel, on the stage, lots of people who come up here to make a spectacle of what we're trying to do. So that does happen a lot. But that's not my goal here. I want to have the conversation. You bring up that Isaac Newton believed in God. Sure. Isaac Newton believed in a lot of silly shit. There are many very, very smart people that believe in a lot of silly stuff that have no justification for why they believe in it. No rational justification anyway. So he wasn't dumb. Okay. But even very smart people can be convinced of very silly things if those silly things are presented to them in a very, very persuasive way. So it doesn't make you dumb. And I don't say that it does, but it does by nature, but just by definition, make you irrational, at least irrational in that respect. So my goal, my job, what I do here on this stage is to talk to people who believe these things and to explore why it is that they believe them. What is it that convinced them? Do they think that that is rational? Can they be intellectually honest regarding why they believe certain things? And are they intellectually honest enough to acknowledge that they could change their position if they were presented evidence? To kind of like break down why they believe in this stuff. Vast majority of the time they believe in it because it makes them feel good. It's an emotional appeal, which I understand. Okay. But that's why I want to have these conversations. Just in case there is somebody out there who has some evidence or an argument that I haven't heard that could increase the, can increase the likelihood that maybe something exists. Who knows, but I want to talk to those people that believe in one, especially those people that, say that they know one exists. Right. Godless Spectrumite. Francis Collins is not dumb by any stretch of the imagination. Devout Christian. So
I think that indoctrination plays a big role in the perpetuation of religious beliefs. That doesn't mean that the people who get indoctrinated are dumb. Generally, you get indoctrinated as a child when you don't have priors, when you don't have experience with claims. And often you're getting this claim from somebody who matters a lot to you, like your mom or your dad. So to try and say that they lied to you is to find deep faults with people you care about greatly. And so there's a lot of motivated reasoning. There's indoctrination. There's all kinds of ways people can be convinced of this false belief without being dumb. I wouldn't call people who believe dumb. Maybe indoctrinated, maybe tragically misled, but not dumb necessarily.
Rapid Software Testing, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here today, as well as Avil. Good to see you, Avil. EJR, good to see you. What about life on Enceladus and Europa? Possible at the bottoms of those oceans, maybe. We would need to get a probe there to start looking. But I think the most habitable one is K2-18b is the most, I think, is the highest possibility of some form of life. I'm not saying that it's there. I'm saying I think it's the highest probability because it's the only planet we've ever found that has those chemicals in its atmosphere. So possible. Maybe somewhere deep down in those oceans, maybe. And did I see probing? Metalcore Kick, good to see you. Did probing time come in? Because it might be probing time. I haven't seen probing time. Ryan Murphy, good to see you. Yes, Sir Equinox is right. Brilliant people can be dead wrong. They can be. The reason people we're talking about what he was saying. What was his name? Sam? Scott. What Scott was talking about. Doxastic positions are different than knowledge, are different than epistemic positions. Your doxastic positions are a result of things that you are convinced of. So you are convinced of your doxastic positions. They're not things that you actively choose. Epistemic positions are different because those are things that we know, and knowledge has a far higher burden or a far higher hurdle to clear to be classified as knowledge than a doxastic position, which is simply the things that you believe. My question is, the thing I want to do is explore what has convinced people of these things. Are they convinced for what we would call rational reasons? Oh, we mentioned probe because you said we need to get a probe. Yeah. Oh. So there is a Austin, remind me how eukaryota came about. What was that? The interaction between our archaea and bacteria resulted in eukaryota?
Endosymbiosis, yeah.
Endosymbiosis, that's it, yeah.
So what happens is a lot of cells, a lot of unicellular organisms, they get their food energy through a process called macrophagy. And basically macrophagy is when one cell engulfs another. And what sometimes occurs is a bigger cell engulfs a smaller cell. And for whatever reason, instead of dissolving it for food energy, they form a cooperative relationship. And that's exactly what happened with an Asgard archaea-like Archaean and an alpha proteobacterian ancestor, which the descendants of are now our mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell.
Yep. Where the bacterium produced energy in exchange for the shelter given by the archaea.
Absolutely.
Endosymbiosis. So rapid, like what you said. The emergence of mitochondria, that's why I remember that. Endosymbiosis. And alpha protectobacterium. So there you go. Luke's backpack. Eukaryota. Yeah, eukaryota. I like that. Very good. All right. Endosymbiosis to form mitochondria and chloroplasts. Yeah. I like origin of life research, and I try to pay attention to as much of it as I can. I'm obviously not working it myself, but those who understand origin of life research can have a lot of fun with people who don't understand it, like James Tour.
Oh yeah. James Tour, I think, has panic concluded like 3 live streams now because I showed up. Oh, Austin Sims is here. Time to go.
Mr. Farina. Dude's a freaking joke. Tour has not got, this is what's wild. Tour, I don't react to Tour like I react to Planiga. Because Planiga, like, that guy just fills me with an irrational rage. But Tour makes me laugh. James Tour just gives me a chuckle. I just laugh at it, just how silly he is. I think it's because so many people do not take Tour seriously that I'm not really concerned about Tour. Like nobody takes him. He's been exposed. He's doing it for money. He may actually hold these beliefs, but he's fair weather, whatever. I don't give a shit. Tour is just silly. Like him getting up on stage and screaming Mr. Farina while slamming on a chalkboard is just enough for me to go, yeah, you're not worth it. You're not worth it. But Alvin Plantinga fills me with a fiery rage of 1,000 suns. When Betelgeuse finally goes, I'm going to be like, that's my hatred for James. That's my hatred for Alvin Plantinga. I cannot stand that man at all. And I think it's because so many people give him so much credit. They give him more credit than he deserves whatsoever. And unfortunately, unlike Tour or unlike someone like Sanford, whose work is whose dishonesty and their intellectual dishonesty and their charlatanry will eventually be exposed by the science that they engage with, because that's what scientific methodology does, is it exposes bad science, because that's how we've developed it. Like Plantinga hides squarely in philosophy, but there's a reason why he hides there, is because going outside of it is really, really dangerous. It's kind of like Plantinga, when Plantinga did his evolutionary argument against naturalism. And so when he stepped foot into the empirical ring, that's when he got his ass handed to him. And nobody takes the EAAN seriously. Nobody who understands philosophy and science takes the EAAN seriously. Like nobody. It's just bonkers how stupid it is.
I don't take it seriously.
Right. It's just beyond stupid. But there are people out there. I was listening to Planet Peterson, and someone was bringing up the EAAN on there, and the only reason they do it is because they feel that Plantinga has value, and he does not. So, which is just infuriating to me. Every time he may be one of the few human beings on this planet. If I ever met him, I'd probably punch him. I probably would, just like right in his diaphragm. Oh, I cannot stand that man. I really can't.
Yeah, so there's people who use philosophy the way philosophy is supposed to be used, and then there's people who use philosophy more like a drunk uses a lamppost for support instead of illumination, and that's people like presuppositionalists, and people do the same thing with statistics and math.
I found that each one of us creators has that one individual that we have covered that we can't stand. We just absolutely can't stand them. Just like they fill us with fury. Plantinga just happens to be mine, just because I keep hearing his crap come up, and the EAN is one thing, but his argument, he attempted to. Plantinga tried to take down the Epicurean trilemma, and see, like I know, like Cord Lizard Mage brings up John Lennox. I know that there are some people out there that John Lennox just infuriates. Like that one guy, Dr. whatever's like Dr. Drew. Was it Dr. Drew? Or the guy that we covered, Andrew, what was his name? Oh, he may be talking to some.
Trying to recall.
You the guy who presented the whole the Epicurean trilemma has a fatal flaw. The logical problem of evil has a fatal flaw. That guy.
Yeah, the Catholic one that ticked you off.
Exactly. And it wasn't even so much him. Well, until he made that comment about how people just need to shut the fuck up and just accept God. Just like turn off their brains and accept it. That pissed us all off. All of us were like, fuck you, dude. But he was presenting Plantinga's work about the logical problem of evil. And it's so back-asswards nonsense that I don't understand how anybody. I'm not a PhD in philosophy. I don't understand why anybody fell for that crap. So, and it just pisses me off how much credit people give him. So whether it be the EAN is easy to debunk, but his break, like him trying to do that was just yeah. Spam goes here and says Lennox ticks me off. Like I have no doubt Austin, probably Hovind pisses you off.
I was going to say, I wish I had just one enemy. I have so many. Hovind, both of the Hovins, actually, Kent and Eric.
Oh, Eric's such a douche.
Turek, Tor doesn't like me. Jim Bob is like obsessed with me. Yeah, I have a bunch of enemies. I think probably the one that infuriates me the most is probably Jim Bob. He's just such a sophist, such a
Yeah.
fucking navel gazer, and he totally reverses reality. He claims everybody else is a sophist when he's the sophist, and that really frustrates me.
Beat Me Up Bob says Huff and McGrath are the worst. Yeah, they're awful. Joker's Wild. Good to see you, Joker's Wild. Says Darth Dawkins is the worst. Yeah. And
Yeah,
Vantillian precepts,
yeah,
Vantillian precepts on the internet, which are pretty much like Darth Dawkins is like the Silver Surfer of Vantillian precepts. When he shows up, he's like, I come to herald your destruction. And he's just obnoxious as fuck. So, but yeah.
yeah.
Ken Hovind
Probably. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Hovind probably is the one that pisses me off the most thinking about it, because when I look at the lists, the names of the people on that list, Hovind is the only one who's like actively ended people's lives. Like there are people that are no longer alive because of him, and so
Yeah.
that's a pretty tough hurdle for other people to leap over just by being sucky. Like Hovind sucks, and he killed people.
Oh, Van the Man brings up Cy-10 Bruggencate. Yeah, Cy-10 Bruggencate is also trash. Water. Yeah, Cord. I can't stand him. Him and his little former disciple. Oh crap. Matt.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his last name? I forgot his last name.
Naylor.
Powell.
Matt Powell.
Matt
Thank
Powell,
you,
yeah.
Matt Powell.
Yeah.
That trash piece of crap. Who just runs his mouth like he's never been smacked in it. Spam goes here brings up Matt Slick. Yeah, Matt Slick is just terrible as well. Just awful.
I think the worst ones are the anti-vaxxers. They have the highest body count by far.
Yeah.
People like Joseph Mercola, Peter McCullough, Nick Hussler. I am a consistent thorn in those people's side, and I am proud to be as such.
Be a consistent pain in the ass. Oh, let's see. Oh, and I see. Matt and Paula G are live right now. There's a Skeptic Haven is also live as we speak. I know I'm competing with some big boys. Matt and Paula G, that's a pretty solid tag team. Matt Slick is disgustingly smug. That dude is annoying as piss. Not to mention he's just a terrible human being. He's just an awful human. Oh, thank you so much, Matthew Mulkeen, and appreciation for the DD video you did a few years back. You nailed it. You nailed it, /M. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do, Matthew Mulkeen. Thank you for the super chat. And I remember doing that. I did a lot of work to get that one done and not get myself in trouble. And even though it really pissed off Darth, that video is what got Darth or Gary. That video is what got Gary to threaten to kill me if he ever saw me, because that video really pissed him off to no end.
Ooh, that's amazing.
Oh yeah, like he
I'll
was
have
like,
to check that out.
It was because he I guess whatever it was, he knows that I talked to people who know him. He just didn't know who, because I played it really close to the vest, and he because I was doing a deconstruction of the man, not the man's bullshit. I did a deconstruction on Van Til that handled the Van Til thing. Now I wanted to deconstruct Gary and see what the hell why is this person the way that he is? And doing that deep dive, I had to do some legitimate journalism, and fortunately there were people who were willing to talk to me. Well, he knew it, but he just didn't know who I talked to. And so because he was pissed off about that, and he said, if I ever see you, he would pop me if he ever saw me. I was like, dude, I'm not coming up to where you are, even though I know where he lives. I'm not going up there to encounter him. That would be dumb.
What a great Christian. Yeah, the one time he zeroed in on me, he commented on some of my Facebook posts on his Darwin was mentally ill account. That's also him, in case you didn't know. And in response, I tagged him in a specific post, and I, said, hey, everybody, this is Darth Dawkins, aka Gary Milne. He's going by Darwin was mentally ill here because he's a disgusting human being. Like I narrowed it down. I called him out explicitly, and he ran away. He ran and blocked me. So he was happy to harass me in my comments, but as soon as I put the spotlight on him, he was like, "Nope,
No.
I'm out." Which is a great technique, some great thing to remember when a gaslighter like Darth Dawkins comes after you. They hate the spotlight. They hate being having their gaslighting tactics reversed and put back on them.
Van the Man brings up when Alex Malpass demolished his tag, he should have been finished. He still vocally claims Alex just pointed out a wording problem, even after Alex came back on with him and said it wasn't a wording issue. Yeah, Malpass destroyed him, and I'm even willing to say, even though I'm really kind of like grossed out by Destiny these days, even Destiny wrecked his shit. So when Darth thought he was like, I'm gonna be a big man, take on Destiny, and Destiny wrecked his shit as well. And even Sex Pest Lawrence Krauss, even Krauss wrecked his shit. I was there listening to that when he's like, I'm gonna get on the panel with Lawrence Krauss, and I'm gonna hammer and I'm gonna embarrass Lawrence Krauss. He did not. He didn't embarrass Lawrence Krauss. He didn't embarrass Malpass. He didn't embarrass Graham Oppie. All of them handed him his ass. So because it's too easy.
Listen, I can't diagnose somebody over the internet, but that guy seems very narcissistic.
He's a malignant narcissist. He is 100%.
Yeah, I think so too. I can't say for sure, but he definitely has a very narcissistic personality style. He's very self-important. He's very self-aggrandized. He expects huge amounts of respect without giving any respect himself.
Yeah.
And he's actually very abusive to other people, and he expects them to repay his abuse with respect and deference. It's bizarre.
You just crack open the DSM-5R and you just go down the checklist. Like you go down the checklist of narcissistic personality, of NPD, antisocial personality disorder. He hits every single one. Every single one he hits, like to a T. We could probably go online and find a recorded example of him hitting every single point on those checklists. So, and Shannon Q's debate with him was also amazing. And Shannon did that last minute, which is what's hilarious. She just deconstructed him. She hadn't engaged with him before, and she's like, okay, so I'm just going to come on and do this debate with Darth and do this debate with Gary, and just wrecked him. So just by engaging with him, just figuring out by virtue, just like, what's this guy's dialectic style? Oh, it's this? Okay, and then she just completely just deconstructed his ass, which was great.
Yeah, I love it. Who would win? God's chosen Christian warrior armed with the Christian priest suppositionalist philosophy, or a wine mom in sweatpants with zero prep time? Advantage wine mom.
Oh, he hates her. So let's see. Any believers in the chat so far? Anybody at all? I know that we're having a good time just clowning on the idiots that clowning on bad faith actors and morons think they're smarter than everybody else. Misa, did she deconstruct him, or did she just check out and start ridiculing him? No, she deconstructed him. Because
I don't think she used a scrap of ridicule, Maya.
Yeah,
it was brilliant.
She did not just start insulting him, because that's not what Shannon does. Shannon just, given her background, I've never seen her just like come out and just start like degrading someone or trying to disparage anybody. She broke apart why he was asking certain things in a certain way and trying to force her into answers. But if she did call him stupid, I'll probably have to go back and watch it. But I've never seen her behave in that fashion. But she did deconstruct his ass, and it really pissed him off, which is why he started he started raging out, started crashing out and calling for James to mute her or, whatever. So how is that even possible to do with somebody you don't know? By the way that they behave. So that, you can go to that. It's not going to be like, it's not going to be like science where we are doing an experiment, but you can gauge an individual's behavior but from all the ways that they do it, from the way he approaches, the way he asks his questions, what specifically he's asking, and the wording that he uses, and the tone that he does, you can deconstruct like what their motivations are from there. And you can go, once you have their motivations or an idea of their motivations, you can just keep digging. So and I'm not saying it's going to be something that's confirmed as like a scientific experiment, but people who know people and know human behavior are really, really good at that. You know, I would say seasoned investigators who know how to run an interrogation know human psychology well enough to manipulate people into, how do you think like detectives will convince somebody to admit to a crime in an investigation? They'll get them to cop to it. Okay, in the hot seat or in an interrogation, it's called sweating them. You basically sweat them. You hit them with everything. And there's a bunch of psychological tactics that you can run with that. Shannon's just really, really good at that. Okay, so I'm not sure what you mean, but not science that she didn't deconstruct him. Psychological deconstruction, like I said, it's not like a scientific experiment, okay, where we have set variables and controlled conditions that we're operating in. She can infer certain things about his mentality and what he's trying to do by his behavior. It's not guaranteed to be correct, but once you recognize certain patterns in human behavior, you can dig down to what is most likely the case, and that whatever you decide to go down, well, you'll likely be right, because as much as humans are unique, okay, the patterns in our behavior are incredibly similar. How we react under stress, how we react when we expect to be the person in control, when we find out that we've lost control, the defensive mechanisms that we employ, in certain scenarios, these things become highly predictable. So as unique as humans are, they are not as unique as they would often like to believe they are, which is why interrogation techniques often work to find people who are culpable. Okay, so, and yeah, I'll agree with you, Maya. He is a complete snowflake. He really is. He's easy to throw off. He's easy to unbalance. If he doesn't feel like he has control of the scenario, then he gets easily unhinged. He does.
Yeah, I would just like to introduce the nuance of, we are people on the internet talking about another person on the internet. The term narcissism is definitely way overused and thrown at your boyfriend that was an asshole to you. Probably doesn't have narcissistic personality disorder. Maybe he does, but we can't diagnose him based on that one story. There is a balance that definitely needs to be struck when we're talking about this, because I think Maya's probably right in that, we shouldn't be diagnosing somebody we've never met.
Yeah, okay. I'm not saying, okay, so when I conclude 100% that he is a malignant narcissist, it is based upon the scads of data that I have on him. Consistent behavior over an extended period of time, going all the way back to Pal Talk, all the way up to his time now on TikTok. Okay, that goes from Pal Talk to Google Meets to Discord to Clubhouse to TikTok. All the years he spent across this, all of the name changes, all the things that all the shows that he has called into. There is a checklist that you can run down, the NPD criterion that you can walk down, and each example of this. A person doesn't have to have all of them to have NPD, okay? And just because someone has NPD, doesn't mean other things, psychologically speaking. But if we walk down that checklist, we have definitive examples, multiple examples of him engaging in those very things, like recorded. We could watch them, listen to him doing this multiple times for every single one of those of the points on that checklist. So if we were to actually take Gary and put him in therapy with a clinical psychiatrist, I have zero doubt in my mind that would be the outcome. That would be the diagnosis. That would be part of the diagnosis. It would.
Well, narcissistic personality disorder is very difficult to diagnose because typically a narcissist doesn't want to be detected.
Oh yeah, he was also on Xbox Live as well. Yeah. So Pal Talk, Xbox Live, Google Meets, Discord, Clubhouse, TikTok. So he's not on YouTube because YouTube will boot his ass.
And also, a narcissist is typically going to be very good at performing a convincing rendition of a balanced, normal, mentally healthy human. They've been practicing it their whole lives. So that's another reason why it can be difficult for doctors to diagnose narcissistic personality disorder.
Oh.
Yeah, Scott Muscle, I saw you ask this a while back. I am a former mixed martial artist. I still train. I still hope to return to the cage someday, but it gets less likely with each passing year.
So going back to my copy of the DSM VR, the part of the diagnostic criteria is a part of a formal diagnosis would require a consistent pattern of 5 or more traits outlined in the clinical guidelines. And so that is what we see as a consistent pattern of those traits, like online, going to all of his content, the stuff that that Tom Rabbit has recorded, the stuff that other platforms have recorded, the conversation they've had with him. You just like walk through all of those, and that's what I'm saying, that consistent pattern of behavior, of the consistent pattern of those multiple traits, and it's beyond 5.
Yeah. It's beyond a doubt that the guy engages heavily in narcissistic behavior and has a narcissistic style.
There's like 14 different points, or something like that, according to the DSM VR. You've got grandiose sense of self-importance, frequent fantasies about having or deserving of success, power, intelligence, beauty, love, self-fulfillment, belief in superiority, need for admiration, entitlement, willingness to exploit others, lack of empathy, frequent envy, arrogance, and these all break down into a number of different behaviors. So yeah, and we see it all throughout.
Ironically, a narcissist would be squirming with glee at us talking about him this much.
This would be narcissistic. What we're doing right now effectively classifies as narcissistic supply because we are talking about him.
Yeah.
So, ASM. Good to see you, ASM. Is not familiar with DD's content, but have you guys considered the gap between the individual and the online persona? Yes. Some individuals, there's a wide gap. Like who you see online is not who they are in real life. Some people, there is zero gap. There is no gap between me here on this stage and who you would meet in real life. This is who I am. This is not a character. If you met me in real life, I am the exact same way. No differentiation. And the reason I do that is because it's important to me that people recognize that this is not a persona. This is straight up. This is who you would get. And I wanted it to be that way. I wanted to make sure that I didn't fall into a persona like JL, the online persona, because that invites the possibility that people could wind up just distrusting me because they don't know if I'm real. I will always be real because I like myself. I respect myself. I will never be a fake person in my interactions with other people. The only time I'm a fake person is when I'm acting, is if I'm in front of a camera or I'm on a stage. That's when I'm paid to be fake. I'm paid to be a fake person. Not here. These are legitimate interactions I want to have with people. With Gary, I don't see any gap between the private interactions that I have had with him and the way he conducts himself, in various rooms. I see no gap between those two. Torin Atheist Druid. Torin Hunter, thank you very much, Hosa. And good to see you, Hosa. Appreciate you being here.
So Scott's still going on about evolution, huh?
Different bird beaks were designed to take advantage of different feeding tactics. Okay, so different bird beaks came about as a result of the conditions that facilitated the survival of those organisms. So of those particular birds. That's an example. Darwin's finches is an example of that kind of like microevolution, although I can't stand that term. It's still evolution, but it occurs within that population over a short period of time. Okay. So yeah, but it's still evolution because the phenotypes have to change in order to facilitate different beak structures. That's a phenotypical change. So it's still evolution.
Scott, did you know that one of the descendant populations from the founding population of finches that settled in the Galapagos, they've adapted to be hemivores? They have beaks that are sharp enough to puncture the skin of bigger organisms, and then they can drink their blood. How's that
thank
for...
you. Thank you, ASM. Your authenticity is one of the reasons why I enjoy your counter-apologetics content. Appreciate that. Thank you, ASM. Very, very much. And yes, Jared Reed, if I was at a convention signing autographs, this would be the same. There'd be no differentiation.
No, it's good, Scott. Keep them coming. It gives us something to respond to. Yeah. Let's ask you some questions too, though, so we're not just defending and explaining constantly.
Before we go there, so Scott, you've been asking a lot of questions from the stage, okay? But we can't. You've been asking a lot of questions from the live chat. You in the live chat doesn't really facilitate a conversation. You on stage would facilitate a conversation because we would be able to break down what exactly you understand about these subjects. Because, and I think that Austin will agree with me on this. If you lack a basic foundational understanding of these fields, there's going to be a lot of things that we're constantly going to be going around in circles trying to get you to understand if you don't understand some very basic things, some very basic concepts. Okay. So this is why I prefer to have the conversation on the stage, because then we can ask you questions to see how you understand this. Like, for example, if you asked me about evolution, and you could ask me a bunch of questions about evolution, but if you are operating with a foundationally incorrect idea as to what evolution is, like I'm just saying hypothetically, if you think evolution is like Pokemon, okay, if you think like the science, like the theory of modern synthesis is describing what you see in Pokemon, then obviously us trying to explain evolution to you is not going to work because that's not what evolution is. So we need to be able to ask you questions at the same time that you're asking us questions, because we need to see if your understanding is where it is about what the actual science is. If it's not, we're going to be talking past one another. You're not going to grasp many of the conclusions and how we come to them because you don't understand the underlying foundational principles. Like if I said the law of phylogeny, I'm guessing you don't know what that is. But that's really important to understanding evolution and why organisms evolve the way they do.
Do you mean the law of monophyly?
Law of monophyly. Sorry, the law of monophyly. Yeah. So the law of monophyly is very important. Okay, so there's a lot of like things that go into this stuff. So especially like part of abiogenesis is understanding part of understanding genetics and how these chemical processes come about. You have to understand physics. Physics plays into it as well as chemistry. So a lot of stuff, really, really important.
Biology, in a very real sense, is just applied physics and chemistry.
Yeah. How's it going, Sarioku?
Yeah, the question I was going to ask Scott is, so I've seen you mention intelligent design, like saying these things are designed. What can you discover in the universe that would disprove intelligent design? What's a piece of data that we could look for that if we found it, it's like, okay, the universe couldn't have been made by design? Because my impression is there isn't anything you can find in the universe that I could show it to believers and they would go, yeah, my almighty God couldn't do that. So it seems unfalsifiable to me.
That's the thing, though, right? I don't think anyone, or I don't think the apologists will recognize unfalsifiability as a reason to reject something.
Well, it definitely
Scott,
makes
one
it
sec,
seem
Scott.
less scientific.
Scott, the link is pinned in the side chat. You can click that link and it'll bring you up on stage.
Or the pinned comment.
Yeah, sorry, the pinned comment at the bottom of the chat.
Well, that's the thing, Beam. Like, if you posit an all-powerful designer, then everything could be designed, right? If that's what if
Exactly.
that's what you're presuming.
Yep.
The wild thing is that if everything is if he posits an intelligent designer and then everything that is in the effectively the non-designer set, if everything is designed, then how can you define that which is designed? Because you have nothing that is undesigned in order to compare it against. So how do we determine what exactly the criterion of designed is if everything is designed?
It's
because
the
we determine the way we determine the criteria of what something is especially like binary things, like designed things and undesigned things. If there are no undesigned things, then how do we know what designed is?
It's like the critical flaw of the watchmaker argument, or against the watchmaker argument. Like, you can't contrast between designed and undesigned things if everything would be designed.
Host of the Demon. If everything is evidence for God, nothing is. Because if everyone is super, then no one is. Gotta love Syndrome.
That's my trope.
Yep. Because if everyone is super, nobody is. Dun, dun, dun. Syndrome was a good bad guy.
Syndrome did nothing wrong. I mean, it's not kill Martha, you know. You want to make an omelet?
Gotta kill a few supers.
Yeah.
And, collateral damage.
Yeah, Scott, you can click the link and it'll bring you up. It's like this, it's free to do it. There's like no cost, At worst, the cost will be our sanity if the question goes, if the conversation goes in a certain direction. But you're more than welcome to come up. So all you have to do is click the link. Yes, you are unique, just like everybody else. Everyone's a snowflake.
We are all individuals.
I always like we're all unique like snowflakes and ultimately composed of water. Laborious Cretin, good to see you. Laborious says, why design cancer and humans doing bioengineering? How does their God delusion fit in then? Cancer and humans doing bioengineering. So there's a bunch of questions we could go down these. We could go down these roads if we're getting into specific addressing certain theodicies, like how Christians like or how individuals reconcile these questions. Yeah, I don't clip. I don't clip people. I'm not in the business of clipping people to make fun of them or to do anything of that nature.
You have to remember, like we established earlier, from an intelligent design perspective, there's no data set that you can't explain with intelligent design. So a universe with cancer, whatever universe you propose, intelligent design has no problem with it. So instead of asking why an intelligent designer would do this, instead point out that evolution, deep time, naturalism, these models predict something very specific out of the data set, and we found it over and over again.
Mm-hmm. I would say that the biggest argument against intelligent design is the inefficiency of the universe, because the systems that are in play right now are, especially biological systems, are woefully inefficient across the board, because they don't come about as a result of as far as the only efficiency that goes into as far as like how energy is expressed, but they don't result in systems that are efficient in the taking in of energy and the use of energy. And our biological systems could be far, far better as far as the energy that we take in, how we use that energy, how we store that energy. And so we terribly inefficient systems, especially biologically speaking, because, for whatever. I mean, we expect this in a system that is a result of unguided, that we expect this in a system that one doesn't have an end goal and is simply operating generation to generation, where survival is the mechanism by which these things change. Because if they don't change, they die. So
that's arguably an argument against an intelligent designer that's all powerful. But if the current iteration or like the current mechanics of the universe are just the best that the designer could manage, then that would work.
That's one weak ass god.
Indeed.
That is a weak ass god. If this is the best it could come up with.
Yeah. So this is interesting. Scott says he's bitching out for the moment. Is that an L or a W? Because I feel like it's kind of a W, because usually they wouldn't say they're bitching out. They'd be like, oh, you atheists aren't worth talking to, so I won't come up. He's at least admitting that he's taking the L, which I think is kind of a W. So L's and W's for Scott in the chat.
Wait. Would we consider it an L or W? I'm inclined to give it an I. You know, it's an incomplete. I would say, like, the course, he didn't show up enough to complete the course. So we're saying not enough coursework was done. So I'm going to give him an I until he does show up. Until he shows up and we mark him as present in the room. Be like, you got to come up and do some coursework. You know, if you don't show up to do any coursework, you get an I. Incomplete.
Always fair, JL.
Let's see. And I get that. I get it, Scott. It's easier to formulate thoughts when you're typing because it gives you more time to think than being on the spot. Yeah, I get that. The interaction is what's important, you know? And I like to suss out how intellectually honest a person is willing to be, you know? Like, for example, whatever ideas you have, I would ask you a really simple question. Is it within the realm of logical possibility that you could be entirely wrong? How's that? I mean, is it possible? I'm not talking probability. I'm not talking about statistics. I'm saying, is it within the realm of logical possibility that whatever you're thinking about these things or the conclusions you came to, could you be wrong? And if that answer is not yes, then I know exactly who I'm dealing with.
I mean, you can't even have an adult conversation if the answer isn't yes.
Right. I know exactly where someone is coming from when they don't answer yes to that. That's how I knew when there's been several people that I've debated against where I've asked them that question. Because I'll readily acknowledge that, yeah, sure, certainly we could be entirely wrong. I could be entirely wrong about it all. I'm just going off the evidence and going what has been shown to most likely be the case. But there could be additional evidence out there that proves me entirely, that shows that we're entirely wrong. We acknowledge that possibility. Is it logically possible that there is no God entity? Yes, there's no contradiction there. If someone can't even admit that, I know where they're at.
Or that there is one, you mean?
Yeah. I would say depending upon what God we're talking about. I'd say it's 100% that there is no that classic theism, that the God of classical theism, that God does not exist because it can't exist.
Yeah,
so
I agree. And if we ever find out like a fundamental principle of, for example, that consciousness is dependent on a material substrate, then we could conclude that a mind outside of space-time isn't possible, for example.
Or if there was something there, we wouldn't be able to classify it as a mind. Yeah, because it would defy that. So not very strong. Oh, damn. Matthew Mulkey is brutal. Not very strong Holy Spirit, Scott. Yeah, Scott, I could be hammering you with the 1 Peter 3:15. You know, come up and give your defense when asked, but do it with gentleness. Although I don't expect that. I don't operate with gentleness all the time. So just depends. But hopefully we'll get somebody up. Christopher, good to see you. Christopher V, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. As I said, if there are any believers in chat, you are more than welcome to click the link that is pinned in the side chat or click in the live chat. There's a link pinned at the bottom. You can click that to come up on stage. If you want to talk about any of the topics we have, if you disagree with any of the statements here on the screen, or if you want to talk about if you think a God concept is necessary for anything, we'd love to hear about that. But yeah, we have a bunch of topics we can discuss. But if you disagree with anything on the screen, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, Scott, we could be wrong, as in a like a technical possibility.
Hmm?
You know, we have to acknowledge that possibility.
Yeah, exactly. Sirioko nailed that. It is entirely within the realm of logical possibility. Here, the kicker that I like to go with is this. It is entirely possible that everything we know about science could be entirely correct. That we know it. We know it, and that's it. Okay? That everything we know could be correct. But that would not logically entail that a God doesn't exist. We could have science completely correct that would not entail a God entity doesn't exist. But we could also be entirely wrong about it all. And that wouldn't logically entail that a God does exist. So we need to handle these things on their like separately.
And there are some things that are claimed that if we are wrong about, it would undermine our model of reality to such an extent that we just don't know anything. Like I said, if minds can exist outside of space-time, that would shake the fundamentals of our knowledge to such a degree that I don't even know where we'd be.
What's going on, Leo?
What's the thing I usually say, JL? When people bring up science and God, what's the thing that I usually say?
You're asking me for a direct quote. You're gonna have to remind me.
Empirical facts, simplicator, do not bear on the existence or the non-existence of God.
There you go.
Yeah. I was going to guess that broadly that it was that science is agnostic about whether or not God exists, which is kind of what you've said.
The problem is that the concepts by and large are unfalsifiable. And what does science do with concepts that are by their nature unfalsifiable? We take them and we put them in the unfalsifiable pile. And we say, we will come back to this when we have a reason to come back to it.
When we can take it out of the box.
Yeah, when we take it out of the unfalsifiable pile and put it over here.
Yeah, that's just the nature of curiosity.
Pardon me.
Yeah, I think of it as like turning over rocks. If there's a rock that you can't turn it over, you admit it and you never stop questioning what you think is under that rock until you figure out a way to turn it over and be able to tell without guessing at all exactly what's under that rock. And that's the nature of curiosity. That's the fuel that drives science.
Magical Leo Pleurodon has entered the chat.
There's a great example of this happening actually in archaeology, where we find fossils and we can't categorize them, so we set them aside and come back to them later when we have better genomic analysis tools. And that's happened recently with several fossil species, and it's helped us categorize them more effectively. Yeah, I'm assuming our buddy Scott isn't an atheist. Is this your first time interacting with some atheists in real life, Scott?
Thank you so much for the super chat, Bent Up, for $10. Says thank you. You're very welcome. I appreciate that support, Bent Up. Thank you. And don't forget, all you channel members, you get a free milestone chat every single month. You can let me know how long you've been a member of the Godless Army. I do appreciate those. So I can give you some big W's for how long you've supported the channel. Those are free. You get one free a month.
I have read, fellow panel members and members of the audience, that the one of the most common public perceptions about atheists in the U.S. is that we have no morals. Yeah, that was my reaction too, JL.
It's
Laughter.
so silly.
Or that we hate God.
Yeah.
I think that, quite frankly, amongst the laity and even amongst some enthusiasts of philosophy, metaethics is one of the areas that is least understood. Another one I think would be metaphysics. I think those are probably two of the least understood, again, by strictly the laity and even some philosophy enthusiasts out of all the various areas of philosophy. Those two.
Agreed. I've read 0 books about meta ethics.
I couldn't even define it. I could guess, but
I have them on my reading list. I just haven't gotten around to any of them.
Definitely both Cord Lizard Mage. I was reading the super chat and thanking them for the super chat, so both of those are true. Oh, still don't have any believers coming up. I hope it's not going to be too slow. But what we can do is, let me look this up real quick.
Come on, JL. You know there is a plethora of apologetic content out there to respond to.
yeah, we can probably just put up a video.
Sophisticated and stupid.
I don't know. I'm not sure about sophisticated, but
Do not mistake convolution for sophistication.
No, there are sophisticated apologists out there.
I mean,
Yeah.
as in they use sophisticated arguments, maybe, but then
Well, but
those all-
sophisticated as in they're not stupid. They engage meaningfully. They have meaningful things to say.
it's always the same things, though.
I don't think so. I've met a lot of
No?
apologists who have vastly different approaches.
Okay. I guess those don't really end up.
Not
being very
every
popular.
apologist is a Frank Turek or a William Lane Craig. Name one. I can name more than one. I think Joshua Shijawati is sophisticated. I think people like Rob Coons and Alexander Pruss are pretty sophisticated. I think Joshua Rasmussen is sophisticated. There's even people that like nobody knows that do content online. David Paulman is one of them who I think is sophisticated.
Have you heard of
who is the
Tavo
other one?
Sanabri, Leo?
Tavo Sanabri. Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah.
I think Richard Swinburne is sophisticated. I think Peter Vandenwagen is sophisticated.
So do they have like?
I don't just assume that because somebody is religious or theistic that means they're stupid, dumb idiot who has no good arguments.
Definitely
That's
not.
not the way. And I'm not saying that anybody else is, but that's not the way I look at it. And I often get that from a lot of atheists. So, well, if you're an apologist and you're automatically dumb and stupid and all of your arguments are dumb and stupid and I can refute all of your arguments and that's not how this works. Are there apologists that have really dumb arguments? Yeah. But not every apologist is a fucking Frank Turek. So
Mhm.
I've heard maybe one good argument for God.
What's that?
I don't even know.
Yeah. So Leo, do you have an example of a sophisticated argument from those people?
I think certain contingency arguments are relatively sophisticated. There's new arguments out there. You might hear things like psychophysical harmony or nomological harmony. I think those are relatively sophisticated arguments. And there's probably some first cause style cosmological arguments that are relatively sophisticated too.
Pointing to a god, though, that would be difficult, I think.
Well, I think an argument can be both sophisticated and respectable and still wrong.
Of course. Undoubtedly.
So I know the conversation's kind of started to move on a little bit, but Leo, since you brought it up, let me ask Chat Leo a question. What is your meta-ethical theory? Like, since you're somebody who's actually studied it a little bit, like, what do I need to know about the field? Like, so anything you can impart to me in a efficient span of time, like, I'm interested in.
So I'm what's called a moral anti-realist, and moral realism and moral anti-realism is probably one of the primary divides in contemporary meta-ethics.
Mm-hmm.
So understanding that distinction and understanding it well, I think is a very good place to start. Also, things that I think are important for understanding morality and moral reasoning in general are understanding things like normativity and how normativity relates to rationality and reasoning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely lean anti-realist myself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have no problem making the strong statement, well, some would consider strong, that moral realism just seems incoherent to me. I think any form of normative realism is just incoherent.
That's probably, well, I can only speak for myself, but I see morality as being inherently subjective and inherently emergent. So I don't really see how it could be.
Yeah, it's utterly
Yeah,
stance.
I take a similar view. Morality is intrinsically normative, and norms are intrinsically dependent on stances, which makes morality intrinsically stance dependent, which is exactly what the anti-realist position is. But I would argue that for epistemic norms, moral norms, aesthetic norms, think things like beauty or something like that, axiological or value-based norms, all that stuff. Like that, there is no stance-independent truth to any normative statements whatsoever.
Yeah, it practically makes them subjective, almost tautologically. Like that's how those terms are defined, almost.
I'm looking at the various individuals that I typically cover, and a lot of them are on kind of like interfaith kicks right now, where they're attacking other things like.
Oh yeah, the apologists have been on a big anti-Muslim for probably a good almost year, I think. Like you look at what like Inspiring Philosophy, who's probably one of the bigger. He might not like me using this term, and I'm not using it as a means of disparaging him, but IP, Michael Jones, is probably one of the more popular pop apologists out there right now. I mean, Cameron Bertuzzi, Capturing Christianity's gotten into this a little bit, and then some of the people that orbit those two channels are really on an anti-Muslim kick. And I mean, look, all I can do is speculate. I'm not in their heads, but I think a lot of that has to do with that they don't really have much against the atheist anymore, and so those discussions have sort of fallen out of favor.
It's even worse,
Wow.
Leo. The great irony is that when you watch like Christians and Muslims debating each other, almost always there's a point where either the Christian or the Muslim says to their opponent, well, you sound just like an atheist, because they use all the atheist arguments against the faith they don't believe in, and then they just ignore it and don't apply it to their own faith. It's really funny to watch.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how priors can cloud people's judgment.
Tim Davidson, thank you so much for the super chat for $5. Says, challenge, say phenomenon without going do 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 do. Phenomenon.
Oh, can we talk about that real quick? Because I hear it so often that people use phenomenon and phenomena interchangeably, like without any regard for plurality, and it annoys the shit out of me.
And Tim Davidson, yeah, for $5. Well, I missed this one. Says, I'm waiting for the headline. Apologist apologizes to Apologia. That'll be good.
I love calling him
with you, Tim.
Paulogia, which is how William Lane Craig pronounced it the first time that he interacted with Paulogia.
Paulogia.
He said Paulogia. And it's like, dude,
I mean,
not
that's
only
just-
are you a PhD philosopher and PhD theologian, but you're an apologist, and you didn't catch that joke?
I mean, it's got to be intentional. It's like a running joke among apologists to see how badly they can pronounce his name.
Well, I mean, he pronounces it correctly now. I think that was the only time that he mispronounced it.
I've just seen the clips from various different apologists trying to figure it out. I think it was a bit tongue-in-cheek, but, you know.
Hey, Tim Davidson, I thought it was funny. Okay? I thought the phenomenon. Do, 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 do. Phenomena. Do, 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 do. I think it's funny. I laughed. These guys are all sticks. These guys are all sticks in the mud around
Yeah,
here.
sorry, I'm a joyless fuck. I have more important things to think
Fuck
about.
you. I whistle. I'm so goddamn whimsical.
I can just see you out and about just during the day. I'm so fucking whimsical.
Look at me and all my whimsy.
I make wizard memes. How fucking whimsical is that?
Damn it.
Let me guess, Hosa the Demon. It was the Case for Christ, wasn't it?
Dr. Derek.
Oh,
was
Lee
the guy's
Strobel. Oh, he just found a cash cow to milk. It's very evident.
Yeah. He's not one of the sophisticated ones.
He's the original, bro. I totally used to be an atheist, and then I looked into it and I found out God was totally real, man. Like,
you know what's funny is all the theists that say, "Oh, I used to be an atheist." Like, I do think that at one point they probably maybe weren't like a firm believer in God, but I don't think that most of them were like atheists. Were like, yeah, I don't believe in God. I think that's all silly. I think that they were at best, maybe some sort of like agnostic or something like that, and at worst, like somebody who maybe thought there was a higher power or something like that, and then they used this in this go, I used to be an atheist. Well, did you really?
I saw someone on Reddit today or yesterday who just straight up said, "I used to be an atheist, but I still believed in God."
Fucking painful.
oh my god. Yeah.
It's like I didn't get the chance to ask, but like, what do you think the word means if
Remember
it still involves that?
Remember that for every diagnostic criteria they fail, they succeed for a very different condition.
It reminds me of this time I was at a local punk show, and I saw a guy standing in front of me, and on his left calf he had the anarchy symbol tattooed, and on his right calf he had a Nazi swastika tattooed on it.
Ooh.
And I was so tempted to just lean into his ear and be like, sir, has anybody told you those are opposing ideologies you have tattooed on your calves right there? It's so funny.
I mean, maybe that was the idea, like a dichotomy between the legs.
I love seeing all the stuff from like people who like straight up speak like Mandarin Chinese and all that, who will see tattoos on people and be like out in public, and they'll have their camera on it, flip it back around and be like, do y'all know what that says? That says
Yeah.
butt noodles.
Right.
This person literally has butt noodles in a foreign language tattooed on their fucking body.
They think it says love or peace or something, and they're like,
Yeah, some
actually,
butt noodles.
actually, that says white hooker.
Now,
Hey, you have stupid white person on there, is what you have.
Yeah,
Right.
dude, but it's like I would just love to
Bean
walk up
curd.
to somebody and be like, you know what your tattoo says, right? Oh yeah, it says like peace and love. No, it says fresh bussy. Okay, that's what your tattoo says. That's like, did you realize that? Whoever told you that's what it says was fucking.
I could see
with you.
someone doing that intentionally.
Let me see. I saw Bill. Bill, I see. Good to see you, Bill. Thanks so much for being here. Says morning, lads. Thank you so much, Bill.
Boyle.
Appreciate you hanging out. I did find something that we could take a look at. It's from Dr. Derek.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Good old Dr. Direct.
so today is another day for you to deliberately punch yourself in the face.
I don't think he's going to be bringing up.
What's this one on?
I don't think he's going to bring up Alvin Plantinga in this one.
But wait, there's more.
This one's titled "Will Aliens Destroy Religion?" Which I find intriguing.
Depends where it goes, I guess.
That tattoo says "gullible white person." All right, give me one sec.
I mean, if science fiction teaches us anything, it's that aliens can be plenty religious as well.
Here we go. Desktop, and my desktop is extraordinarily clean.
I like the
now that I know.
Klingons.
Wait, did you get your new PC, Jan?
I did. It is
How's it
sitting right
running?
beside me.
Oh, it's
I'm
not
not
hooked
super
up yet.
familiar with Star
Or is
Trek.
it hooked
I
up?
don't think the Klingons would be very religious, would they?
Profiles.
No,
Increasing
they
speculation
explicitly
about
they
extraterrestrial-
said on record that our gods were too much trouble, so we slaughtered them.
Oh, right.
They were more trouble than they were worth.
Yep.
Ancient Klingon warriors. Our gods are dead. Ancient Klingon warriors slaughtered them. They were more trouble than they were worth.
Yep.
That's where they got the warp drive tech from.
So yeah, this is Dr. Derek. Not a flattering first image. I'll give you that. The title of this one is "Will Aliens Destroy Religion?" And he released this one 2 months ago. So I'm kind of curious where he's going to go with this one.
Yeah, I think I remember the whole shmee-bang that was going on about aliens and religion on Twitter. I think people like fucking Philip Goff were roped into that, and some others. It was interesting.
He also has He has one that says, I ranked every atheist argument, and here's why they're wrong. Which
I would
means-
rather listen to that
think-
one. I don't give a
think-
fuck about aliens. I'm going to be honest. I would much
I think I may have
rather
seen a
listen to
reaction
that
video on
one.
that one.
You know,
That's it. It's your stream. You
It's-
watch whatever
yeah,
video
exactly.
you want. But me personally, I'd rather the atheist argument one than this one. That's just my personal.
because that one seems
Preference.
like deeply problematic.
Here's what.
What,
Oh,
you-
fail.
you're
Okay.
worried?
Fail because because I said so, because my grandma told me that they do.
No, it's wrong because I don't like it.
I could pull this one as well. Sorry, Dr. Derek. Instant dislike. He does look like his tie is a little too tight. Maybe it's the beard. I don't
Yeah.
know. Not 100% sure.
Guys, I'm here to talk to you about the existence of God.
Tim Davidson, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. They dropped the ball with Borg Collective. Borganization was right. Oh, the Borganization.
Look, you're
was right
already
there.
going to jail. Don't push it, mister.
Borganization was right there. Brilliant. Love it. Oh, what the hell? It failed to download?
Oh no.
Nar.
That's
Is
very
that the best
Melbourne. That was
Aussie
very
accent you can
Melbourne
do,
of you.
mate? That was bloody terrible. I know. That's how you do it, mate.
Very Melbourne of you.
Yeah.
Ner,
No.
ner.
What the hell?
Don't get me started on impressions. I'll be doing them all night.
Jay Opus here, just like what the hell, Barry? What the hell, Yante? What the hellaciousness?
Why is it suddenly failing to download?
What are you trying to download?
The atheist
The other
argument
video.
one.
What do you need to download it for? Just share your screen on YouTube.
Because I don't want to give him the view.
Oh my god, dude, are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. I don't give these people
Oh my
views.
god, I don't ever give a shit about that.
I ripped
I'll
their-
give them the view and then go
I mean,
show why everything they said is very, very fucking wrong.
I'll link them. I'll link to let him know that I'm talking about him, but I don't give him views.
How many views does he have?
You won't give them the view, but you'll download the video onto the database of your computer.
Yeah, and then when I'm done,
I'm
when I'm
sorry,
done with it, then when I'm done with it, I delete it.
That makes you feel
But
good when
then-
you do that,
but
doesn't
then-
it?
It
You
does. It
literally-
makes me feel very good. I get a
We just-
slight when I drop that fucker in the recycle bin. I get a slight chub.
You don't drop it in. You straight Kobe it in there,
I'm
don't you?
sure he really feels that, but when you literally redirect all of your audience to the original video, I think the scale of damage is not good for your argument.
Outweighed.
I mean, the way I look at it is, I don't give a fuck about giving them the views or the attention if I think that I am reasonably and cogently responding to the things that they say.
I mean, if you want to express your disapproval, wait, do we have a dislike button anymore, or is it entirely gone? Ah, it's
No,
still
we've
there.
got it. It just doesn't. They removed the counter, which I think was fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
I mean, whatever, I guess. But hey, it's still
Oh.
there. You can click that.
Vesta Freya knows if my husband was a Star Trek character, he would be a Wookiee for various reasons.
I don't want to
that,
know. Those
that hurts so much.
That's a straight to jail.
That's painful.
That might be a guillotine, actually.
Furries have just entered the chat.
Yeah, that's not the only reason.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Chase. Thanks so much for being here. Okay, I'm trying to see if I can get it. If it goes, we're just gonna go with this one. If this one fails again, it shouldn't.
It just-
It'll be entertaining either way.
I didn't know Leo just hates the idea of aliens.
I know everybody else
I
on
mean-
stage pretty well.
No, I
Sector,
don't-
I haven't talked to you before.
I mean, I want to hear about space
how do I
Jesus, to be
pronounce your
honest.
name?
I just don't really care about aliens and their relation to theism. Like, that's just boring. I don't fucking care.
Sorry, whose name? My name?
Yeah.
Oh, Seiryoku.
Well, it's just fun to see
Yoku.
Yeah.
just fun to see the deep cope when it comes to aliens, or the concept of them. Good. Oh, dang. No, I thought I got that fly. Did I get him? No, I didn't.
Well, given the rest of his argumentation from the last time we saw him, I believe this first recourse would be they would just change the relationship of what they understood from Scripture.
Obviously.
See, they like hermeneutics has
Why?
a way of like doing backflips, of just going, oh well, we'll just find a way to harmonize everything. Don't worry.
It's not like anyone expected them to admit they would be wrong, right?
Good to see you, Musashi. Thanks so much for being here. And we've got time. If we get someone up on stage, obviously we will make room for a believer to come up on stage. But until then, let's see what he's got.
With the U.S. government's release of the UFO files and increasing speculation
that's
about
the
extraterrestrial
reason.
intelligence, theologians and religious leaders have been scrambling as we approach the moment where religion will finally become obsolete. Or so
they
we're told.
actually?
That's true? Then why is the Vatican looking for them? Why has the Pope suggested that we baptize Martians? Apparently the Church has thought a lot longer about this than we give them credit for. So what have they said through the centuries about the possibility of alien life? And what does this mean for Christian doctrines that we hold precious, like salvation?
Okay. Oh, hang on a second. So Javer says, under YouTube's term service, playing another creator's video, even as commentary, with the express intent of preventing them from getting their own views, is not fair use.
Huh. Fair enough. I guess
It's fair use if I'm doing commentary and I link back to them.
that might be.
Last I check, because I'm still providing commentary on their deal and I'm still giving them credit. Because I link them in the description. I link back to the video in the description.
Yeah, but
So-
you're missing the other caveat there.
That they're not getting a view off of it.
With the expressed intent of preventing them from getting their own views.
Well, that's
And you straight up said live on stream that you download the video so they don't get the view.
well,
I'm
they don't
I'm
get
just
his
saying.
view, right? He's still getting views from the link.
Yeah, it doesn't get my view.
Yeah.
It'd be
what
like
I'm-
it'd be like
I guess if the stream, we'll either get sniped or we won't.
Yeah.
We'll find out, won't we? Only time will tell.
On what Derek is saying, right?
Oh, he says, yeah.
Have they actually been? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, he says, yeah, if you link back, you should be good. I just wouldn't say that part out loud. I may have said the quiet part out loud. I may have. But I did the same shit with the James Tour Dave Farina debate.
He
And I
meant
didn't
in
run into-
Minecraft, you guys.
Yeah, but you probably didn't say it out
say,
loud then, did you?
say
No,
psych,
I did it.
JL.
I did. I
Okay.
straight up said at the beginning of the stream before the debate started, if you're watching it here, I am not streaming this from Farina's.
Right.
I'm not streaming this from Tour's platform because I was like, what I was doing was I was streaming it directly from Tour's platform, so the only view he got was from me, so that other people wouldn't have to go to his platform because his platform was the only one that was airing it. And
Yeah, I
was
think
like,
that might be a no-go on the.
and I was like, I'm
Terms
gonna stream it live on my channel, so I'll be the only one giving him a view, and I did it specifically so other people didn't have to go to his channel. So
But yeah, what Derek is saying, is that actually true? Like, have there been discussions among the church?
I've heard amongst Catholics, yes, that they have had discussions is like, what would take place if we found intelligent life elsewhere, or if intelligent life contacted us? Like, what would that say about our notions about a God entity and our relationship with that God entity if we are
And
not
was
the
it-
only things out there?
And was it actually incentivized by Disclosure Day? Or is it more like something that has been going on for a while?
I think for a bit.
Than we give them credit for. So what have they said through the centuries about the possibility of alien life? And what does this mean for Christian doctrines that we hold precious, like salvation, Adam and Eve, and even demons?
Oh, God.
Oh, please, God, no. Don't tell me he's going to do the aliens or just actually demons argument. Please, for the love of fucking God. Oh, fuck.
What
Jesus
counts
fucking
as an
Christ, Here we
alien?
go.
First of all, we're not talking about the History Channel's Ancient Aliens conspiracy. The idea that angelic manifestations and miracles performed here on Earth were really just extraterrestrials with advanced technology. It's a fun idea.
get
to
it
think
the other
about.
way
That's
around,
not
dude.
entirely. That's not entirely what the ancient astronaut theory is. it said a majority of human technology that we have today was not developed by humans, but was delivered to us by like a bunch of aliens a long time ago, bro.
Yeah.
I think anybody
weird
that thinks that
ties to
aliens have
white
ever actually
supremacy.
contacted humans is just really. I think you're silly. I think you're
I mean-
silly, and I don't think you understand much about cosmology.
It sounds
Because-
like what he's going for is not so much that aliens are angels, but that angels are. Oh, sorry, not that angels are aliens, but that aliens are angels. As in, like, if there ever were like extraterrestrial visitors, then they would be angels or demons. That sounds like what he's going for.
I think I heard that in a movie once. For years, we thought the attack would come from below. It came from the sky. So, or some shit like that.
Wait, who thought the attack would come from below?
Because we're like, you know, like the end of the world, like demons and shit. We
Ah.
thought they would come from beneath, but they came from the sky.
Right, okay.
It's just not worth our time. We're here to do some serious philosophy and theology to see whether Christian theism can
Fair
accommodate alien life and not do historical revisionism. And there's still a lot of ground to cover. You will be discussing some really weird things, like whether there can be an alien Jesus. Guys, this is super
there we go.
weird. I don't know what to think about it. But notice how this fits our methodology. Can Christian theism accommodate alien life? The truth is, the idea of a multiplicity of worlds or planets is a classical theological debate. In what are known as the condemnations of 1277, Bishop Etienne Tompier condemned the idea that God couldn't make multiple worlds because this would limit God's infinite creative power. Then, in the 15th century, philosopher-theologians like Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa were all
How does that even make sense? That making multiple worlds would limit the god's creative power?
No, not being able to make multiple.
Oh, not
worlds.
being able to. Oh, okay. So this being the only. Okay, I got you. So it could make as many worlds as it wants.
He
Okay, I
must
got
be
you.
he must be able to make multiple worlds because
Right.
otherwise it would be limiting his power.
I just wanted to say that Chase Teaches Physics has it right. You either don't understand relativity or you really need to explain the logistics to me if you want me to believe that aliens have visited.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard bridge to divide or to cover.
Juggernaut Jerry says,
Hard
"What if the
to fight
aliens
bridge
we
to the
find are
world.
like the aliens from the movie Signs? Can the Catholics truly baptize them without causing a universal incident?" Good point. Excellent point.
already speculating about life on other planets. And much more recently, you may be familiar with Richard Dawkins suggesting the panspermia hypothesis, the idea that our DNA was
didn't come up with
seeded
that.
on this planet by an advanced extraterrestrial race.
Yeah, that I don't think he's ever like advanced that as something that he holds to. He is, I mean, he's spoken
Shower
about it,
thought.
but it's like that's an idea that's out there. But I don't think, I don't think he holds to it. So Oat Milk,
Yeah.
good to see you. Thanks so
I'm
much
sure
for
he
being here,
talked
bud.
about it.
And MC Time, good to see you as well. I'm not saying it was aliens, but
Now, this panspermia hypothesis actually completely fails to disprove God, but we'll get to that in a minute. Now, before this whole aliens thing,
he kind of just ran through that. So,
To be fair, I don't think panspermia is like meant to disprove God in any way.
No.
yeah, it's not.
Well, it disproves
Genesis.
creation myths. Yeah.
Well, sure. I mean, okay, I can't say this with certainty, but I hope that people that take Genesis seriously are in the minority of religious people.
Sorry, bud.
I think it depends on where you're at.
Maybe.
Hey, Andrew, are you there?
Yep.
I'm going to hand you the reins really quick. I just got a message from somebody that I have to respond to. So I'm going to step aside for just a moment, let you continue on with this.
All good.
And I have the other one. I have the one that Leo is actually interested in because we want to make sure that the stage is, maximally interesting to Leo. So I do have that one on deck.
Oh, okay.
Look at him nodding over there like, damn right, bitch.
Just more evidence that JL is secretly a vigilante, you guys. I've been on this
And-
train for a while now.
And Tim Davidson for $5, thank you so much. Says, I thought panspermia was the idea of the pan-galactic sperm whale. Let's say arriving life on different planets. Fucking love it. Giving nightmares of Christian aliens and shit. Now say 3 Hail Marys and apologize. Definitely MC Time. All right. And Skeptic Philosophy, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. Andrew, take the reins. Be right back.
You got it. Let's go see what this guy's got.
Can be an actual interesting theological issue, there are certain parameters that need to be in place. First, how smart are we talking? Are we talking microbes on Mars or type 3 civilization on the Kardashev scale? To be of serious interest to, or
Well, I don't think
problems
bacteria
for
are
Christian
making a journey to
theology,
Earth anytime soon.
Yeah, it kind of need to be the latter, doesn't it?
You need a civilization capable of interstellar travel through whatever means they happen to engage in interstellar travel.
Which I think is at least tier 3.
Well, that would make bacteria, based on the idea of like what we've seen actually present on meteors so far that have landed. The idea could, single cell
I
life
suppose
actually could single cell life,
it would still
form
be relevant, right?
on
'Cause you'd
something
have to
flying through
wonder,
space.
like if you're holding to that God designed all life everywhere, then you have to wonder why he'd bother putting bacteria on rocks.
Don't worry, they love blank checks. You don't have to account for anything afterwards.
Yeah, the thing with the what is it
Aliens
called, the
would have to be
Kardashev scale, whatever the fuck it is that I don't think a species could ever harness like the power of a galaxy. Just what the fuck does that even mean? I don't get it. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I don't.
It
what-
means Dyson spheres around the sun, Leo. It means
At least. It means a
Uh,
lot
Yeah, but
more
that's
than
like
that.
It
harnessing
means
the power of your
harnessing-
star. I'm talking
yeah.
about the whole
That's
whole
like tier
galaxy.
2.
I don't understand what whole
So many orders of magnitude higher than tier 2. It's like
I think to make a
unbelievable.
statement like that, you have to be so unaware of what the fuck a galaxy is and
Yeah.
the scale on which they exist that like you did what?
Okay, so let's just find out which scale of ridiculous he's going to go down with this.
or above the level of human rationality. Second, what about those classic gray aliens that we see at Roswell? Or reports of alien abductions?
That we
Some
see
say
at
those
Roswell.
are demonic. In such cases where contact isn't definitively physical, like a mothership landing in Times Square, we don't have a lot to go off of. I will say that theologically speaking, these non-definitive cases where we're not sure contact has been made, assuming they're legitimate, it's possible that these could be explained by demonic activity. But I don't know how possible, and I won't hang my hat on it. But this is beside
What?
the point, because
I told you. That's what he was going for.
Yeah, he was gonna say, "Oh, the extraterrestrials could be demons." Oh,
it's not possible to explain anything with demonic activity. You fuckwit.
Now,
The aliens,
now,
they're
the
just
best
spooky
part
ghosts.
is the non-committal factor he went for, because apparently he won't hang his hat on it, which also means he's not explaining anything. He's just going, I don't know, it could work.
Maybe.
So, yeah.
assume that we're more interested in potential definitive contact, or absent that, some sort of positive evidence of actual intelligent alien life. Don't sleep on this idea of demons, though, because for anyone thinking that
Here we
Christianity
go.
can't accommodate extraterrestrial intelligence, we already have a category for that: angels and demons. Third, let's say a physical alien does land. Does it have a soul? You see, angels and demons don't
Very
have
important.
bodies, but aliens do.
Well, I would assume if
wanna
it has
weigh in
consciousness,
here.
it does.
Yeah,
Don't
I
you have
want
to
to
have
weigh.
consciousness or have a soul to have consciousness?
I want to weigh in here. No, because nothing has a soul because souls aren't real.
Of course.
I don't think that quite works for this guy because he just said that angels and demons don't even have bodies. So, like, what else is left?
Oh, if they also, unlike most animals, if they also have a soul. Again, in order to be of serious interest to or cause problems for Christian theism, they would need a rational soul, capable of apprehending universal truths and making moral choices. If they have that, they are made in the imago Dei, the image of God. Christianity makes no claims against them existing. Finding them just means finding our cosmic neighbors, other contingent creatures made by the same creator. But since the Bible never says anything about aliens,
And here comes the argument from silence factor.
Why would the Bible? Why?
The same
Well,
reason
if
the
you-
Bible doesn't say all of the things it doesn't say, because it didn't say them.
we still have a lot of questions. At this point, you might be wondering what progress we could even make, since the Bible never says anything about aliens. Well, on the one hand, the Bible isn't a scientific textbook. Just because it doesn't mention something doesn't mean nothing doesn't exist, and it doesn't somehow invalidate the Bible. For example, the Bible doesn't mention pocket watches or Antarctica. I mean,
Yep.
That's
We're
a good
down
point.
to-
You should follow that point to see where it leads.
My guess would be Antarctica,
Great point.
or directly up his posterior, which is where his head is firmly buried.
even though those things exist. That's fine. That's not the purpose of the Bible. The purpose of the Bible is to be God's revelation to mankind.
Okay, now we've just made our first conflation. He's imposing a purpose upon the Bible. So that's exterior for one thing, but the idea of a purpose versus the question about whether the consistency of the messaging actually aligns with the new discovery is another matter. So he's just topic shifted entirely here. So we've gone to category errorville.
You also have to
Andrew,
kind of.
do you think demonic activity could explain how his head got inserted in his own posterior? Like maybe a demon came up and just like Ouroboros him and just boop, like
the question is, according
Legoed
to
it right on there.
Okay, depends how you're asking that. You're asking that in terms of a particular theology that's already established, or are you expecting me to invent said theology?
The former.
Oh, okay.
I mean, hey, if these
I'm not
aliens
familiar-
can bend space.
I'm not familiar with the exact scope that's on documentation so far. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he's going with the purpose of the Bible idea, then like, is he going to say that that anything that we have in the Bible is all that God wants us to know about? Because if that's the case, then you might as well stop talking about aliens, right? Because clearly God wasn't interested in telling us about them.
No, because this is kind of, I think, exegetical is the correct term for this, where basically he's imposing, the second you try to talk about a message from the Bible, those things are derived. Those are created in the mind of the reader, okay? Because books don't have purpose. We derive purpose from text.
I could arguably say that the writer might have a purpose for the book.
That may be true, but of course, trying to glean that, this is also where you're imposing your own view to try to find out what theirs is, so that you can try to pass the buck on to them. So that's just ripe for all sorts of, let's just say, less than fair play. So he's already pushing the wrong buttons here, and he's already done a category error. Let's see how far down the rabbit hole he goes.
And give us guidance on faith and morals. On the other hand, since the Bible is silent on aliens, this leaves a lot of room for speculation, so long as we make our speculations without contradicting what we do know the Bible tells us. We're going to proceed this way. Whatever the Bible says, because we're starting from theology, we affirm. But we don't affirm things that the Bible does not say and say it came from the Bible. We're also using science, assuming that we find alien life, to say positive things about the reality of aliens. Now, from those starting points, we can gather what might be the possibilities theologically. So let's start off with an incredibly difficult topic: alien salvation.
Space Jesus.
Could he become an alien?
As in how he became human, I suppose.
Well, no, that'd be the reverse, apparently, because apparently the alien became human.
Well, I mean, technically he was an alien before he became human, right?
Well, that would depend. Well, since he's supposed to be God, the question is God an alien functionally?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't he be?
Well,
Technically?
under the strictest sense, he can't be from this world if he created this world, correct?
Right? Yeah.
So I guess in the strictest sense. But yeah, this I do not
But
have
okay.
for the remaining 10 minutes of this video.
As charitably as I can, I think what he means is, could Jesus incarnate as a different life form on a different planet?
It upsets me to no end. The word charitable doesn't imply actually hammering somebody with a chair, WWE style.
I'm sorry.
I know. the struggle is real. And howdy, Tony. Doing well tonight?
Hello, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
I think we skipped across an important theological matter, didn't we?
That he put on the table?
Yes, that he put on the table. He put on the table that in order to be made in the image of God, one had to have a consciousness capable of assessing moral conundrums, right?
A soul specifically, but yeah.
Yeah, so that means that Adam and Eve weren't created in the image of God because
Right.
they weren't
that's a good
capable
point.
of assessing moral.
Explicitly?
They weren't. Yes, they explicitly weren't, as created, capable of that task. So
I think he
as
did.
created-
Sorry, I think he did mention in the video something about like, hey, how would the Adam and Eve story like transcribe to the alien life? Like, would they have to have a similar event, like Adam and Eve event? So
Well,
maybe he'll just look at that.
But he's making a comment about Christian theology. The point that he's
Yes.
making, his standard for whether or not somebody is created in the image of God, under that standard, Adam and Eve were not created in the image of God. But the Bible says that they were.
Okay, I might give a potential caveat here to the idea of being created with the potential for X, as opposed to having it as an initial starting point. It's like saying, like think about when genetically biological male versus female expression takes place, right?
Mhm.
It's like you don't have it at the very, very start, but the expression will happen. So,
But for humans, it wasn't intrinsic, right?
It's about potential more than starting with the actual. It's having potential inherently.
But for Adam and Eve, it had to come from an external source. It wasn't something that they possessed and that they could like grow into. It had to come from the tree.
Well, now this is again where they go down the slippery slope of how many different ways can you run into the same sort of thing. Is there more than one, road to Rome? But then again, we're now arguing like Harry Potter.
Yeah.
True.
So just to be fair, let's just see how ridiculous his direction is going to go.
Okay.
It's like one way or the other. Becoming an alien. Let's see if he even gets the direction right.
Now, the mere existence of aliens doesn't challenge God as the creator of the cosmos. I mean, it's possible that God could exist exactly as we humans understand him to exist. That would be just a philosophical argument we could get into. I see that the real theological quandary boils down to salvation. I mean, the skeptic could ask, if aliens exist, did Jesus have to die for them too, or are they just doomed? But what the skeptic doesn't realize is that classical theology already kind of has a schema or a map for this. This is what prompted Pope Francis to allude to the possibility of baptizing Martians. And Brother Guy Consolmagno, the astronomer and director of the Vatican Observatory, also said that he would baptize an alien if they requested it, saying
That's so
any
profoundly
entity,
arrogant.
no matter how many tentacles it has.
Like, imagine thinking that you have to step in to save the aliens rather than just them having their own sort of system to baptize each other.
However, we still haven't gotten to the Jesus becoming an alien.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to
True,
find
yeah.
out if he actually plans this.
It seems that this statement on screen here contradicts something that Direct himself said earlier, because he said animals don't have souls earlier. And it seems that this
He said
statement
that
here
some
is
animals
affirming.
don't have souls.
Oh well, I guess.
Well, I
it's a
mean,
question
I guess in a sense that humans are animals, but he seemed to be directly implying that non-human animals do not have souls.
I think he
which
said
seems to be in
something
stark
about most.
disagreement with.
Well, I think it's more of a contradiction to the idea.
Well, regardless of whether it was most or all,
Right.
this statement, regardless, is in
Contradictory.
contrast with that statement. This
Well,
seems to be implying that literally any entity that I'm assuming is capable of some level of relatively complex thought has a soul.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who this quote
Yeah,
is from, but this entity is a pretty freaking broad term, right? Like
The
any
guy who
entity?
runs the astronomy place at the Vatican, that's who this is.
Is a black hole an entity? I think it is.
Well, now we're going to
Well,
find out.
strictly speaking, yeah.
the bigger problem we're going to end up having is we're going to be contrasting our content creators' words with this person's words, which will end up equivocating at some point.
Yeah.
So, but this does run a little contrary to the idea that maybe those things don't have souls. So we don't know about that yet.
Really quick before we dive back in, good to see you, Confuzzled, and good to see you, Primordial Puggles. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you hanging out with us today. And I see Illusion V001 is in the chat. Formulating hypotheses and using one's imagination or capabilities reserved for beings with a more advanced level of brain function, not water buffaloes or horses. There was a previous comment that Illusion made that atheism will send human civilization back to the Stone Age. And good to see you, Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist. Thanks so much for being here as well. It says, what is this nonsense? Atheist Boomer, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for hanging out. And so, Illusion, if you have something you'd like to present, we'd like to have you up on stage. So you're more than welcome to click the link that is pinned in the side chat and come on up to explain what you mean by how atheism will lead humanity back to the Stone Age, which seems funny to me.
No. Oh, no. Oh, shit, that's not good.
Well, that's funny because it brought us out of the Stone Age. So, sure. I do know the quote that's paraphrased from, of course. Yeah, it's like I don't know what weapons World War III will be fought with, but World War IV will be fought with stones.
Einstein was that, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Nifty, and doesn't do anything for us. So,
and also, thank you, Tim Davidson, for the $5. Says, now I'm picturing Ellen Ripley, alien white shirt tie. Do you have time to discuss our queen and how her love bursts forth from your bosom? Yes, thank you. Appreciate that, Tim Davidson. Tim Davidson for $2 says, God is an EET, an extremely extraterrestrial.
Nice.
Thank you, Tim Davidson, for the super chats. Troy Bruns, good to see you as well. Alien says aliens or life anywhere other than Earth is kind of a problem for Genesis believers. Agreed. And good to see you, Tony Regime. Robin Webster as well. Good to see you both. Thanks so much for being here. Illusion says atheism destroys the capacity for logic, emotion, and imagination. Atheism will turn humans back into monkeys.
Oh, so this person isn't actually serious. Okay,
that's not how evolution works.
That's not serious. So I will say this. Illusion, if you have something to present, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. If you're just here to say like weirdo nonsense that is just complete garbage, the mods will end up handling you. Just giving you a heads up. So,
hey JL,
just letting you know.
JL, do you know why the Titanic sank?
Why did the Titanic sink, Leo?
Fucking those goddamn atheists and their fucking icebergs. Always with the icebergs, man. I don't know what their problem is.
Fantastic.
Hey, Leo, do not knock the Titanic, okay? It is an engineering marvel. For instance, did you know to this very day, its pool is still full?
Wow.
Checkmate.
All right.
I'm not sure that the Titanic had a pool, so I'm going to require a fact check on that.
Trust me, it has one now.
Oh, okay, it has one now. All right.
What would we say that the Titanic was converted into a pool?
I'm either right or I'm right. Just pick which direction you want it to be.
Illusion says all advanced civilizations always rely on hypotheses and imagination. Money, culture, tourism. Monkeys don't need vacations or money. Okay, like I said, the mods will handle you if you're just gonna be in the chat saying nonsensical shit. So just give me a heads up.
Responding to anything.
Were you guys aware of this? There was a fascinating experiment with parrots. Did you guys hear about it?
I did not.
So they imposed money on parrots. Like the parrot, they gave the parrots money, and the parrots could spend it buying treats. And they got the parrots used to this. And then they give one parrot lots of money, and the other parrot no money. And what happened was the parrot with lots of money just gave half of its money to the other parrot.
That's cool.
So, what they expected was resource hoarding, right? And
Or
that's
stealing,
not what
maybe.
that's or stealing. But what they ended up with was communism. Like,
They ended up with wealth
Social
wealth
security.
redistribution. I love it. Even
So
even the Corvids have figured it out.
well, they're not Corvids. They're
Or
parrots.
sorry, the bird. Yeah, the bird. So
By the
but-
way,
Avians.
Mhm.
I was obsessed with the Titanic in grade school. So I can fact check that. Yes, the Titanic had one pool. It was a heated saltwater pool.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
It's a cool saltwater pool now.
Well, it's
Very, very cold saltwater pool.
And Tim Davidson, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, to the lobsters in the kitchen, the Titanic
you.
sinking was a miracle. All hail lobster god. That's cold blooded. Oh,
Yeah.
What a blue blood.
Oh, I love it. All right.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all know that. Little fun fact about lobsters for you is that they have blue blood, and that's because the chemical that makes blood red in humans is hemoglobin. They have a different chemical called hemocyanin.
Oh yeah. Well, did you know?
It's
what the
not
leading-
called
do you know
hemo.
what
It's
the-
called
Do you know what the leading cause of death in
Isn't
lobsters
it myoglobin or something?
Myoglobin
The
is
hema. The
what
hema
hemoglobin's
means
made of.
iron. So if it doesn't have iron in it, it's not hema anymore.
Yeah, but are you familiar with what the leading cause of death in lobsters is?
What's that?
Festivals. You're welcome.
That's a good one.
So I just shared in the chat the link to that the link to that study about parrots and their
Nice.
use of
Communism. Check.
Yeah,
Uh,
primordial puggles bring us it says hemocyanin, like horseshoe crabs. But I know that
Yeah.
horseshoe crabs don't have red blood. I know that. I've known that for a while.
Is it actually called hemocyanin, or would it be more like cyaglobin or something?
well, I don't think
The
it
last
uses
I read
cyanide,
it was
so I don't know where
hemocyanin.
it would be
but-
cupro, wouldn't it be cuproglobin or something?
Oh yeah.
Hemocyanin is a large copper-containing protein that floats freely in the fluid of many mollusks and arthropods to
Okay.
carry oxygen. It is clear
Okay.
when it has no oxygen, but turns deep blue when it binds with oxygen, which gives animals like
He-
octopuses.
Hemocyanin uses copper instead of
Yeah.
iron.
Yeah. So
which
does
gives
the
animals
hemo
like
not stand for
octopuses,
copper or
crabs,
iron?
and snails blue blood.
Yeah, I think, Tony, this is a classic example of scientists naming something kind of wrong, but because it's the first name they gave it, it stuck.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well, that's confusing.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. Like with woolly mammoths, they didn't actually have wool.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
it was more like
it's-
fake fur.
You see this like all the fucking time in physics. Most people are familiar with Schrodinger's wave equation, except if you wanted to get technical, it's not actually a wave equation.
Right.
It's more a flow equation. It describes how the wave function sort of flows as time goes on. So that's a bit simplistic, but it makes the point.
I think most people are just not familiar with it at all.
Interesting. There is a condition, a rare medical condition in humans called sulfhemoglobinemia. Sulfhemoglobinemia, which causes sulfur atoms to bind to hemoglobin in natural, which causes the blood to take on a greenish pigment.
Yeah,
Ew.
that's interesting. I didn't mean for us to go down such a deep tangent about this, but it's cool. I learned some stuff.
I do want to say, though, that while we are on a tangent about this, my blood is not red. My blood is gold because it isn't blood, it's ichor.
Okay, Leo. You mentioned earlier, Leo, too. You might find this interesting. A hemoglobin is actually just 4 myoglobins stuck together. In case you didn't know that.
I knew that they were related somehow. I didn't know.
Yeah.
And New Blue Galaxy is apparently doing the same thing. Apparently, it's probably a sock account. Atheism only damages human logic and mentality, which is just
It's just not
nonsense.
serious.
So, yeah, not serious. Unserious people.
You can't be serious, right?
Yeah, exactly. They're not.
Wow, what timing.
The wreck is bashing y'all in the chat now. Jesus.
God damn, he's
I may have to
paying
clip. I
attention.
may have to clip that and use that in the future. You
Are
can't
you
be
serious?
serious.
Or you can't be serious.
Well, to be fair, our commenter in the side chat said it with a period, and at least our good doctor over here said it with a question mark.
Has a soul. You can't be serious, right? Well, this scenario isn't the only possibility. In Catholic understanding, there are really just 5 logical possibilities. Number 1, they are unfallen. Just like C.S. Lewis explored in his Space Trilogy, they exist in a state of grace. They never rebelled, they don't experience moral evil, and so they don't need a savior. Notice that this doesn't preclude us still needing a savior because we did rebel and fall. Number 2, the cosmic Christ. This is where they fell, but the single historical event of Christ's crucifixion and resurrection applies to the whole universe.
So, Tony, is this the Christ? Whoa! Savior of the universe. down.
Pretty much a film I've never seen, but I can.
I'm sure this joke has been told on this channel before, but it's so reminding me of it. I just have to bring it up again. The joke about aliens finally landing on the Earth and we're getting to know each other. And we ask if they know Jesus. And they're like, Jesus, we love that guy. He comes by every year. And we give him lots of chocolates because the first time he showed up, we gave him great chocolates. And what did you guys give him the first time he showed up?
Tim Davidson, thank you for the $2 super chat. So the British Royals were just aquatic arthropods. Does that track, Tony?
It does track, yes. That's
They just are just aquatic arthropods.
And by the way, Derek mentions that the aliens might be unfallen, right? But then it sort of begs the question why, like, did God just make a mistake when making humans, making them,
I think they would just appeal to free will here, probably.
And Cord Lizard Mage has a very important question here. So Brian Blessed is an apostle. Apparently he is. For those who haven't, for those who are familiar with Flash Gordon, with the actual film.
well, I think anybody who's punched the Dalai Lama in the face.
I wish of all the fantastical scenarios I wish I could see, it would be a fight between Brian Blessed and Oliver Reed.
Right.
I think that it needs to start out as a drinking contest and then turn into an outright brawl, like in a bar. I would like to see that between Brian Blessed and Oliver Reed. It would be amazing.
Would be amazing. He's but apparently Brian Blessed has boxed the Dalai Lama. So
nice.
The idea that he's punched the Dalai Lama in the face, that's got to be worth bonus points, certainly.
It's because the commonly understood notion in Christian theology where Christ's sacrifice redeems all of creation. Now, the obvious skeptical objection here we could call the South Sea Island problem. How can an alien species trillions of miles away ever know anything about a localized crucifixion here on Earth? The Catholic answer here is simple. As we've explored in previous videos, is the doctrine of invincible ignorance. God binds himself to the sacraments, but he's not bound by the sacraments. Number 3, a distinct economy of salvation. This is where they fell, but because they have a distinct physical nature, God interacts with them through a different covenant, the details of which are unbeknownst to us. What do you mean God could have given
Leo, this is all just coming off as cope to me.
Well, he's already presuming they fell somehow. If their lineage is somehow separate from Adam and Eve, how are they culpable? Because it was Adam and Eve's descendants.
Well, they would have to have fallen separately, right, for their own reasons.
So at that point, so their failure gets to inherit another group's failure as a solution.
Yeah.
That makes
Yeah,
perfect sense.
I just want to point out that unbeknownst is the wrong word.
And I'm still waiting to find out.
It's just unknown. It's unknown to us. Unbeknownst doesn't fit in that sentence, in fact.
And holy shit, yeah, Brian Blessed apparently punched. Well, the story is that he punched a polar bear in the face.
Wow.
He says that during an expedition to the magnetic North Pole, a polar bear tore into his tent at night while he was sleeping. Reacting on instinct, he yelled loudly and struck the bear directly on the nose. He claims that the loud noise and the punch startled the bear enough to make it run away, and he maintains he did it to save the animal's life because other team members wanted to shoot it.
And they totally corroborated this, I'm sure.
There is no independent confirmation of the event, leading many to wonder if the tale is heavily exaggerated for comedic and dramatic effect.
For those who couldn't tell, that was my
choose to believe.
sarcasm voice.
But because of his legendary status, his larger-than-life persona, his immense booming voice, and genuine extreme adventuring background, such as reaching the magnetic North Pole on foot and attempting Everest, many fans do treat it as an absolute fact.
But to get back to his to Derek's point, I think the idea is that if God would make like humanity in such a way that the fall was inevitable, then it wouldn't make any sense to have any other intelligent life that wouldn't be for like that a fall wouldn't be inevitable. Then you would be wondering why it would be inevitable for us. Yeah, sure, free will, but then doesn't free will apply to the aliens?
Unfortunately, Tony had to bounce out for a moment. I think he was having a coughing fit. So,
Aliens a completely different religion than what's in the Bible? Maybe. Wait, but wouldn't that accidentally prove that all religions here on Earth are equally valid? No, actually. We'll come back to that question.
They couldn't all equally be valid.
Can all be equally invalid, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Or multiple incarnations. Did God the Son become a Martian on Mars? Interestingly, St. Thomas.
Well, okay, no, we gotta pump the fucking brakes on this one here. So,
well, this is where
the thing is, right? So we've got the Father, we've got the Son, and we've got the Holy Spirit, the Trinity, and the Son is a distinct person in the Trinity. So. Is it no longer a trinity if there's multiple distinct suns?
Well, it doesn't have to
for
be
multiple different
sun,
species
right?
on a bunch of different planets all over the universe? How does this bear on the Trinity? That's what I want to know.
Maybe Jesus went to Mars first, and then he went back to heaven, and then he came back down to Earth.
Does it just become the Father, the Sons, and the Holy Spirit?
No. Jesus is born again.
Yeah. It's just the same guy in different
Clearly.
planets.
Oh, what a shitty existence.
We could just rename Christianity at that point to Yahweh and Sons Incorporated.
What a shitty existence.
I mean,
to be
you said
born
the
on
jail.
a planet, to be born on a planet, to get killed, to be resurrected on some other planet, to be killed, to be resurrected on another planet. That's like his life is just he dies here and then he pops up or he gets born on some other world in the universe,
Just
goes
do
through
it
the
all
same
over
fucking
again,
rigmarole and then gets killed and then shows up again. It's just a constant cycle of just birth and just
You know,
Jail,
sacrifice.
the only difference between that and the actual story is that it only happened once. But like that is the only purpose of Jesus, right? Is to be incarnated and to be killed for our sins.
and
That is
Tony,
his entire
Yep.
raison d'etre.
Tony points out, yeah. So the aliens have capital punishment as well. Apparently.
Argues that this is logically and metaphysically possible for God the Son to assume more than one nature. However, theologians like 15th century William of Orlong argued that this is unfitting for God because it requires more than one sacrifice, and Christ died once for all. Number 5 is that they are fallen and unredeemed. This is similar to fallen angels who became demons. This I include because it exhausts the logical possibilities, but we can confidently cross it off the board because it's just inconsistent with Christian theology. If these physical beings have
Okay, operating from the foundation that Christian theology is correct in everything that's saying. I get it. So
wills that can be mutable and changeable.
this is not for non-believers not made for non-believers to. Yeah, this is specifically for his audience to kind of reconcile this shit. Yeah.
one can conform to God's goodness, then leaving them without any path to redemption would violate God's goodness and mercy. So realistically, we're left with just the first 4 logical possibilities. But notice the common thread. God's glory is not restricted to earth. The classical framework remains in place. Each of these speculative scenarios is entirely consistent with revealed Christian theology here on earth. Now we're going to talk about original sin here in a sec, and panspermia, which is such a weird word, but do me a favor and don't forget to subscribe. I appreciate you.
Ew, it sounds naughty.
Ooh, it's
Now,
got
prominent atheists
sperm
like
in
Richard
it.
Dawkins have famously suggested that if life on Earth was designed, then it was seeded by an extraterrestrial race, not God. It's almost as if this is supposed to be some definitive checkmate, but it just kicks the can
What?
down the
No.
road. It's the exact same.
It isn't. it's
It's
a
not-
shower thought. It's like a well, could be, I guess.
It's kind of like just the idea that the basic building blocks of life can form elsewhere and may have come here, just like, you know, because we find them on meteorites, especially that one that fell in Australia that someone brought up on the last stream.
Murchison meteorite. Yep.
Murchison meteorite, right?
Well, there's versions of it that suggest that the entire process of abiogenesis happened off-world, right? And that the actual single-cell organisms arrived via asteroids. But, like, even then, it's not supposed to be a checkmate against God. It's just like okay, well, I guess it's possible.
Same epistemic failure that we see with the History Channel's Ancient Aliens conspiracy theories.
Oh
Even if
no,
Ken
inconsistencies with ancient aliens. The bar is too high.
That's a real conundrum.
This bar is so high.
So the guy who is talking about The Walking Dead is critiquing the guy talking about aliens. So, do you know what we have here right now? Considering he's Catholic, we're literally watching Alien versus Predator. Okay, this is where we're at. This is not the one you thought you signed on for, but here we are.
Brenta, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
It's Brent A. Brent. I got corrected on it, so now all of you two are as well.
Okay, Brent A. How about Brent? Brent will work. Okay, Brent.
Might start calling him B Rent.
B Rent.
Phallic manifestations or religious experiences in the Bible were just aliens with advanced technology interacting with terrestrial humans. Well, then, who made the aliens? Who seeded their planet? The cosmological argument would still apply. An alien race is what's called a secondary cause. Philosophers like Thomas Aquinas would have no problem with God using an alien race to seed life on a planet. Why? Well, because the alien race would be the secondary cause for life, and God would still be required as the ultimate cause. And a secondary biological cause still requires an uncaused, necessary first cause to sustain life in its own very existence. Biology can't replace ontology. Now you might ask, well, wouldn't that...
But we can beg the question and just assume a first cause is required and just casually continue on.
I mean, we're fully departing from, like, the Bible.
Oh yeah, because we're operating within their framework. Like I said, this video is not done to be critiqued by non-believers. It's just a way to try and help his audience like reconcile the idea, like how the church has done this, or like whatever he's
Right, but he's arguing from a biblical viewpoint, right? But like what he just described with panspermia, that does not work from a biblical viewpoint, right? Because I don't think he can.
Yeah,
can you make Genesis work with panspermia?
Well, keep in mind, is he's supposedly Catholic. Catholics are supposed to be compatible with the idea that perhaps parts of Genesis there were not literal, more of a metaphor, and just trying to describe things. So Catholics are compatible with evolution, by and large. Might be able to create.
Yeah, but not panspermia, right? Like that seems.
Well, hey. They open that door, okay? They're looking for new subscribers, okay? They'll leave that door wide open as possible. Sign up now.
I'm just wondering how he would fit it in.
MC Time says, I say we should worship Christian aliens by inserting our tab A into their slot B. Who's with me? I'm
Wait.
all for the Riker technique. I really am.
Wait, it's MC time and not Mick time? Damn.
Seriously,
I kind of thought it was Mick time. I don't know why.
I go MC Time just because I think it's because I know MC Tune.
If you haven't been corrected, then I'm assuming that's what it is.
I assume they'll correct me if I'm wrong on that.
He could be Scottish.
Tony says, Fred Hoyle's argument was abiogenesis is very unlikely in a small amount of time, but given an effectively infinite temporal universe, panspermia is more plausible. In a steady state, panspermia is more plausible.
More plausible because the abiogenesis is unlikely, therefore it's more likely that it only happened once and then spread out. Is that the idea?
The idea is that given an infinite amount of time, literally anything can happen that has
but then by that logic,
abiogenesis
abiogenesis would happen multiple times in several different locations, right?
That's
perhaps.
No, well, technically, in the end, abiogenesis still happens somewhere. It's just somewhere else. That's what I'm trying to explain.
I have a pop filter on my mic.
Okay. Can I get like that? Can I get that in jazz?
What?
All right.
Contradict the Adam and Eve story in the Garden of Eden? Not necessarily. Panspermia would only account for the biological material. God could have used an alien race to leave behind that genetic or biological material, but to create the first true human, Adam, God could have directly intervened to infuse a rational soul into that evolutionary biological timeline. You may think, well, God can't do that. That's special pleading, but special pleading
humans,
for a creature.
Get your fresh hot humans here now infused with a chocolatey nougaty soul. Get them fresh and hot right here, folks.
I mean, the special pleading was not where I was going with it. It's more like, why would God have to go through that whole rigmarole? Why would he all powerful?
The guy who is special pleading is whining about special pleading. Third irony here.
That's why, because it's like, what, is Yokio, you hit it kind of on the head. I'm like, why would the God have to go through all these steps? Like, what are these requirements? Like, why do this? This comes off as cope to me. It's kind of like,
it's worse. It is so much worse. He didn't even explain why they had genetic material in the first place. To say, well, God used genetic material. Well, how the hell did that get there? Why are you not explaining that part of the picture?
I mean, he's of the opinion that God still created that. So he's essentially saying that God created life on a different planet just so he could use that life to seed life on Earth. Great. Now it all makes sense, I guess.
German Truths, good to see you.
He
says, isn't that just extra special pleading with sprinkles on top? Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
Eyebrows to say that God created Adam in a specific way, unbeknownst to us. I mean, we're not given all the details in the Bible as if it's a scientific textbook comprehensive of all facts about reality.
But why not? The information is there and would allow us to have a better understanding of the God entity's plan and the God entity's design. Why would it want to hide any information from us? I mean, it could make us in a way that we could understand these things and we would be psychologically and emotionally capable of internalizing the shit and understanding it. But why would the God need to hide anything from us? Which never made sense to me.
It just seems like if there really was a God and he really wanted us to succeed and just be super awesome, he would have given us like a 14,000 page book, and it would have contained relativity, cosmology, quantum mechanics, and particle physics, and he would have said, here, make technology and take care of each other. But he didn't do that. He sent animals to maul kids or something and drowned people, and once you spread the blood of animals on doors and stuff or something like that. I don't know.
No, see, all of this is just assuming that not all of this knowledge is necessary or part of his plan, and it doesn't have to be. Remember, because where we're going, we don't need science.
So
and Hose the
message.
Hose the deal brings it up because then we wouldn't need the cult. Good point.
Remember, salvation is the only thing that's important because I only have horribly graphic things for where our ultimate fate remains.
Yeah.
But all
theology.
this to say, panspermia theory doesn't solve anything. It certainly doesn't rule out God as the creator of the universe.
But by your own lights, it certainly makes it more problematic in trying to, like, figure out why shit is happening the way it's happening.
Even if panspermia theory were correct about how life began on Earth, well, Christian theology can still account for it. So the biological origin isn't a threat. But what about...
Yeah, but you'd have to ask, why isn't that written out in the Bible? Why would that be information that we did not have access to? Why is the story not God created this ancient race of beings somewhere else, and they're the ones that came down to, like, and God facilitated that, and their relationship with the God? And we're like, why isn't any of that in the storybook?
We didn't want to complicate.
Why doesn't that? Why did we have to find that information separate? It's ridiculous.
I mean, they could say that it's just not relevant for us, I guess.
Yeah, God just deemed. Oh, they just don't need. They don't need to know.
Yeah, I mean,
We're on a
they-
need to know basis.
Well, he just said it's not a science book. Like, there's plenty of stuff that he could have told us and didn't.
the moral factor of this? Like, what about original sin? Christianity holds that for humanity, original sin is passed down by propagation through Adam. And if aliens are a distinct species and they don't have Adam as their head, well, how can they have ever fallen? In fact, a distinct alien species could have had its own federal head
Great
that
AIR.
fractured their relationship with God in some way. Alternatively, St. Paul tells us that all of creation groans. The idea that Christ's sacrifice applies and redeems all of creation. It's entirely possible that maybe it was the fall of man, or maybe the fall from angels that sent this cosmic ripple effect throughout all the cosmos, and that could be the source of their fallenness. But this leads to that problem we mentioned earlier, the idea that if God can use different alien religions to save aliens, couldn't he use different religions to save humans? Oops, all religions are valid now. Dr. Derek, you're saying that God the Son could have become incarnate in an alien race and revealed himself differently to them. So what's to stop him from doing the same thing here on Earth? Maybe Vishnu was Jesus. Maybe Muhammad was Jesus. Not at all. This objection violates the law of non-contradiction. Even if aliens on other planets
Yeah,
have a different revealed religion, this doesn't preclude the Christian religion from being the revealed definitive theology for humans. And because God is perfectly ordered, he caters his grace to the specific hylomorphic nature of that creature.
wow.
Did he just
Oh,
ignore what the law of
hylomorphism,
identity
okay.
means? I don't think he's actually gonna get into it.
There's
What-
that term that Bob Joe brought up,
Hylomorphic.
hylomorphic, right? It's like, oh, that is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, he's using identity as in just what we call people, right?
I don't even think he's critiquing that law of identity correctly, given the fact that he just allowed for the possibility of Jesus incarnating in other places. Why couldn't Jesus incarnate in all sorts of places?
Yeah.
He
Didn't
did
he
it
say
there,
law of
he can do it here, but he can
non-contradiction?
do it here multiple times too. That is nonsense.
I mean,
Yeah,
God
he
is
said the-
omnipresent.
He said the law of
or whatever.
non-contradiction with all the religions being true. They're just different variations of the same
God,
thing.
I missed that.
Well,
Like Vishnu is like Jesus is the same as Vishnu is the same as Muhammad is the same as any of the others.
And as if that is a logical contradiction, I guess.
Well,
Ryan
what-
Murray says Jesus travels via Stargate, which explains Reformed Egyptian.
There you go.
For example, if they don't have water on their planet, he's not going to require baptism by water. They communicate.
No, he's gonna baptize into methane, obviously.
hey, women are from Venus, men are from Mars, okay? And I know my stellar,
Imagine being a human touring some planet like 13,000 light years away that apparently is also Christian, and they baptize you there. You come up, oh shit! Why are my eyes burning?
It's fucking liquid methane.
Well, yeah, you wanted to be baptized, right? Yeah. Well, we use chlorine. What?
Yeah.
What?
Douse him. Oh, dip him into the sacred pool of mercury.
It doesn't come back up because his
Methane.
entire body dissolved.
Yeah.
Right about now, I'm picturing that's the end scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark with Belloc. We know the scene.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Going to give them a written Bible on paper. A distinct physical nature requires a distinct different covenant. But humans also
This also,
It's
fucking
it's
hell.
so
The
irrelevant.
fucking cope here is insane because that means God, like, literally.
Literally.
It's implying that there's something like important about the fact that it was on paper.
Well,
and
that
with
it-
water.
that the circumstances of like the way, like, if imagining like the circumstances on Earth that resulted in Christianity being a certain way, being presented, like the existence of the Bible, baptism in water and shit like that, that Christianity could be true, but all of the things that are built into it would not be the same on another planet where these things don't exist or are not possible. If they can't make paper on another planet, then obviously there wouldn't be a Bible there. It would be in some other form. If they don't have water, then obviously baptism by water would not be a thing. It would be changed to something else because God conforms the religion based upon, or all the things within the theology is conformed to how things are on that planet.
Yeah, but that's such a trivial issue. I don't understand why he's even bringing it up.
Because the entire point of this is don't worry about it, bro.
Yeah, but like, was anyone worried about that in particular? I can't even
I'm
imagine a believer would be worried. Oh, well, hey, what about the paper?
You know, he's just trying to address the lunatic fringe. They're afraid of losing.
Oh, all right.
Because even the loons count in a census.
Instead of going the intellectually honest way and simply acknowledging, if intelligent life were to come out of the darkness of the cosmos and visit us here on this planet, like some other species, okay, it would throw all of it into chaos. Because to have the expectations, to have the shit, to, like, literally, here we are on the planet. If Catholicism's in here, like, with this idea of what humanity is, what the purpose of humanity is, how humanity arose, and all of these things baked into it, under the strict notion that we are special in the universe, that we are like God's ultimate creation, that the thing that we are the center of everything, or like the fate of humanity is the center of everything, and that the goal is for God to have a relationship with humans. Another species comes out of the darkness of the cosmos, obviously more biologically or technologically advanced than we are, whether, however that may look. Not even necessarily, they don't even necessarily have to be biological organisms. If a freaking if the AI constructs of another species that was sent out into the cosmos because they don't die biologically, they can survive long distances, to like herald their arrival, or to tell, or to be there, like their Encyclopedia Intergalactica, to go out and say, we were going extinct and we jettisoned all of our knowledge out here, so this is who we were. That throws everything into chaos when it comes to the foundational ideas of these religions. All of this is cope to try and say that there's ways to argue around, but you'd have to change the fundamental understanding of that as far as the relationship that the God has with human beings from a cosmic sense, because we obviously are not special in the respect that there are other things that could be further along than us, or not as advanced as we are. Like if we were to discover something on another planet, it throws the entire thing into disarray. All of this that he's doing here, this is all like speculative nonsense, like I would say almost ad hoc bullshit, to try and reconcile the idea that there's a God that exists, that Jesus Christ died, that the tenets of Christianity are true, in the face of the existence of something else that may have zero knowledge of this and be further along and understand that these things are like completely made up and shit. Just this is how far they will go to hold on to their. This is why, and I understand what Leo was saying earlier. Okay, about not all people who believe these things are stupid. Not all, that we don't need to be derisive or anything like that, or simply attack them for for their arguments. And there are people who have really, really sophisticated arguments and shit that even though they may be wrong, they're really sophisticated. This is the mental gymnastics that these cult members will go to try and hold on to the idea that humanity is fucking special in the universe in some way.
This guy's not sophisticated though.
Yeah. So
I'm not saying that he's stupid. I don't think he's stupid.
But even the sophisticated individuals, the individuals who are educated enough to present something sophisticated, this is this guy right here, Dr. Derek. There's just less to dig through to get to the foundational ideas, which are profoundly arrogant and deeply hubristic. It's like, why are we doing this? Why go this route? Why jump through these kinds of hoops just to hold on to the idea that you are fucking special in the eyes of the cosmos? Why? Like, that to me speaks to a profound desperation, and a desperation born out of fear. And that leads people to do the most irrational shit, which is when you live in that state, when you do not have the tools or are not provided or are deliberately have the tools withheld from you to reconcile these existential concepts and move forward. This is ancient fucking thinking, rooted in the past, that it's like they deliberately do the work to not have to do the work, Do you get me on that?
Yep.
That's what I see. I mean, maybe I'm not as charitable as I could be, but I see a group of people terrified that they are not special, terrified that there is no objective metaphysical purpose for their existence, that they are the ones, that they are the literal, or they are the captains of their own fate, that the world will be, that their world around them will be exactly what they put into it, that the responsibility for their lives falls squarely on them and no one else, and they simply cannot accept that. This is the mentality of children in adult bodies, and I see that reflected in the text. To not think about these things, to not ask these questions, to not, literally disparaging the wise, disparaging the people that question these things. This is why the Bible has multiple, throughout the text, has multiple indictments of non-believers, but not one rebuttal concerning why people are not convinced. Because the book, the faith is not interested in reconciling the arguments against it. They're only interested in holding on to minds. It is mental fucking slavery. And that's why
they do it to themselves as well. Like, it's not just for other people.
I'd say the problem is that it begins in youth. Mm-hmm. They are indoctrinated into a position when they're young and their minds are pliable, and they are indoctrinated or ingrained with these ideas to the point that they become virtually intractable in their age. It's only through their own personal experiences do some people eventually break out of that and realize that it doesn't work. But when they get in there young, and they just this is indoctrinated fear, existential dread from generation to generation, is what it is. Or as I would say, it's indoctrinated cope. It's generational cope is what it is to deal with this shit. And I know that I'm being uncharitable in that by reducing it down to that, but this is what I see. I see a guy right here doing everything he possibly can to look at a hypothetical scenario and that is logically possible and say, what can I do if this hypothetical scenario that threatens to upend my entire ideology, my entire worldview, what can I do to hold on to my worldview, to shape my starting point to fit the evidence, or no, to shape it to make the evidence fit my worldview. Okay, to take, here's my worldview, here's the evidence that threatens to upend it. No, I'm going to interpret this so it still fits with my worldview, so my worldview doesn't have to change. That is batshit. That is not intellectual honesty. If new evidence arises that changes that changes the paradigm, that's what it is. And you change the worldview in the light of the new evidence. That's how
It's kind
that
of
works.
always been my biggest issue with religious thinking is that I see it as like the opposite of a healthy epistemology. It's like, you start with a position that you consider to be true, and then everything that you learn needs to fit into that position rather than your position adapting to what you learn.
Yeah, Tony brings up typically the central religious problem is children die of starvation or disease through no fault of their own. That is incredibly unfair and for some intolerable, unless there's an afterlife. And I get that. That's certain cope. That it was their time, or God needed them, or whatever. At least there's a heaven, and they'll be all right. I get that.
And that's not even about like those particular cases of like children dying. If it's anyone dying, anyone is afraid of death at some point in their life.
I just find it extraordinarily disturbing. I mean, I find it almost to the point disturbing. Yeah, I'm gonna say I find it disturbing that someone will actively go to such lengths to hold on to something in the face of a hypothetical that, when they simply can't acknowledge the possibility that some God entity could exist, but their religion could simply be entirely wrong. That aliens showing up would not eliminate the possibility of a God entity, but it could show that their entire theology is bullshit. Just acknowledge that. Acknowledge that possibility. Let me know you could at least be intellectually honest to that degree. Mm-hmm. Right? That's my issue here. Is like, don't go through this,
And Metalcore makes a good point. Like they
placed
had
their
the
wager.
Pascal's. Yeah, they had the Pascal's wager. They made their choice, and now they're afraid to back out.
Sunk cost fallacy.
Yep.
Share the same physical and spiritual nature, and God cannot contradict himself. He's not going to objectively reveal himself in different ways to the same species. Right?
Why not?
Why not?
What's the limiter here? What's the rule that says that it can't? Oniric Cypher, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Like John Cohen so often points out, in order to reconcile something else, their God is on the seesaw of shit, or the shit seesaw. Uh-huh. You every time you try to accommodate something else, it goes down in the other way. You try to accommodate that, it goes down the other side. Because they can't have their cake and eat it too. It's not the way it works.
More like they have to make a particular assumption about what God is like in order to like explain certain things, and then it sort of contradicts with other things, and that has to be explained as on its own. But in this case, like you're sort of just deciding that God's nature is unchanging, or that God's will is unchanging, or whatever. Like, is that written anywhere in the Bible? I don't think so.
No, it doesn't work logically, just on the grounds where if he can reveal himself to other places, he can do other places here simultaneous, or mildly apart. It doesn't matter. There's no functional difference. He's at best arguing maybe a why it would or would not a can't. That's not a non-contradiction issue.
Yeah, but Spam, aren't there like very explicit examples where God changes his mind, like when he was talked down by Moses to kill all the Israelites, for example? So, I don't know, that seems like more of a problem than a solution, but...
And Avil, I'm curious what you mean by this. What Jail is describing reaches further than religion. We all have aspects of, I don't know if you meant BS ourselves for our identity. Not sure what you mean by that. If you could articulate that better. So yes, you do it too. Everyone does. Maybe you need to articulate that better so I understand what you're trying to say. So, but I'm curious what you're trying to say there.
By the way, he did say it was Mick time.
Oh, it's Mick time? Okay, Mick time.
Can I get fries with that, sir?
Huh?
Can I get fries with that, sir?
claims that Jesus did not die on the cross. Christianity does claim that, and they both can't objectively be true. God establishing a unique, perfectly tailored covenant with a Martian species does nothing to validate or make equal the mutually contradictory claims of human religions here on Earth. A distinct revelation for an alien species would just reveal God's infinite creativity, that he can customize things about his nature to their nature.
But then you have to ask why the Bible is inspired the way it is. That's the problem. If there are multiple things out there and this is all within it, you would like if the God were like all good and were giving us all the information that was necessary to understand like its plan or understand our relationship with it, then this would not be information that it would need to withhold from us. There are many things within the Bible that lead people to the position that we are fundamentally special to the universe, that humanity is in fact the goal, and where we end up is like the entire plan. If there are other species, intelligent species out there that are part of the plan, why doesn't the book mention them? Why is there like especially in relationship to one another? You know, why is none of this there? Why are we having to ad hoc and post hoc in order to fit this into the paradigm instead of just acknowledging that the paradigm could be fucking wrong? So that's my problem.
You got
I
it.
could play a little devil's
It's right
advocate
there.
here.
It's right there. You can't admit that the paradigm is wrong. That's the entire point of hermeneutics, is
Right.
to do the backflips. He's trying to keep people in who might be questioning whether or not they're prepared for the idea of their thing being wrong. And it's like, don't worry. Doesn't matter what we find. We'll find a way to make it work. Trust me, baby, we can make it work this time.
I don't know the Bible as well as you do, I'm sure, but I'm sure that you could make the argument that like it's not particularly human life that's important for the plan, but just conscious life, for example, and that all alien life are just different populations of conscious life.
But there's nothing in the Bible going back to the Greek and the Latin. There is nothing in the Bible that makes any kind of allusion to that. They are simply taking the scope of how the God is defined and then expanding it outward in the event that this is kind of like this is what they would have to do in the event that alien life showed up, like intelligent alien species actually showed up. How can we reinterpret the text to encompass this new information? This is literally interpreting the evidence in such a way as to not have to change the paradigm, which is not how things work. This is not intellectually honest whatsoever. Like I said, this is a bunch of post hoc and ad hoc cope in order to try and hold on to this idea. So, and I
agree, but
probably lost Leo because I know he's probably bored of this. But this video is almost over. There's only a few minutes left in it, and then we can maybe we'll get him back with the arguments one.
Yeah.
And I see Oniric Cypher, you're in the chat again. You're more than welcome to come up here and defend your position, dude. Because I see you quoting the Bible and breaking, like making claims. Come on up on the stage. Click the link.
I'm also gonna jump off for a bit. I might come back up later.
Okay, Austin.
Thanks for
Appreciate you
having
being
me,
up here,
though.
bud.
Peace out. Yep.
Ciao.
Their needs. It doesn't change the fact that Jesus Christ of Nazareth remains the absolute, definitive, universal saving truth for humanity. But we're still not done. We still need to discuss the Fermi paradox.
Why?
Anyone thinking that the discovery of ET would somehow debunk the Christian religion is probably viewing it through the lens of a modern anthropocentric fundamentalism. This idea that humanity is the only thing that God cares about. And this just simply isn't what Christian theism purports to be.
Yes, it does. It does. What do you think they get the idea from? Straight from the Bible.
The problems of a cosmic fall, the possibility of alien salvation, the possibility of galactic pluralism where Jesus reveals himself to aliens in different alien ways, these aren't problems at all. They're questions that Christian theism has had the resources to answer for well over 800 years. When viewed through the lens of classical theism and cosmology, aliens aren't a threat to Christian theology. They're simply neighbors.
This is a lie. This is a straight up lie. It is a threat to the foundational tenets of what that is. The tenet being the relationships. Okay, the as structured relationships between the God entity, whether it be in the Trinitarian aspect between God, the Son, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, or whether Unitarian, Trinitarian, doesn't matter. It's the foundational relationships between the things is the problem. If there are other entities out there and other intelligent species out there that the God created, and we don't know about them, but the God does, then understanding that there are two separate entities out there with it going through the same paradigm, but we don't know about each other that is information literally being hidden from us. We should know about them because we need to know about their interpretations and how God is defining its relationship with them. Because if it's different, then there are major questions that come out of it. It upends the foundational aspects of Christianity, which is God's relationship with humans. Okay, it throws it on its head. If there are other species out there, especially there are multitudes of species out there, because with multitudes of species, it begins looking less like wanting to have a relationship with your creation and more like running experiments to see which one comes out the best under different circumstances. That's what it starts looking like.
I'm wondering, like, I think Derek would really benefit from like explaining the problem that he's discussing before he starts like explaining it, because he hasn't really addressed the Fermi paradox at all.
Yeah. And Scott, yeah, you're right. The Bible does not say anything about aliens. You are correct, which is why everything that Derek is positing here, it's all speculative. It's ad hoc and post hoc shit in order to try and fit the possibility of new evidence to the paradigm. Because the paradigm is structured one way. If an intelligent species showed up, whether they come in on a ship or whether we discover them on another planet, however it might happen, if there's another intelligent species out there that can reason and do shit like we can, it completely undermines the foundational relationship paradigm of Christianity, of pretty much of all the monotheistic religions. It also denotes that there are aspects of reality out there that were deliberately hidden from us because there's nothing that would stop the God from telling us that there are other things out there in creation. Even saying, this is not the only world that I have worked upon, or something like that. There are other worlds,
the worlds
shit
and
like
the stars or something.
Yeah, there's like other worlds than these. It fundamentally undermines the notion, not the existence of a God entity or a creating entity, but the underlying foundational relationship tenets of Christianity. Those get tossed on their head. This is all a desperate way to try and salvage that in the wake of potential evidence that would completely undermine it and show it to be false. So
now, with the idea of panspermia, that would basically mean we're just the side chick.
Right, yeah. Especially if they came first. Imagine if it was a species that was older than us.
Yeah.
Like far older, that was more technologically and biologically ahead of us. They'd mastered biology, mastered technology. They could travel to stars, and they were long lived, and they'd been around. They could trace their history back, hundreds of millions of years. An intelligent species that's been around for 100 million years, as opposed to us, are like 300,000. Okay, that means that they came about. Their evolutionary history far surpasses ours. Are we saying that God tried over there and then came over here? Well, why don't we know about them and whatever failure that was? Or if we were to find life in its earliest stages, where we discover a planet like an ocean planet that is full of phytoplankton, but no intelligent life yet, but it's currently on its way.
Yeah.
So
do we need to conclude that God gave up on us and tried somewhere else?
Right. It throws so many things. And this is all just I like what Andrew said. A lot of this is just don't think about it. Don't worry about it, because in the end, they can just appeal to mystery. We're not meant to know it. There's some reason for it, even though it's not logically consistent. There's some way to make sense of it. We're just, God is there and it all makes sense to God, so we don't have to be concerned with it. Bullshit. I've noticed this, Andrew. I've noticed this. This is the second video of this, that I'm wondering if all of his videos do this, that they start with a kind of like exploration of the idea and eventually wind up with, shut up, don't think about it, you're human, we know what God tells us.
I have a different framing for it. Anything is possible. Therefore, there's a way out of this for us.
Right.
That's what we were talking about, all the way at the beginning, right?
That's what this guy does, is the same way of saying, if there's any logical possibility, it'll get me where I need it to get me.
Yeah.
So
And-
that's the hermeneutics at play.
Yeah. And Scott, that's actually not correct. Zero evidence for alien life outside of Earth, that's actually false. That is a false statement. Just by what you just said right there, zero evidence for alien life outside of Earth, that is false. So, just to let you know, that's a false statement.
Even with zero evidence, the theoretical probability is already high enough
Yep.
to assume it.
Tony says, I'm reminded of Witsit. It doesn't matter what the data from the final experiment, Earth is still flat. Right. It doesn't matter. Scott, we actually talked about this earlier. I brought it up earlier myself, and that was number one, if you're talking about just extraterrestrial life, like non-Earth origins, okay, like non-Earth intel, like NEIs or whatever, whatever you say like this. The best evidence we have for possible extraterrestrial life outside of this solar system, off of this planet, is the exoplanet K2-18b, which is an exoplanet roughly 124 light years away from us. It is the only other planet that we have ever examined that has dimethyl sulfide and dimethyl disulfide in the atmosphere. Dimethyl sulfide and dimethyl disulfide are byproducts of life because we only find them in the atmosphere here on Earth. So as far as the universe goes and how much of it and how little of it we've seen, but of all of our tracking, we have only ever seen those byproducts in an atmosphere that has life on it because we know how those chemicals come about as a byproduct. So if there is life on that planet, that is what we would expect to see. Now, it wouldn't be necessarily be intelligent life like us or something to the degree of reason we could do. It could just simply be a vast ocean that's full of phytoplankton or something of that nature. It could be. But even a vast ocean filled with phytoplankton on a planet 124, that's alien life. That would be an alien version or an alien version of phytoplankton is what that would be. But that would be life. So when you say that there's no evidence, that's false. There is evidence of possible life out there just by looking at the chemical composition of it within the atmosphere. That's possible. Okay? It's like, that's a hallmark of life. If there is life on the planet, that explains why we're seeing those chemical signatures within that atmosphere. If there's no life on that planet, then there's something about those chemical signatures that we don't understand as to how they could be in an atmosphere when there is no life. But because we only have one sample, this one, so there you go. Okay, now you're changing it. Okay, where no living life has been found. Sure, because how
what
far
is living life?
how far? So yeah, we haven't been to anywhere, but think about how far we've traveled. How far have humans traveled since we started space travel in the 60s? Or technically, was it the 50s? We've traveled to the moon. We have sent probes out very, very far, very rudimentary probes, and we have sent rovers to Mars. That's as far as we've gone. We have not sent anything to do a deep sea exploration of like Enceladus, okay, or Europa.
And that's
Even if
just the solar system.
Yeah, even if we sent something that was the most sophisticated piece of technology, of like evidence gathering technology we could possibly make right now, dedicate billions of dollars to it, and we fired it towards Kepler 12b, or K2-18b, we fired it towards there, you and I would never know about what it found because it wouldn't arrive there for 124 years. Okay,
That's conservative.
And that if it was traveling at the speed of light.
Exactly.
Okay, if it was traveling at the speed of light, it wouldn't arrive there for 124 years. Traveling at less than that, obviously, it would take much longer. We wouldn't be around. The next generation of people would likely be gone by the time it arrived at the planet, and even then, the signal it sends back, traveling, it will take 100 because if the signal it's sending back travels at the speed of light, then it will take 124 years for that signal to get back to us. So, because relativity, baby. There's no real-time communication between us and an object 124 light years away.
Like, you would be shocked to realize how little we have successfully explored space.
Right.
We are looking at planets and stars, we can kind of tell what they're made of by the light that comes off of it, and that gives us like a decent amount of information. But if there were life there, it would be extremely difficult to tell from here.
Right.
So it's
Again-
entirely possible that we've seen like that we've looked at a lot of planets, and those planets could have life on them. We just wouldn't be able to tell.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to see them. Let's see. So Scott says, again, the byproduct evidence from this planet, how was it found? The James Webb.
Yeah,
James
because
Webb
of
is
the
how we
light.
were able to. Yeah, the James Webb is how we were able to detect it.
The light that comes off of that planet indicates the atmospheric components, like the stuff that the atmosphere is made out of, because that
Yep.
affects the light that reflects off of it, and that's how we can tell what is in the atmosphere. But that's it. Like that's all we have. No,
No,
we're talking
Scott,
about,
I
a
just- it
planet
wasn't
that's
a ro-
light
obvious-
years away.
Obviously, Scott, I just told you it was not a rover. Okay, because sending a rover there would take centuries to get there, and it would take centuries to come back. What the hell? Transmission spectroscopy with the James Webb Telescope. Okay, transmission spectroscopy. You'd be shocked at how often spectroscopy is utilized for so many things. Okay, but transmission spectroscopy is how we detected those elements with how we detected those chemicals within that atmosphere. We do this all the time. Okay, this is transmission spectroscopy. It's just a matter. It's just like all it matters. Like what you try to do is just make it as accurate as possible, or to try to get it as beefed up as possible to get as accurate a picture as you can. But we've been doing that shit for a long time. It's like how we determine the components of like Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune and Uranus, who are all gas giants, and we determine their compositions through transmission spectroscopy.
And like we've sent rovers to exactly two celestial bodies, right? We've sent rovers to the moon and Mars, and that's
Moon
it.
and Mars.
And that's like the Mars was already a huge endeavor. Like sending anything further than that would already be really difficult, and that's still just a solar system. Sending something to the nearest solar system or the nearest other star is 4 light years away. That would already be orders of magnitude more difficult than anything we've ever done before. And now you're talking about something that's like more than 10 times further away than that. That it's so far beyond anything that's possible that it's even ridiculous to talk about it.
We've got a few more rovers. We've got Venus, Titan, and an asteroid and another comet.
Anything that's ever
Well,
landed.
the last thing we landed on Venus survived like 10 minutes, I think, before it melted.
Hey, it's performance anxiety, okay? It happens to everybody.
It's like I know that we landed something on Venus. We actually managed to make it through its atmosphere, and we landed something on Venus, and I know it lasted like 10 minutes or something like that. It was able to fire off a few images back to us. It's how we got images of the surface of Venus before it completely melted because it's so hot on that planet.
Man, that must have been a huge disappointment.
Yeah. So if Avil, if he's asking how we verify the composition of these atmospheres, so transmission spectroscopy. So how we do it, the planet itself passes directly in front of its host its host star. Okay. A fraction of the starlight passes through the outer layers of its atmosphere. Instruments capture the transmitted light wavelengths to reveal unique molecular absorption signatures. Researchers then analyze the data from near-infrared and mid-infrared instruments, such as the NIRISS, the NIRSpec, and MIRI, to match spectral peaks with sulfur compounds like DMS and DMDS. So, but it's
the light that it's like looking at the light that comes off of it really specifically, because the light that comes off of it is determined by the chemicals that it passed through. Or the light's frequencies.
Spectroscopy is the study of how matter interacts with light and other forms of electromagnetic radiation. By measuring the wavelengths of light that a substance absorbs, emits, or scatters, scientists can figure out what things are made of, how hot they are, and how fast they are moving. And figuring out what things are made of. We can test these things here on Earth, which is how we develop the spectrum. and to understand what exactly we're looking at. That's how we determine the chemical composition of the sun, hydrogen and helium, because of spectroscopy. Okay, so we can do that with other planets as well, like we did with Jupiter, like we did with Saturn, like we did with Neptune and Uranus, to determine the compositions of their atmospheres, and then so on and so forth. So, because every element and chemical bond creates a unique pattern of light lines or colors. It's how we're able to identify specifically what they are through spectral analysis. And by the way, Tony, let me know if you've seen Spectral yet on Netflix. I want to know your thoughts on that movie. Let me know if you've watched it.
In a contingent universe, they too rely on the uncaused first cause for their moment-to-moment existence. The Christian paradigm is infinitely capable, wider, and more robust than the skeptic probably gives it credit for.
No, it's not. It's not. This is being deliberately dishonest. It is not. Not in any way. I mean, there's so many foundational things you have to drop in order to mold Christianity to fit around the idea of another intelligent species out there.
For all the parts that do fit the worldview, is like obviously because it's unfalsifiable, and it's like what we said earlier, like a few hours ago now. If you assume an omnipotent creator, then everything fits. Nothing couldn't fit.
Scott, if you're going to be bringing up gods, then you need to come up on stage, man, because we need to discuss how you're arriving at that conclusion.
Wide enough to encompass a vastly populated cosmos. But what if the Fermi paradox is true? You guys know this? The Fermi paradox. The idea that the universe is so vast and wide and it should contain something, and yet it seems really empty. We've had no contact and no evidence from aliens.
Okay, you actually explained it fairly
well. What if we are completely alone? So there are a couple of different...
Yeah, the Fermi paradox does it. The striking contradiction between the high statistical probability that extraterrestrial civilizations exist and the complete lack of evidence for or contact with them. But the problem is
easily solvable.
The mathematics of the universe explain that. Because how far signals have to travel. Like there could be an intelligent civilization that's far advanced of us, but they exist in the Andromeda galaxy.
Yeah.
Okay? That's 2.5 million light years away. In order for them to travel here at the speed of light would take 2.5 million years. That's a species that is either conquered, like mastered physics to a degree of like that it would appear to be magic to us. It's so advanced. Or they're so biologically long-lived that they don't have to worry about the distances that they're traveling. They'll just like survive, you know? So that, or it's like they just have a generational ship where the entire species is contained within the ship and is just producing new life as they're progressing along.
And then you have to wonder why bother.
Yeah. So and it would still take 2.5 million years at the speed of light. Okay. Even like 99% speed of light, that'd be one thing. But so like that's the kicker right there. Is because the mathematics of the universe virtually guarantee we're not alone, but they also virtually guarantee that we will never encounter or contact them, just because of just the size and scope of the universe itself.
Yeah, contact yes, but observe maybe.
Observe, like, ooh, that's
distant
slim,
maybe.
Yeah. And even then, if you think about the distance it takes, like putting signals out into space, okay, and you think about those things traveling at the speed of light, all right, a signal that we put out in space from the time that we were broadcasting signals would go out into space and would not reach the Andromeda galaxy for 2.5 million years. And by the time it reached the Andromeda galaxy, there is so much cosmic noise that unless they were specifically dialed in to that one particular thing, they would never hear it, because it would get lost in all the cosmic radiation and all that other shit, all that background noise that is out there. The signal would be would likely be so deteriorated, they'd never find it unless they were literally
distinguish it from random.
Exactly, unless they were deliberately tuned right in to that infinitesimal bandwidth to pick that sucker up, and that's if they're even listening. So.
Actually, and same goes the other way around, right?
Well, the problem is that by the time they're listening, that's millions of years.
That's millions of years
from now.
From this point now. So If we
We'll
can
be
send it
long.
out,
We'll be long dead.
we can be
Okay,
extinct
you're
by the time they
microplastic.
receive it.
Yeah, or the other way around. Like, if we ever pick up a signal from Andromeda, then that would have been a civilization from 200 million years ago.
From
or what
from
was it?
2.5 million years ago,
2.5
right?
million years ago.
It's like the WoW signal. The WoW signal could have been a burst from another, but we don't know because the WoW signal never
Is that the
repeated.
space rover? Or is it something else?
When did the WoW signal took what year? The WoW 1977 is when that came through. It was a very strong 72-second radio burst detected in 1977 by the Big Ear telescope. It registered at the 1420 megahertz hydrogen frequency. It bore the hallmarks of an extraterrestrial transmission, earning a legendary handwritten on the data printout. The observer literally wrote "Wow" in the margin. He was like, "Wow," and it has never repeated. That could have very well been a burst from another species. Okay, like a radio burst from another intelligent species. But by the time it got to us, they could be long dead.
Yeah.
So the 72-second signal that made scientists ask, "Are we alone?"
Weren't we always asking that? When were we not asking that?
Yeah, right.
Mhm. I think this is the one that made us ask, "Are we not alone?"
Takes on this. Classical philosophers held to this idea of
Why does he remind me of a fucking Muppet? I'm sorry.
He reminds me of Michael.
the principle of plenitude, the idea that God, in his omnipotence, sovereignty, and creativity, is so infinitely superabundant that it's fitting that he would create a universe bursting with life to reflect his glory. Now, this is certainly possible, but God's not obligated to create in order to prove his power. I mean, what does fitting mean here anyway? He creates exactly as he sees fit. I could see this going either way. It could be completely full of alien life, or it could be completely empty. Either one of those seems like it could be fitting to God's glory. I don't so much
Yeah, if
find
he has no
arguments
idea,
in
then
either
everything fits.
direction really persuasive,
Yeah.
because could be fitting to God's glory to create.
Why don't you just fucking throw your hands up and say you have no idea?
Exactly.
Why not just do that? That is the most intellectually honest thing you could do right now. Is just throw your fucking hands up and say you have no idea. Stop trying to sound fucking smart about it. I mean, he's not
I'd have
coming up-
more respect from him if he did that.
Yeah.
I still like the idea that we've gone through both extremes. The only thing, or one of an untold quantity.
Yeah, literally the furthest thing these two things can be apart.
Very partial to the idea of there just being one other place, and we're the side chick.
Yeah. And Scott, the topic of aliens is not as popular right now because the topic of aliens like spikes in the event of like some big story, that hits. Like you can look through the news, like a particular event will happen or something will occur, and then that will spike interest for a while. But eventually it dies out. Why? Because there are no aliens that have shown up. Okay, that's the whole thing. I don't know if you were around or if you were like in 1997 with the Phoenix Lights when that took place. I was watching TV as that was happening. I remember when the news was reporting on the Phoenix Lights. Okay, we still don't even have a straightforward answer as to what the Phoenix Lights were. Okay, because what we saw, what was being broadcast on the news, and what was recorded by people that were on the ground in Phoenix as it was happening does not mesh with what the government said. There are disparities there, and the government has never the government has never come forward and been like, well, this is the reason why this is this. So I remember when that was happening. A lot of people who are in this chat right now were alive when the Travis Walton incident took place. Okay, people probably who are familiar with the topic know about the Rendlesham Forest event that took place in the UK. Okay, or the incident at I believe it was a missile silo in North Dakota. It was either North Dakota or it was Montana, but it was a missile silo that reported that an object came out of the sky and came into the vicinity, came into the airspace of the actual silo, and then shut everything down. Everything just powered down in the silo. And they were freaking out, and then it left, and then all the power came back up. And everything turned back on. Don't know. So it takes an event for people to start talking about it, but until the aliens show up, it's going to die off. Okay, the latest thing was the reports that were released by Congress that were declassified by Congress about all the research being done into the UFO phenomenon, the UAP phenomenon that were discussed by Congress, and all of these dudes sitting in front of microphones, going like, "I prefer to talk to you about that in a skiff. We can discuss that, in a back room somewhere where nobody has to hear it." And that's all going to be like, ooh, what are they hiding? What are they hiding? But eventually it's going to die off because guess what? Nobody showed up with a fucking alien. So you're going to get peaks and valleys where people's like, ooh, could there be? No aliens. Could there be? No aliens. Could there be? No aliens. Until the aliens show up, okay, or the government like marches one in front of a camera, that's the way it's going to be.
Scott, if it weren't possible, then they weren't aliens. That's kind of the whole point.
If those were aliens, how did those lights accomplish traveling here if that's not possible? No, I didn't say it wasn't possible, okay? For another species to travel the vast distances of the cosmos to get to us would require either a mastery of biology or a mastery of physics to a degree that right now it would appear to be science fiction to us. Okay, ideas of like folding space-time, Alcubierre drives, shit like that.
Inconceivable to the most literal degree.
The amount of energy that it would take to generate, to do something like that is just it's science fiction right now. Okay, so to think if a species did do that, it would the entailment of that is one of two things. They have either mastered biology where the distances between the stars don't matter to them because they can survive the journey, or because they're traveling less than the speed of light, or they have mastered physics to the degree that they can either travel at the speed of light and not completely convert into energy, or they can break the speed of light technically, or they can manipulate the fabric of space-time to travel vast distances without breaking the speed of light, much like a warp drive in Star Trek or something of that, or like an Alcubierre drive, or like, folding space-time and traveling from one point to another, Event Horizon style, who knows?
Yeah.
This is all science fiction to us. All right. But then again, remember, in the 1960s, these things were science fiction.
Yeah.
This was science fiction this was science fiction in the 1960s. A personal handheld communicator. This was science fiction in the 60s. Now every one of the planets virtually has one, so.
In that context, do you reckon that those lights in the sky appear to you to be beings that master biology or physics? Because to me, it just looks like, well, we don't quite know what it was, but probably not that, right? Like, that just seems pretty far out of the realm of possibility to me. No, we do not believe that those lights were aliens.
I don't hold that they were aliens. I hold likely it was a misidentification. I hold most likely because of the incongruities between the government's response and what people saw. I hold that it was some sort of like technology, like man-made technology, that was some sort of human technology that they were testing, okay, and that they could just get away with something like that. Remember, there was a time when the stealth bomber, okay, was being reported as a UFO because nobody had seen anything like the stealth wing because of the way it's shaped. People had never seen anything like it before, but people were reporting it because something like that flying around, somebody's going to freaking see it, and there were reports of it. It turned out to be the stealth, okay, because of where it was flying, because of how it was designed to fly and evade radar. So, but people had never seen something shaped like it before. If you look at the shape and physical design of the stealth, it didn't look anything like a standard fighter jet. So people are like, what is that? And eventually it came up that's what that was. So that's all I hold it to be. Was something that was some sort of human technology that's being identified as that, but because they don't want, like, maybe something classified, I don't know.
Sure.
But something that they're working on, who knows?
And there's a bunch of different possibilities that it could have been that wouldn't even be an intentional cover up, but more just something like a weird chain of events that happens to produce something like a light in the sky, maybe just something reflective,
The military flares, the flares idea they came up with, I don't hold that for anything. That's nonsense, because multiple scads of people witnessed this thing, and they saw that this thing moving through the sky was blocking out the stars behind it as it moved through the sky.
Okay.
As it moved, stars were disappearing behind it and reappearing as it passed by. Yeah. That's not military flares. Okay, that's not what that is. So that's why I said their explanation was incongruent with the evidence at hand. So just throwing that out there.
The plurality of worlds and alien life everywhere could be fitting to God's glory to display his power in subtle, specialized, magnificent ways. Because
God needs to glorify himself. This is just
ironically the biggest threat to the idea of a God-seeking nature isn't life on Mars. It's
actually that's a funny thought.
Deep in the Amazon.
Imagine a God that is interested to such a degree to demonstrate his power that he would create the entirety of the observable universe, but then choose to not show himself ever again.
Yeah,
that doesn't seem to make sense.
And good to see you, Joe Rocker. Good to see you, Joe. Glad you're here. Thanks so much for popping in. Vegan Infidel as well. Good to see you. Vegan Infidel said, we thought stealth bomber was an alien ship when I was a child. A lot of sightings in Anaheim. 100% military activity. Right. Yeah. Tony Regime says, someone went to the location and set up a camera in exactly the same place during the day, then overlaid the lights over, and they disappeared when they dropped down to the mountains.
Okay.
Yeah. There was something physically there in the sky.
Yeah.
The question is just I'm willing to put the evidence down. It was a military prototype, some sort of prototype aircraft that they were running, and people they thought maybe that they could get away with it, or maybe they could pass over the area, or who knows. Flying planes, especially whatever, can get dicey at times, and maybe they had to do a course correction. It took them over the city of Phoenix, and they were hoping that people just wouldn't see them. Because you think about humans, think about all the stupid shit we do. We're flying this military prototype aircraft, and we're going to take it out for a spin, and we need to keep it over this area. But then all of a sudden, just human error. Oh, you flew the thing over a populated center. What the hell? And so, oops, my bad. You have any idea how many my bads human history is littered with? It's like, come on.
Isolated tribes seemed to reject God and caused a Christian missionary to lose his own faith instead. Or so we're told. I dug into that research, and the truth might surprise you. Check out that video here, and I will see you next time.
Yeah, meh.
Oh, that was random.
Not interested. So, a whole shit ton of cope as far as I can tell. Let me refresh this. And I know we were just killing time on that one. Just killing time to see if we can get somebody up on stage. Unfortunately, have not had anybody up yet. And let me delete that bad boy. So, any believers in the chat who are interested in coming up on stage, we'd love to have you up so we can talk to you about what you believe and why. The link is pinned in the live chat. Otherwise, I do have I ranked every atheist argument, and here's why they're wrong. I do have that video ready to go, so we could take a look at that. But I really want to get someone up to have a conversation with.
That would be nice.
Let's see, the keyboard warriors have essentially run away. Mostly run away. Has anyone seen that Alcubierre drive before? If haven't and care to, please look it up. I want to know your thoughts on how it looks. I know there's a bunch of speculative designs about what it could do. Who knows what we might be able to do. I think the fastest we've ever conceived of possibly traveling the universe is through a laser-assisted solar sails, with lasers that can push a solar sailed probe up to this, close to I don't know, some percentage of the speed of light. Using that
work. You would have to accelerate for hundreds of years, no?
Yeah. So spam for your pronunciation, that'd be Alcubierre.
Can you bring up that name again? Because I want to Google that.
The
Alcubierre.
Yeah. Alcubierre?
Yeah, picture like the IER over there carries like the Y sound.
Oh, it's the one that
Alcubierre.
shrinks. Yeah, I know.
And a
This
bit of a
one
rolling
says-
R.
It's the one
theoretical
that folds
theoretical warp
space
drive.
time.
It lets the ship move fast and light. It works by shrinking space in front of the ship and stretching it behind it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Warp drive, Joy.
It has the recognizable shape in the.
Yeah.
what do you
Instead
call
of the object moving faster than light, the drive moves space itself.
Yeah.
So kind of like
making
fast
the
forwarding-
travel time shorter.
Yeah, kind of like fast forwarding the fast forwarding the space time around the object.
Yeah.
So
Cool idea, but very much science fiction at this point.
Oniric. Okay, so most critiques, yeah, we use the term Sky Daddy to as a pejorative to kind of make fun of the idea because that's what you believe in is a Sky Daddy. But the god of classical theism is not a god that can exist. It's logically contradictory. So I'm not even worried about that. So, and if Oniric is not going to come up on stage, then they're just wasting our time. Classical theism is just theism with extra navel gazing. But yeah, that god is logically contradictory. We don't have to be concerned about it. All right. Man, no believers up on stage just yet. Darn it. I was hoping we could find something. We got a solid audience in. Kasplodicus, good to see you. Yep. Heavenly Father, Sky Daddy.
It is, though. It is logically contradictory.
It is, yes. Oniric, yes. They cannot prove it to me. It can. It's logically contradictory. It's definitionally a contradiction. It's analytically false because it has attributes that directly contradict one another. Okay? That's why. So the god of classical theism, the omni-god, is not a thing that can exist. It's logically contradictory. So, sorry. T3D Mallard, good to see you. We have done it. There are no more Christians or religious people. Well, they're not here. I'll tell that. They're not up on stage. They're not up on stage doing 1 Peter 3:15, providing a defense for the hope that exists within them. So they're certainly not doing that.
I guess they're all out of hope.
Damn.
So lost without us.
Okay, so Scott, if you're gonna have this conversation, you need to come up on stage, dude. We can't keep having this conversation with the live chat. Okay, you need to come up on stage.
In the meantime, for that video we're looking to embark on, good odds that he's going to spend most of his time just trying to say, well, maybe it's pointing to just another god, or you're just impugning God's character like the last one we did from him, where the argument is against
I mean,
his
is it even
God.
possible to make this kind of video without strawmanning the hell out of atheism?
Is it possible?
I don't think
Yes,
so.
but the list would be really, really short, and it wouldn't be good at keeping followers.
Well, yeah, but then you would have a list of well, there actually is a god, so there.
No, that'd be a way to prove him wrong. Remember the arguments against,
I mean, that's the
Well,
only real
technically-
argument atheism it gives, right?
Well,
Is that
technically-
I'm not convinced, so
yes. Well, technically, he'd have to also correct to make it an argument against anti-theists.
Well, I suppose that's if you're going for worship.
That's separate.
Hmm.
Existence and worship are separate. They try to claim
well-
dishonesty based on the idea of it being resistant, for instance. So saying,
And
if you're
How
not
do
gonna
you
worship-
define anti-theism?
Neck to it, night. Good to see you.
Yeah, the act of belief against the existence.
Oh, so strong atheism.
Yes.
I always
Yeah.
dig your memes, Jared Reed. I always dig your memes.
Because sometimes I hear anti-theism being used as sort of synonymous with misotheism.
Sorry, what was the last term?
Misotheism, like hate of God.
No. That implies that you have a belief in the thing, and that just describes your attitude towards it, which is
Yeah, of course.
odd. I don't know why they bothered making that a thing.
I suppose because there are people that do, and they wanted a label for themselves. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a very. Something tells me it's usually more the theists that create those labels,
I
or
would
categorize
imagine.
how the groups of people they want to
But
denigrate.
I'm sure there are some people who would gladly adopt that label for themselves, but they are probably few.
I'm trying to picture who has the belief and yet has that just disposition.
Well, someone who has like a shitty life and blames God for it, for example. I don't know.
And are willing to believe that it's there as a scapegoat for their poor lives.
Yeah, it would end up being
Really?
like something like that.
No way.
Well, I mean, if they want to take credit for it, I mean, finding something to blame in order to feel good about yourself, that's not incompatible in my books.
Sure.
It's just sad.
What
Yeah.
the
It's
shit?
like you can't even make stuff up and end up the winner. Wow, you suck.
That's no way.
What?
Hayden Panettiere died
What?
today. Yeah, Jared Reed just sent me the image of like, what the hell?
Yeah, apparently.
She was 36.
Good freaking grief of what?
I'm
It
so
was-
sorry, but I don't know who that is.
She's an actress. Really
Heroes
talented
with
actress at that
big
too.
crowd.
What the? Yeah, the cheerleader from Heroes.
Oh,
Cheerleader, save the world.
I know her.
She was 36 years old.
Damn.
Apparently, I'm not seeing any details out there so far. Yeah, no
Bit
information
early for that, I
across the board.
suppose.
Wow.
What the frig?
Somebody else is putting out commentary concerning overcoming substance abuse and alcohol addiction, and something about a
Could be related, but that would be jumping to conclusions.
Yeah, she's. I mean, I watched her recent special. It seemed like she'd done really well, and locked it down, because she really valued her relationship with her child.
Damn.
I'm seeing a lot of conflicting kind of news, which none of which is coming from anything vaguely credible.
What the
That's rough.
shit? That is, wow. Didn't expect to hear about that.
Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
damn. Gretchen, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it, Gretchen. That's wild. That's, oh. Damn. We were hoping she'd be able to return as Kirby in the next Scream film. Damn.
They sink
Yeah,
in the
she's-
house.
Confusso says, yeah, just realized she was the voice of Kairi in Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. That's a damn shame. Well, rest in peace, Hayden.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough. I can't even. I feel for her parents. 36.
And a child.
Yeah, and I think it's her daughter. Oh, damn. Brutal. Make sure I got that right. Yeah, to her daughter. She had her daughter in 2014.
Oh wow.
Scott, I think someone might have to fact check me on this, but I don't think Neanderthals were a species of human. They were more like a cousin of human that
Yeah.
interbreeded.
They're in the same genus as us.
Yeah, they're in
Yeah,
Homo.
they're in the Homo genus.
Yes. Okay.
Now,
All right. Well,
remember that's homogeneous, not homogenous.
Right.
That,
Yeah.
that requires a blend.
the genus Homo. Genus Homo.
I get it.
All right. So, wow, that is so wild. All right. So I've got the video pulled up. This one is titled, until we can get a believer up on the stage. This one is titled, I ranked every atheist argument and here's why they're wrong. This is the one that Leo was more interested in. So if Leo hears this, he may want to come back up on stage to react to this. So here we go. And as a matter of fact, I need to run to the little non-believers room, the little atheist room. So I will hand this over to Andrew real quick, and you should have it. It's already queued up, and you can dive right into it. I will be right back.
We'll queue it up for you.
As an academic philosopher, I'm ranking the best and worst arguments for atheism, and they're not all bad arguments. Some people think this is the strongest argument for atheism. We should only believe things on evidence, and since there's no evidence...
hold on. That sounded like praise a moment ago.
All bad arguments. Some people think, as an academic philosopher, I'm ranking the best and worst arguments for atheism, and they're not all bad arguments. Some people...
Okay. They're not all bad. High praise.
Think this is the strongest argument for atheism. We should only believe things on evidence, and since there's no evidence for God, well, we shouldn't believe in him. I think this is not a very good argument because it relies upon logical positivism. If I can demonstrate it, therefore it exists, and it doesn't exist unless it can be demonstrated to exist. And this makes a big mistake about God just being a physical object within the universe, something we can go out and observe, whereas God, classically understood, is the ground of all existence. The classical philosophical proofs like contingency and motion are the evidence. I would give...
Yeah, see, that's a problem, though. Like, if evidence points to two things equally, then it's not evidence for either one of them exclusively. And if a first cause, or everything that points to God as a first cause, also points to naturalism. So it's not useful for that.
Well, that and the inherent begging the question that he's doing.
I've missed the question.
It's literally on the idea that it counts as evidence for X, but in order to say that it counts as evidence for X, you need to have something that leads you there. Like, is there a precedent that actually declares that this is what it would look like? This is what evidence would look like?
Well, he did say that it was evidence towards a first cause, right? Not necessarily towards a God. I think that's what he said.
Well, it's a question about how far down the road he kicked the begging.
Yeah.
But it's there. Okay, let's see where...
Give this a C tier that's respectable, and I'm certainly sympathetic to it. Like, I look out into the world, there is no God, but I think it's philosophically nearsighted. The second one here is evolution.
By the way, also real quick, like, he's essentially saying that skepticism as a whole is just not a valid epistemology, which is interesting.
Well then, okay, we're going to wonder how many times he's going to equivocate on or misrepresent atheism as either being a positive claim, categorically, or not having, like a reason to continue. Like, is it a reason to not continue, or is it an active?
I mean, this first point was entirely against skepticism and not so much atheism, but
Well, if that's as a foundation, but it's a question about whether it's a foundation to as whether it's justification for lack of belief versus belief against.
It's obviously
like the anti-theist versus lack.
He's equivocating between them.
That's the question I'm bringing up. That's the challenge I'm putting there. He hasn't declared his terms right away. So he gets to play both sides. So we're going to probably watch a couple of items get classified one way, and then another bunch get classified another way, at which point he'll have equivocated internally, aside from leaving it ambiguous right now. Right now it's ambiguous. Then we're going to find out if he really screws the pooch.
Creator, because evolution explains how humans got here. I'm really not sure about this one. I just don't see the pool on this, especially considering that I can be a theist and believe in evolution with
Sure, but not a Christian, or at least not a literalist.
You can't be a biblical literalist.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. And then again, this is also an argument against his book. It's not even an atheist per se argument. It is an argument against what his book says. So
Well, that's the sort of the problem with the premise of this whole video, is that all atheistic arguments are refutations of theistic claims, not arguments in a vacuum.
Yes, these are arguments made by atheists to knock down certain things that are being proposed to them. Yeah. So the entire framing, of course, is going to be wrong on this.
Theistic evolution, they seem entirely mutually consistent. So I just don't see the thrust of this. I don't see how this could be an argument against, not just against God's existence, but for atheism. So I'm going to put this squarely in the F tier. Not all of these are bad, but this one's simply a lack of belief. This is what people on the internet have called shoe atheism. A shoe can hold this.
What? I've never heard of that.
Pardon? Okay, that does not work. Lack of belief isn't an argument.
Yeah.
It's a statement about one's mental state.
It's arguably the one that's most concrete, because I am very certain that I lack a belief.
But it's not an argument. It's a statement.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
In fact, it'd be tautological, because remember that if it's an atheist argument, it can't be an argument for atheism when that is.
If the atheist doesn't lack belief, then he's not an atheist.
So the fact that I lack belief is evidence that there's no God? What? No.
I suppose you could say that if
this
I
guy
lack
is
belief,
not right. This guy maybe has potential of clever, but today is not his day.
I mean, I can maybe say that if I lack belief, then that means that God has not seen fit to convince me.
Oh, he's not that deep.
Okay.
We're in puddle of spit territory right now.
Maybe I'm giving him too much credit.
With him by the frame, really.
But I mean, the
Not
fact
all
that he went for lack of evidence and that ended up in C tier is very telling.
Yeah, it's like, we got nothing to show you, but you should still believe.
Yeah.
So let's see how he phrases this exactly again, because this is not even an argument. This is ridiculous.
These are bad, but this one's simply a lack of belief. This is what people on the internet have called shoe atheism. A shoe can hold this philosophical view of, well, it lacks belief in God. I understand this from a certain perspective, but this more accurately describes agnosticism, not atheism.
Oh, fuck.
So I'm going to put that in the F tier. To call yourself an
To be clear, I saw this come up in the chat earlier. The suffix "ist" in atheist refers to a person. Like, a tree is not an atheist because a tree is not a person. If you ignore that part, it's fine if you want to call a tree an atheist. Like, no atheist would have an issue with that if it weren't for the meaning of the word "ist."
Not quite.
You don't think so?
There's a statement out there as to, like, is a rock atheist?
Well, I would say no, because that's not what the word "ist" means.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's a question about what the A actually implies at the same time. It's a question about the capability to even do a thing. So, for instance, I guess rocks are apolitical as well. They don't have political affiliations, last I checked. I've asked every rock I could until people called me crazy, and I still haven't gotten one political opinion from a single rock. So
Right, but
apparently
then-
rocks are apolitical, and his
But
idea
that's
of
true,
language
though, right?
change, while it may be true, it's also dumb.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's
especially dumb. It is especially the dumb.
it's dumb to be talking about it, but it's not wrong. It's not incorrect.
No, what's really dumb is having to talk to rocks to find this out. Okay, that's a lot of survey time I
You
wasted with this guy.
could have saved you the time.
Yeah. Alrighty.
atheist and say that you simply lack belief in God. This is just a category error. The next one here is the I believe in just one less God than you. It's very popular. You hear people like Richard Dawkins use it.
Also not an argument.
Yep, not an argument. That's just a statistical game.
Yeah.
They called I can count.
And it's an
to one.
invitation to think about it.
This is a question about this epistemological standard
Yeah.
that they use to arrive to theirs versus
It's
one
saying,
left.
hey, you're committing a special pleading fallacy, and I don't think you see it.
Oh, well, that's a question. Oop.
this. I think Christopher Hitchens has used this. Christians already reject Thor and Zeus and Odin and all these other gods. So, the atheists.
Yeah, he's also already misattributed this. This one here, this is pure Ricky Gervais. This is Ricky Gervais.
I'm looking at these, and so he's put these ones he doesn't hold. These are the ones he's looking at, right? And he put lack of evidence for God at C.
That's what I was saying.
Okay, and then evolution and simply a lack of belief. Obviously, evolution, there's no like argument. It just means that evolution is just a way of explaining of how it just evolution only debunks certain aspects of within the theology, not the existence of the God itself. So I don't know why he'd be bringing that up. That's not an argument. That's an argument against specific theological claims, but not against the God. So that's just dumb. I know I'm catching up here real quick. Simply a lack of belief. That's semantic masturbation, because the term atheos, going back to the Greek, the term atheos has had so many different like cultural meanings over time. During the and Professor Plink did a fantastic breakdown of this in his video that dropped today. During the Roman Empire, the term was actually applied to individuals who didn't ascribe to the state paganistic religion or the state religion, which was not Christianity at the time.
Not even exclusively that.
So they referred to people who did not, anybody who did, regardless of what they believed in, they referred to them as being atheists, or they're being atheistic. Was because so the different applications of it throughout time, and this is why it's just semantic masturbation. And being an atheist is not an argument that is posed. So it's simply a lack of, I don't know why this is even on here, because it's not an argument. So
lack of belief is not an argument at all.
Yeah, it's like I don't know why that's even why it's on the list. So
like I personally do subscribe to lack of belief as a definition for atheism, but that doesn't make it an argument.
Right. Yeah, that's not an argument against the existence of a God, or even, I mean, you could say that it decreases it definitely goes towards the rationality of believing that one exists, giving that atheism, the term itself as we understand it culturally today, pertains to doxastic states, not epistemic states. So the doxastic state of the individual. But this just shows like the lack of evidence, or like interpreting things through a certain lens, shows that evidence for the entity without it, the most rational way you could address that just shows that it's more rational to not be convinced, because there's no rational reason to believe that it does. So atheists have the more rational position, but that wouldn't say that a God doesn't exist, because the God could set up the system to be that atheists would appear by our own metrics to be the most rational, whereas there's still not an argument against God. So the three of these aren't arguments against God. Like, what the hell?
I'm just reading through them, and a lot of these aren't.
Oh, well, don't worry. Well, like I said, most of these are just arguments against his. So
if that
alone,
Yeah, but I'm just looking. I'm sorry, but I'm looking at the list he has here. Well, he's got the three. I don't think we need to like jump ahead to see what he's trying to say.
We'll get there.
We need to hear how bad the presentation itself is, because that's where the fun is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It shocks me how much less I respect versus even that first one that infuriated you. There was at least some clever trickery there. We're in pure vapid land here.
Also, it's worth pointing out that at the start of this video, he said that some of these arguments were actually pretty strong. But like the only argument that's an actual argument he already put in C tier. So like, where is this going?
He's saying we're mid. Wow. Wow.
Like, I'm just wondering which one of these in this list he thinks are going to go into A or S tier.
Hey, Hayden Walton, good to see you.
Now, it's down basically to what hermeneutics he can run through to toss these out the door, because that's all it is.
Gotcha.
That's fine.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's roll. Oops.
It just goes one God further and rejects the Christian God as well. I just believe in one less God than you do. Again, this is a misunderstanding of what God is. Those gods of old mythology and pantheons, they are created beings. They're not eternal. They're certainly not what the...
Just because you're defining that way doesn't mean that the other person is defining it as well. This is entirely subjective to him.
It's not even true.
Well, I mean, yeah, like I said, that he's viewing them as like these are created entities, not just because he's defining them that way.
Well,
so
no, I mean,
the problem is that he's arguing from his paradigm as to why they're wrong, and not arguing from the paradigm of the people who are claiming them, because the people who would claim them are like this don't believe that their ontology is what he's saying it is.
Yeah,
they don't hold that.
But like the mythologies that he's talking about also contain entities that are like necessary, right? Like chaos from Greek mythology is the foundation of all reality.
Foundational entities like Kronos and shit like that, because they're just necessary entities that ground specific aspects of the universe. So
or the entire universe.
Right.
Like,
so he's not even in addressing this,
word.
He's not even being intellectually dishonest into how these gods are defined. He's defining these gods as his worldview defines them, or how his worldview views them.
Dismisses them.
Yeah. Well, there's a partial to this because he's cherry picking which gods he's comparing.
Yeah, he only said Zeus and
no, because those are pantheons along the way. Those particular ones may have some of these failings, but he's ignoring a whole pile of others, like where Zoroastrianism on this list.
Yeah.
What about Allah not having Jesus? Because that's clearly not the same thing as you've got, right? How about every other religion out there? He's cherry picking the ones that look favorable right now.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that are easy to kind of like take down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Classical God is said to be the ipsum esse subsistens, or existence itself. You're comparing comic book characters to the...
Which is fucking tautologically vacuous. Just say calling it existence itself is just nonsense, because existence is not a predicate. So it's just absolute fucking sophistry.
The author of everything in reality. And by the way, I get this, right? So I'm gonna put this in the D tier though, because although I do believe it's a very bad argument, I will qualify that by saying
it's not even argument. It's a fucking just response. If you're going to present these as arguments, give us the goddamn syllogism. How about that?
Yeah.
He did. Technically, parsimony says on the idea of what's been thrown out already, it'd be parsimonious to throw one more out along with it. But there's a question about what the grounds were to throw those other ones out.
No. But this is not going towards the conclusion that the God does not exist. This is going towards the rationality of not believing, of being an atheist. Okay,
yeah.
So
I mean, you could call that an argument for atheism. So maybe
like I said,
that's the angle.
There'll be equivocating between whether he's claiming atheism as being a positive position versus a neutral position, because he didn't declare this and define it at the start. So he's going to be freely bouncing, I'm sure, between what would be normally a justification to not accept versus a justification positive against. So he's able to float both of those. Well, I expect to see us find two different categories at play in this list.
Yeah, which is very convenient for him, because one argument might be more suitable for one side and one argument might be suitable for the other.
I expect this level of bad faith. It's coming. With a list with those items on it, it's coming.
I'm looking at something like this. Let me take a look. Okay, so I see a couple that he's got on there. I'm looking forward to seeing how where he puts in the S tier and the A tier.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing. That's the answer. Nothing. Nothing will ever. I mean,
something has to go in B tier, because he said some of them would be strong.
I also want to see how he represents them, because two legitimate straight up arguments here are going to be divine hiddenness and the problem of evil. Those have legitimate syllogisms behind them and go towards whether his God exists, if he agrees that his God is defined a certain way. Mm-hmm. So if he's going if he's going God of classical theism, the omni God, then the problem of evil holds. If he's going if he's just defining the God as it loves us, it loves us and wants to have a relationship with us, then the divine hiddenness argument holds. These other ones, this is just weird. Like, these are not arguments. I don't.
I'm betting the highest we get would probably be Problem of Evil. Yeah, and Hiddenness, those two there.
Yeah.
Who wants to put money on both? They both end up in B, and that's the best we get out of this guy.
That's
If
what
he's
I'm
okay, if he's willing to be intellectually honest, they'll both be S tier.
Yeah.
If he's willing to be honest, but
If he's
I'm
willing
not,
to be honest, then a lot of these
I'm not
arguments wouldn't be on the
discounting. I'm not
list.
going to discount the possibility, Andrew, that he'll just put him in B.
I'm betting like that's the thing is like this is a scale system. So the question is that if none of them are good, this is at least the best not good that he can get. So good is relative.
Yeah.
Much like he tries to reject his morals.
But is he going to acknowledge that?
Well, of course not. Intellectual honesty, you came to the wrong channel.
I need to address this. Oniric Cipher. Because atheism is, if defined as a lack of belief, isn't a propositional stance. It simply denotes a psychological state of unbelief,
Yeah, we know that.
or simply not being convinced of a proposition. Right. So, whether you call it a lack of belief or you try to parse out a differentiation between strong atheism and weak atheism, or positive atheism and negative atheism, it ultimately comes down to one simple thing. Atheists. An individual who is an atheist is an individual who is not convinced that the proposition is true. Okay? That they hold it. Now, you can go further with that. You can articulate it semantically different ways. I do not believe that a God exists. I am not convinced that a God exists. I believe that no gods exist. Okay? However you want to semantically structure it, ultimately, the person in question is reporting their psychological state, their state of mind, their mental state, that the proposition of a God exists, they are not convinced that that proposition is true, because doxastic states are not chosen actively. They are what you are convinced of. Okay. So however you want to articulate it is when it boils down to it, is kind of irrelevant. The question is, are you convinced that a God exists, or are you not convinced that a God exists? Because all atheists, no matter how they try to parse it out, they're all going to hit that metric. They are not convinced that a God exists. They are not convinced the proposition is true. Okay? Now, that has nothing to do with parsing out what is logically possible or what is even probable, or what is even probable amongst logically possible God concepts. It's simply being, I'm not convinced that the proposition is the case. And I can be convinced that the proposition is the case should evidence be presented that would warrant belief, that would convince me, because doxastic states are not chosen. Now, some gods we know don't exist because they're logically contradictory, like the God of classical theism is a logical contradiction. The Problem of Evil is one way to show that. But if you want to alter the God, put it on the seesaw of shit to try and fit it through try to thread that needle, fine. The question is, does it ever get beyond unfalsifiability? Because if it's unfalsifiable, then it would be irrational to take a true or false position on that, which means that you would be agnostic as far as an epistemic state, because you wouldn't know it. But you would also be atheist because you're not convinced that it's there. You're not convinced that it's true or false. You're not convinced that it's true, even though you're not convinced it's false either. You could say it's unknown, but you don't believe it to be true. So you are still technically, by definition, an atheist, because it is without a God.
And that's one thing worth pointing out, that there is a true dichotomy between atheism and theism. Like, you cannot be between atheism and theism.
Yeah. What's up, D to the Dubs? Good to see you. Burt Russell as well, if I didn't say hi before. Good to see you. Kermit Thorson. Appreciate you being here. And Scott Scott says, I knew you guys would.
I'm wondering what you're referring to with that, Scott.
Yeah, I have no idea. So this stuff is not difficult, okay? But I can tell you right now, Oniric, the God of classical theism does not exist. It is a logical contradiction. Its definitional attributes entail contradictions. They also entail issues so not just the individual ones, omniscience, omnipotence, omnibenevolence, so on and so forth. There are problems with all of them. But in conjunction with one another, they also present problems. That God simply doesn't exist, so you just have to redefine it into a logically consistent state. But once you do that, it's going to be unfalsifiable unless you can show that it actually exists as a concrete agent without begging the question. So,
I think that if it's a matter of parsimony, right? I also think that it just gets parsimony wrong. You know, the idea that my ontology
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's just not multiplying your entities unnecessarily. That's what that is.
is simpler just because I have one less thing in it, namely God. Parsimony only really works if you don't multiply beyond necessity, right? If you need,
And if the God is not necessary, then you don't need to. Duh. If you're just defining it as necessary, that's irrelevant. You can define it as necessary all they want. Just because it's, you know, you define it just because in your worldview it's analytically true does not mean that it's synthetically true. So get the fuck out of here.
Now, who's to say that one of the items that was already thrown out was also defined as necessary, but that one got thrown out? So why not throw out the next quote unquote necessary?
It's like, I don't give a shit how he's defining it. It's like, that's irrelevant.
in your ontology for explanatory power, explanatory scope, and so on, then you need the thing. It doesn't matter how much more complex it makes your ontology. No,
you don't, because he just described for explanatory power. You see, that's not a question of need. The fact that you're using it for explanatory power is a you problem. He's choosing to put things through that lens. Stop projecting, sir.
Oh, and by the way, Derek, it has no explanatory power.
Yeah.
It has assertion power. You're asserting it as the cause.
Yeah.
But an explanation would include a breakdown of the relationship between it and everything else. In other words, the explanation answers the question, how does God do it? Because you're saying what God does. What God does is God creates. That's your worldview. But the explanation would be, how does God go about creating? And if your answer is magic, that's a you problem. That's not an us problem.
Explanation.
And it doesn't make an explanation. That's a fucking assertion. You're asserting that the God does it by magic. You're doing that because you can't show how God does it. So, which would be the explanation.
I'd love an explanation on how God does things, but somehow we never seem to get one.
So yeah, McKermit brings up, what do God do? They claim it do create. The God do it create. Our question is, how do the God do it create? And they go, magica.
Or unknowable, or that's for God to know.
Oh, that's for God to know. Or appeal to mystery. Yeah.
Tires. My car would be so much simpler if I didn't have tires, but my tires are necessary to make the whole car go. So this just misunderstands parsimony.
No, that's a bad analogy as well.
It makes for a great bumper sticker, but it's just bad philosophy. The next bad argument is going to be a very...
No, what's bad philosophy is you taking something that is completely disanalogous and saying that it's equivalent to your fucking God concept. What the shit? Derek, get the fuck out of here, dude. This dude is terrible.
very familiar one. It's the omnipotence paradox, that God create a stone so big that he can't lift it? This is a puzzle. It's not a problem.
Averroes' paradox of the stone. And he's likely just going to say, this is one of the omnipotence paradoxes. And
it's really funny to me that he just said a paradox is not a problem.
I'm willing to bet he's going to say that because he defines his God as something that can't do something logically contradictory, so it can't create a logically contradictory state.
It's the only possible answer.
Yeah.
This relies upon a certain understanding of omnipotence that classical Christians just don't endorse. They don't accept, right? So ever since Thomas Aquinas and even before, omnipotence has been defined as anything that God can do which is logically coherent. Logic relies upon his own nature. When we understand logic, we're just understanding God's nature. God cannot go against his own nature. This also does not make God subservient to his nature.
Limited to me.
He's not bound to his nature anymore than he's bound to anything else. It just shows us what God is. God can't do logically impossible things because they're just not things that can be done. God can't create a squared circle. He can't create a four-sided triangle. So
I mean, you're really dancing around the fact that God is bound by his nature. Like he said he isn't, but he isn't explaining why he isn't. Because he is.
So what is the thing that can't be done based on his nature versus something else?
Could God choose to do something that is not in his nature?
No, because then it would be his nature again.
Right.
Which, by the way, means that God's nature is to just randomly kill people. Because God does that.
Though that's getting more into the benevolence.
Yeah, I'm gonna be writing a thesis on God's nature, and it's going to be very ugly. You've seen my handiwork before. buckle up. It's going to be another snuff film, just to say.
Oh boy.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Limitations on God's power, they are just an explanation of what rationality and coherence are. So we're going to place this one, since it's a very fun puzzle, but it just doesn't have any philosophical push to it. We're going to place that in the F tier as well. The next bad argument is that there are too many.
It's not even an argument against I mean, that's just an argument as to a particular attribute of a god. That's all that is. Or it's not. It's just. So what the fuck?
Now,
Any atheist, I'm sorry. If someone's calling themselves an atheist and they're basing it solely upon Averroes' paradox of the stone, that's wild. That's wild to me. But I mean,
now keep in mind that he put lack of belief. He called that good, and he put that in C tier, which is why I'm not expecting anything to pass B. So
Okay.
we'll see. Like I said, I use that as my litmus test.
Did he
so
call
far.
it good?
Yeah, that was the first one. He said this one's
what is
there.
Scott's
It's just
question?
not quite.
Scott says, "Excuse me, main host. I would like to know if a man can become a woman." Yeah, are we really addressing? I mean,
Bit of a tangent, but okay.
so
I think
this
that already got a timeout, didn't it?
did he get timed out?
Did he?
Did he?
Or yeah, Scott. Yeah,
Are we lit- are we-
Matt got that already.
He's been talking on and off
So-
for a while. But
So we really trying to ask you about if trans people can exist? Is that the question? Dreamscape? Is that what you're like? Are we literally trying to say you have a problem with trans people existing? Because if you do, get the fuck off my channel. Seriously, I got no time nor patience for bigots, none whatsoever.
Dreamscape say.
Someone's engaged in bigoted shit, just shut them the fuck down. Not interested.
So
Many contradictions in the Bible.
too many contradictions.
What's
What's the normative? What's the normative?
What's the accepted
Barrier.
amount of contradictions?
No, I
Where
wonder
do we
what the
draw the
normative
line?
barrier is.
Where do we draw the line where we just get to like you get to like fucking like acts? That's just one too many contradictions for me. Fuck this book. Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry. 12 was okay. 13. Wait. And the count shall be 3, not 5, not 4. 5
Maybe
is way out.
Maybe does it say somewhere in the Bible how many contradictions it can have?
beyond this point, that's why they say don't read beyond this point, because this point has become the contradictions just become untenable. So
Usually their point is the Old Testament, and it's
Oh,
reading
fuck.
backwards.
Yes.
it's the typically the one that gets me is like the two separate creation accounts and the two separate or differently ordered creation accounts in Genesis.
1 and 2.
Yeah, it's kind of like wait, hang on a sec, wait a minute. You think the editors would have figured that shit out?
Yeah.
I like
Obviously
how they
this
said
is
the quality. They're
this
not
is not
even
in-
the quality of the contradiction, let alone just the
Yeah.
quality.
this is not an argument. This is something we pose that can be posed by this can be posed by believers as well, pointing out all of these contradictions within the book. This is just a critique of the book and not an argument against a god or a god-like entity, but it could be arguments against a lot of these are arguments against particular theological claims.
It
So
is.
that reduce the probability of the theology being true, but does not eliminate the possibility of a particular God entity being true. Like, for example, there could be a creating God entity and the theology is complete bullshit. So we can knock both that. I prefer to knock the God concept down, because when the God concept goes down, the theology goes right along with it. That's what I prefer to do.
Okay, I think I see the equivocation as well at this point. This may be arguments from atheists, but not arguments for atheism. So these may be shooting down a specific.
It's random things that are
Yeah.
said by atheists in certain
This is not an
contexts.
argument. These are not arguments for atheism. It's arguments against.
Or
Most
it's not even really arguments. It's just
Oh yeah,
like
for
defeating
Things atheists say.
defeating things atheists say. It's like things that non-believers will bring up, and it's like, and I'm going to defeat
Pretty
these
much.
things. This is kind of what this is.
Yeah.
This is,
uh,
and yeah. By the way, Derek, there are lots of contradictions in your book. I brought up the visual, the image, like the info. Like I don't want to call it an infographic, but I guess it is an infographic of all the contradictions in the book, and there are many. So
Yeah, I know the way.
cross-linking biblical reference to biblical reference. It's a huge mess.
It's a massive, just
It's
chaos.
something that completely loses its like value if you look at the entire thing, because you can't make up anything, or like you can't make out anything because of all the indicators.
Wait, what is this? JL only thinks the God of classical theism is contradictory because he's applying the tri-omni properties onto an anthropomorphic interpretation when classical theism denies anthropomorphism. No, I'm not. I'm taking the three terms and looking at their logical entailment and seeing how they contradict one another, you moron.
Like, anthropomorphism never came up.
I never even said, it's like, what is that? I'm saying you define this entity, this like bodiless mind, okay, as having three specific attributes: omnipotence, omnibenevolence, and omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence. All powerful, all knowing, all loving. And I can use like the logical problem of evil to shut that shit down. Okay, I can also show how there are contradictions entailed by how these things interact with one another. Okay. So how omnipotence and omniscience are deeply, deeply problematic. So there's ways of doing it, and you can just Google this. There's lists out there of how these things break down. So no, there's no anthropomorphism involved. I'm looking at the terms and saying, by definition, these terms result in logical contradictions. That's what Alan Plantinga tried to do. Alan Plantinga tried to address the logical problem of evil by simply redefining what omniscience was. He just redefined it. He said, that's not what omniscience means. This is what omniscience means. And I'm like, no, that doesn't work, because it literally, he redefined omniscience thinking he solved the problem. But he ignored the foundational relationship that the God entity has with everything that it creates in the not God set. It doesn't matter how many possibilities there are, or how many, in all possible worlds through modal logic, looking at all logically possible worlds. He was arguing that a thing could be true in one world and not be true in another world. But it doesn't matter, because all true statements are known by the God, and you could parse them out per individual world and say, like, the set of things that are true can be different for each world, but all of those things hinge upon the God, and the God still knows them. So it doesn't solve the problem in one world by branching it out to all possible worlds. That's not the way that works. If there's ever a point where the God doesn't know something, like you say that God knows all logical possibilities, but it doesn't know which one is true until that one takes place. That means God's knowledge is dependent upon like what is going on. Then what happens to be the case, and what happens to be the case is not decided by the God. It happens outside of its purview, and therefore it doesn't know. Kind of like in the movie, there's a movie with George Burns where George Burns plays God, and I believe it's called Oh God. And in that, he says, the character of George Burns plays God. The character says, I know the future the moment it becomes the present, which means that God is not omniscient, because it doesn't know what propositions are going to be true until the moment they are determined to be true, which means that there is an aspect of the universe that lies outside of its purview, which completely undermines the tri-omni God. So even the writers of a comedy film starring George Burns as God, and George Burns played the devil in the second one as well, even they understood that the omni God does not work logically, which is why they define the God in a more logically consistent fashion. It also says that God, oh God, you devil. So even that goes to show that we understand that these things don't work, logically speaking. The God of classical theism does not work. So sorry to burst your bubble on that one.
Bible. How many angels were at the tomb? How many women discovered the empty tomb? Those sort of things. Now, I honestly don't understand how this would be an argument against God.
Because it's not.
It isn't.
Because we just pointed that out. This is an argument against an aspect of the theology, you moron.
It means the story isn't particularly well.
If you know it's not an argument against the God, then why'd you put it on the list?
We know that.
No. What we've done here again is he's picked a specific contradiction that argues more on the theology than the existence side.
Right.
He's
like-
he's cherry picking. It's not a straw man. He's just like nut picking.
Right.
function.
It's like, but he knows it's not an argument against the existence of a god. And
No, I know that's why, but he wants to knock down. It's not, like I said, it's not a straw man. He's just picking. Yes,
this shit is it's just filler. He's just trying to fill out the runtime. It's all
It
he's
would
trying
be,
to do.
not-
it would be a
not
straw man
exactly.
if it was
No.
intentional.
No, I wouldn't say this. This isn't just that, because he is addressing the topic, but he's picking the weakest sample to try to knock it down by. That's what he's doing. So, for instance, contradictions. The omnis would run in there. So technically, like I said, he's picking the weakest sample to discredit the category of complaint.
It's also super weird. I mean, how he's not like, one thing I would address with the contradictions in the Bible, the best way I could get about that is that if the God is perfect in its nature and it cannot contradict its own nature, then the way that it communicates with human beings would be perfect. And therefore, those human beings would have the perfect understanding as to how to write the Bible, and it would not be subject to their own influence, subject to human influence. That the God is speaking to them in a way that they absolutely understand and that they absolutely write down exactly how God wants them to write it down. But if there's an aspect of humans that can override God's power, that God communicates perfectly, but we're all fallen and fucked up, and God can't override that, then that goes to show that God is not all powerful, because God cannot. God could be like, humans are fallen, but I'm going to interact with them in this one particular way to inspire the text, and their fallen nature will not override my ability to communicate perfectly with them. So it's just freaking stupid.
Couldn't God why use human writers? Couldn't he just drop a manuscript out of the sky?
Exactly. Write it on the fucking moon. I have no fucking clue. There's so many ways it could do it. It's like, why? What are with all these limitations? These fucking I have all the power. I can do anything logically possible.
Into our brains.
Oh fuck! I had these stories I wanted to inspire them to write, but I made them fallen, and now it's all fucked up. Now they can't write anything down accurately. What the shit?
Well, okay, God can only appear on so many different pieces of toast. Okay, we're doing our best.
That's hilarious. We do have somebody in the back finally.
Oh boy.
So let's do this.
Yeah.
And let's see.
Check.
I see Shadow in the back. Yep, they came on there. So here we go. Shadow, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you're very welcome. First time on the stage of Reason. What brings you up today? Was there something on the screen that one of the topics on the screen that you disagreed with, or topic of the stage, or did you have something you wanted to present?
I would like to present the fact that we don't know anything about anything, because we could be a cell. The whole universe could be a cell belonging to an organism, belonging to a molecule, belonging to an organism, belonging to something bigger. We don't know anything.
Do we have a reason to think that?
Well, let me ask this. What do you think knowledge is?
Knowledge on a human level? Because by the way, my name is Dia. I'm from Romania originally. I moved here 28 years ago.
That's fine.
Knowledge on a human level?
Yeah, how are you classifying what knowledge is? Like, for example, how do I know that the moon is 295,000 miles away?
The same way the ants think about you, how far away you are from them.
But ants don't think
You-
about that.
you
because
cannot-
ants
you
don't think about
cannot-
that because they don't have the brain structure to be able to do that.
Not necessarily. You don't know that.
Yes, we do know that.
Because no, you don't.
Yes, we do.
You
Yes.
cannot.
How about we
No.
start with something
Well,
How about we start with something very simple for you? Do you dodge traffic?
I want to say something.
Actually, no,
yes,
Shadow.
Basic.
Shadow, hang on a second. Andrew's got a good
Reasons.
question there. Do you look both ways before you cross the street?
Not always.
Oh,
But most of the time.
Let me ask you this. Do you wash your hands after you wipe your ass? It just
You're
I'm not trying to
fucking
be I'm not
crazy.
trying to be glib here. Do you
No,
wash
you're
your
just being crazy. You're
I
just
know it
being
Shadow,
you're being
No, Shadow,
delirious right
listen to
now,
the
and I'm eating
listen
chips.
Shadow, listen to the question I'm asking you. Do you
Okay.
wash your hands after you use
Yeah,
the
I do wash
bathroom?
my
Okay.
hands
Why
after
do
I
you
use the
Okay, you
bathroom
Shadow. Why do you wash your hands?
because I don't want to enter germs in my body.
Right. Have you ever seen a germ?
Under the microscope, yeah, I
Okay.
have.
Okay, but you've never seen one with the naked eye, right?
No, but I have seen under the microscope because it's in my scope of what I do for a living.
Okay. So you understand that germs exist, but you've never
Mm-hmm.
seen a germ. You've never seen a
Yeah,
germ. Hold on a
and you
sec.
never
No,
seen you
Shadow.
never seen the mind of an ant
I didn't say
or
anything about Shadow. I didn't say anything about the
yes you
mind.
did,
No,
yes you
no,
did.
Shadow.
You
Stop.
basically
Roll it
denied
back. Dial it back. Dial
ants.
it back. Dial it back. I never said anything about the mind of an ant. I said their brain structures. They do not have the brain structures to do
by
such a thing.
by your scope,
No,
which you have not.
because we understand their anatomy.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
You do not.
Entomologists
No, you
understand their
don't.
anatomy, but just
You don't.
just to go down it. You said you said that we don't know anything at all.
We don't. We
Okay.
the whole universe could be a star belonging to something else. We
No,
don't.
no, no. I'm not
We
talking
know
about
what we know around us.
but Shadow, we're not
So
talking
I know
about
you're an asshole.
Shadow. We're not talking about unfalsifiable concepts. We're talking about
no,
how do
we're
we establish things as best we can to understand that they are the case.
Do you
the-
think that what you establish makes the case for the whole universe?
I say that hang on a second, Andrew. I say that we have evidence and we have models that help to explain things.
To explain things within your scope, but it
hold
Okay,
on.
doesn't
Jose,
explain
I'm trying not to
whole
double up on this
universe.
one. Not with her accent. Not with her understanding. Not with her
Oh,
grasping English
really?
language.
I have an accent. Oh my
No,
god.
I'm trying to make sure there's no that
I'm
we're not
eating
talking.
American fucking chips. Give me a break.
I'm trying to make sure that we don't talk over each other so that you hear us both, that you hear us clearly. I'm doing it for your benefit, not ours. Okay? So,
Mm-hmm.
in this conversation, you have stated that we don't know anything. That
We
position
don't.
is referred to as epistemic nihilism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That knowledge is
Yes.
impossible. But it's
Correct.
but it's also what we call a performative contradiction, because
Correct.
you operate in the world
That's correct
acknowledging
as
that
well.
you do know things.
That's correct as well.
You know that you're not going to cross the
They're
street.
opposed to each other. Yeah.
But Shadow, you know that you're not
Yeah.
going to cross the street in front of a truck.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mhm.
That's knowledge that you have.
That's right.
So that's
Actually,
what we call a performative contradiction.
No. Yes. That's right.
Right. So you're committing a performative contradiction.
I'm telling you that you asking me on a bigger scale than me running in front of a truck. You
Say that
asking
again.
me on a bigger scale. You are not asking me if I'm gonna run in front of a truck. Your question
I'm
was
curious,
not about.
Shadow. I'm curious what you expect from knowledge.
I expect from knowledge to know why we are here, why we're born, why we
How would we know?
mean.
How would we know that?
We never may know. We never may know.
I could tell you why you're here.
Well, we could ask questions on that one. I'm just wondering about the
but
basics.
Shadow, I can tell
We
you why
never
you're
may
no
find
Shadow.
out.
Shadow, I can tell you why you're here.
I drink beer, but that
Shadow,
maybe.
I can tell you why you're here. I can tell you why all humans that currently exist are here. We are here because
Why?
we are here because our parents smashed. That's why
That's
you're
your
here.
explanation. That's all it is to it. There is nothing else.
You exist.
much.
You exist because your dad
Oh,
put dad
all
put
the
tab A.
every.
Your dad put tab A into slot B. That
Okay,
is why you
okay,
exist.
okay. Hold on. Stop being so violent. So all the
Violent.
animals, all the plants exist because of procreation.
Yes,
Yeah.
the things that exist today are a result of the prior generations procreating.
Okay.
Life itself exists on this planet as a result of naturally occurring organic chemical interactions.
You don't
So-
believe in anything else. You don't believe in a spirit. You don't believe in anything else.
I have no reason to believe in any of them because there's no evidence for such things.
Well, I do. I
Why?
do. And I have evidence for it.
Why? What evidence do you have that spirits exist?
I cannot convince somebody who is that violent towards me.
Well, no, I was saying I'm not being violent towards you.
curious.
I'm not
curious
being
You
violent.
being verbally violent towards me. I don't
Just
like
No,
that.
I was saying how I don't want to. I'm not being violent towards you. I have used scatological terminology, sure, but it's not violence towards you. I'm putting these things in very simplistic ways, and so that you'll understand them and grasp them better.
I understand you perfectly before you have to put them in simplistic ways. I understood you. I just ignored it because I thought you're going with it somewhere.
Okay,
But
that's
you're
fine.
not going with it anywhere.
So I hold many beliefs. My worldview, everyone's worldview is composed of many beliefs. But the things that I believe are true, the things that I'm convinced of. There has been no evidence or any kind of argumentation that has been presented that would convince me that any kind of a god exists or any kind of souls exist or anything of that nature. It can't be. It can't be shown. It can't be demonstrated. You said that
I can read you. You have a dog. You are in a relationship that is going sideways, and you're soon gonna be divorced.
Well,
or
wait, no.
I'm giving you a reading.
Wait, hang on a second. How do you know that I'm in a relationship?
I know for a fact. Yeah. You're gonna be soon.
No. How do you know?
Because I'm giving you a reading. Can you stop, shut up, and accept it, or you gonna talk over me?
Okay,
I mean, nobody asked.
And you said that I have a dog.
Yeah.
So
Maybe you did something to your dog.
So I have one dog.
Two dogs.
So I have two dogs.
Yeah.
You sure about that?
100%.
Okay.
May I make a suggestion?
Oh, hang on a sec. So you're giving me a reading. So is this a tarot card reading?
No, I don't do tarot cards. I do psychic readings. I read people. You need to calm down.
Then I only need you to do one thing. Can you tell me what the JL in my name stands for?
Generally lousy.
That would be a G, not a J. So, do you can you use your psychic abilities to tell me what the JL in my name stands for? This should be pretty damn simple.
That's your name?
Yes.
Jerry Larson. Stop.
No, it's not Jerry Larson. It's not Jerry Larson. I'm assuming you assuming you could use your psychic abilities to tell me.
What about your dogs? What about your relationship? You admit to it?
Do I have two dogs?
Do you admit your relationship is about to fall off?
No, I've been married. I've been with my wife for over 20 years.
It's gonna fall off.
Not particularly, considering.
Well, yeah, not particularly.
Okay, so that would assume that we're already having problems of some sort, but we're not.
But you are.
We're definitely completely off the topic of how.
I would like to.
Well, hang on a second. I'm really curious about this.
He's attacking me. I'm telling him what I see. I see what I see.
Shadow, I'm not attacking you. You've never seen my wife.
I don't have to see your wife. This is not how psychic works.
Right. You don't need to see my wife. No, hang on, Shadow. But hang on. You don't have to see my wife to tell me what my wife's mental states are. but you're sitting
I'm
here
telling you
talking.
what your mental state is, that you are almost done with her.
No, I'm
And
not.
you
Far from
have
it.
2
No,
dogs.
Shadow.
You have 2
Shadow, I
dogs.
can tell you this straight up. Far
Do
from
you have
it.
2 dogs?
Shadow, I can tell you this far
Do
from
you have
it.
2 dogs?
I look
Yes or
forward.
no?
I look forward to the next 20 years with my wife.
Do you have 2 dogs?
Yes, I do have 2 dogs.
Yeah. Oh,
Congrats.
hell fuck yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you tell
next
me-
time
can
you
you-
mind.
Okay,
How many
hold on.
dogs
Hang
do
on.
I have?
Hang on. Can you tell me their
I'm
name?
not
Wait, hang on a sec.
doing
Shadow.
this.
Can
I'm
you
not
tell
doing this.
Shadow, can you tell me their name?
I read you enough. You attacked me enough, and I gave you a reading out
You
of the
didn't get-
fucking blue.
No, you didn't give me a reading, Shadow. I asked you as the psychic to tell me.
How would I fucking know that your relationship is gonna fall out? It's falling out.
It's not.
And you have 2 dogs. Oh, you can tell me until tomorrow is not, but it is. Next on the mic.
Shadow.
I'm not taking.
Shadow, would you like me
No.
would you like me to like go get my wife and have her say something?
No, because I don't care. Because this is what I see in the future.
Okay, so do something for me to prove to me that because I don't believe that you have psychic powers, but you know how
Oh,
you can.
you don't believe
but you,
it.
but,
You don't
but,
believe
no,
in psychic.
But Shadow, do you know how
You don't
can
believe
prove-
in a soul. You don't
I
believe in
don't.
psychic powers. You
don't.
don't believe in anything.
I don't. But
Just-
can you prove to me? You know how you could prove it to me. You could prove your psychic abilities to me by telling me what the JL in my name stands for.
I'm not doing that because that
Because
would
you can't.
Yes I can.
Because no,
But
you can't.
yes I can. But
No, you
that
can't.
means I have to get off the microphone and I have to concentrate and I have to do remote viewing and I have to find out. That doesn't work like
hang on
that.
a sec. No, hang on a sec. Shadow.
You can't read names
Shadow,
like that.
We're in no rush for time. There's no
Okay.
limit on,
I'll come back.
how long.
I'll come back tomorrow. Today 12. It's 12:46. Today is 12 p.m. and tell you.
Okay, I'm not doing the stream again until Wednesday. So
Okay, I'll come back on Wednesday.
But that's plenty of time for you to try and find me on the internet to try and figure out what
No,
my name
I don't have to find. Oh my
is. If you were
I
truly
predict
psychic,
she won't find. I predict she
Yeah.
won't. Become
God, I'm getting.
I predict she
ahead
won't either.
right
But
now.
if you were truly
I'm
psychic,
getting
you could tell me what
I'm
the
getting.
JL.
It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work. Listen to me. It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't. Wait, it doesn't
It
work.
doesn't work
Wait, hang on a
that
sec.
way.
So Shadow, it's so easy
It
to tell me
doesn't work
the
that way.
JL right there on the screen.
Can I tell you something?
No, I'm not done talking. The JL right there on the screen is right there. JL. Those
Your
two
mother
letters-
died.
My what? My what did?
Your mother died.
No, she's not. My mother is very much alive.
Yes, she died.
No, my mother is very much
lying
alive.
to the room. You're
No, my
lying to
mother
the
is
room.
very much alive.
Your dad died when he was 82.
He admitted that he had 2 dogs. Why would he lie about this?
Yeah, you got it right. But then again, I have on previous streams talked at length about my dogs, about my first 2 dogs.
Oh
here
my
in
God!
the
I
first 2
never
dogs,
came.
the first 2 dogs here in Oklahoma, Jingles and Shotzi, and now my second
I
2
never
dogs,
came to this
Oso
one
and
before.
Torque. So, but guess what?
I never came to this one before.
That's fine. That's fine. But guess what? My mother is still very much. My mother is still very much alive. She sent my wife a birthday card. So because it was my wife's birthday recently, so my mother's still alive because my mother texted my wife to wish her happy birthday on her birthday. So I know that my mother is alive. So
Call her.
my mother is alive.
Call her.
So I'm
Like
still
call my
curious
mom.
how this ties
My
in.
mother. Okay, my mother lives on the. I'm just telling you this. My mother lives on the East Coast. It is currently almost 1 a.m. where she lives. I'm not calling my mother at 1 a.m. for you.
Okay, then you know what? Then don't. Then don't.
I'm not going to. That's what I just said.
Your dad passed when he was 82.
Wait, who was 82?
Your dad.
No, my
I
dad did not
see it.
die at 82.
I didn't say in 82, at 82 years old.
No, my dad is not 82 years old. My dad died at the age of 48. My dad passed in 2004.
I don't know how I saw it too. I have no idea.
I have no idea because you're not psychic and you're making stuff up. My father died in
I'm not
2004.
making shit up.
My father died in
I
2004. My father died in 2004 on Easter Sunday at the age of 48 years old.
Why do you keep muting?
Yeah. Now, this was a bonus for me here because I'm kind of wondering here because after you finish telling us we can't know everything or anything, you're apparently telling us you know everything.
So much stuff that she knows.
This and
Which is kind of what I
we're
wanted to
down to
do,
like
is
the lowest level of cold reading, going like, what are the odds?
He
person
keeps
has-
blocking me. He keeps blocking me.
I didn't know. I didn't block you, Shadow. You kept over talking, and I had to mute you.
Yeah.
And then when I unmuted you, you muted yourself, trying to unmute yourself. So I'm just gonna go with this, and I'm gonna hand
You
this up.
muted me over and over and over like
Why did you start that sentence? Shouldn't you have seen the mute button coming? You're not very good at this game. Okay.
So Shadow.
So
I'm gonna hang on, Shadow. I'm gonna hand you over to Andrew because I'm not convinced that you're psychic. You haven't told me anything. I mean, you can't even tell me what the JL in my name stands for. Yet you can tell me my innermost thoughts about my relationship with my wife, which is wild because my wife and I have been together literally since 2003. So
you're not gonna stay with her.
Oh, I plan on dying in this relationship. There is no human being on this planet that makes me happier than my wife.
Well, I'm telling you.
I don't know why. Yeah, I didn't mute her. So no, I mean, so you're wrong on that. Okay, I'll concede. Yeah, you got the 2 dogs correct. You got that, but you
how many
can't.
people have 2 dogs, JL?
Yeah, many people have 2 dogs, right?
This is like the lowest level of cold reading.
And this would determine like be based upon like when I was like when she would have asked me. If she'd asked me that like a year ago, I would have had 1 dog. If she asked me like a year and 2 months, I'd have had I still would have had 1 dog, yeah, because because Shotzi was still alive when we brought Torque in, and then we brought Oso in. So
listen,
at one point we had 3 dogs.
Stop being evil. Stop being mean.
How am I being mean?
You being mean.
How?
I'm just a little girl.
Okay.
Stop being mean.
You called in.
I mean, you came up here.
Yeah, but stop being mean. Stop yelling.
Okay, so
stop screaming.
I'm gonna hand you over to Andrew, and Andrew's gonna ask you a
Do
question.
you like black metal?
Do
you like metal music? Do you like black metal?
I do. Yes, I do.
That's a
I
great
technically I like all music. I like all music except for pop country.
I am a big fan of anything going from Celtic Frost to Testament to Megadeth to Metallica to Watain to Dissection, everything.
Cool. Best Metallica album.
91 Black Album.
I'll give her that.
Yeah.
I'll give her that. I don't consider it to be their best, but I can understand why I consider it second best behind Master of Puppets, but that's just me.
Master of Puppets.
So Shadow, I'm gonna let Andrew ask you a question. Andrew's gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna hand you over to Andrew so Andrew can have the conversation with you.
Hand me over to more punishment. Stop being mean to me.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Stop being mean to me.
Yes, this is just to be mean. Not because you're bringing up something we want to understand a little better. It couldn't possibly be that. Yeah. So how does psychic work in conjunction with not being able to know anything?
So I was born in Romania. I was born knowing.
Nobody asked about the extra story.
I'm telling you
how does
I was born knowing
know
things.
anything? How is that compatible with psychic? If you can't know anything,
I'm trying to explain to you, but you like stopping me.
Romania does not make that equation work.
Shadow, if I can explain this, a little bit. Andrew, you made the statement that we don't know, that human beings don't know anything. But then you claim to be psychic, and that psychic ability allows you to know things.
Quite a lot of things.
Which one is that? There's a contradiction there. Either we don't know anything, or we do know some things. because
And
you're
We
psychic.
don't know
And
some things. We don't
you've
know some
got-
things.
and
We don't know
You've
everything.
got it.
Okay, so you're changing your position. We do know some things.
Yeah,
Okay.
I never said we know
So
everything.
basically, I just want to confirm the thing you came into the room with. You lied to us.
No, I didn't. I told you we could be a cell in a big organism belonging to another body.
No, you
Not
said
the only
Didn't I
thing.
say
we
that?
don't know anything.
I don't know what's out there.
No.
Did
Shadow,
I
Shadow,
say I know everything?
Shadow,
You said
hold
That's
on.
no
in your
knowledge.
mind.
Shadow, pull
You
it
said
back.
no knowledge.
You
None.
said that we don't know anything. That was the phrase that came out of your mouth, that we know nothing, that
Zero.
we have zero knowledge. Epistemic nihilism. That's what you said. But
Okay,
then you
I
turned around.
misspoke. I
Okay,
misspoke.
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So long as
I said we don't, on the big scale, we don't know anything. On a smaller scale, we know some things, but
Well, when
we
you say
don't know
smaller
everything.
scale, you mean
So,
our scale, right?
What is that?
Like
what
human
is that
scale.
statement? What does that statement tell us?
That means that we can perceive, I can see some things, I can feel things, and this man shutting me up when I told him where I was born. Well, no, it matters where I was born. It matters how I grew up. With tarot readings, with concave readings, with cold readings like I did, with which are called psychic readings, by the way, you call them cold readings, with all coffee ground readings. We did a lot of divination. Okay, that means that we know some things on a smaller scale, but we don't know what's out there. We don't know. I'm not gonna tell you I know what planet Earth is. It could be a cell belonging to another organism. I cannot tell you that. I
Planet
cannot
Earth?
tell you.
I mean, I think we can pretty definitively say that that isn't the case.
Yeah.
How do you know? Are we outside of Earth?
Because we can see outside of Earth.
No, you don't know what's outside of the outside of cosmos.
Yeah, but that's not what you said. You said Earth.
Universe
yeah,
ends.
but Shadow.
That's you're
Shadow,
delusional if you
that's-
think
no,
that.
No,
Shadow,
that's
there-
not what I said.
No, hold on a sec. Shadow, there is no outside of the cosmos.
The cosmos is all that is. That's what the word means.
So I'm still waiting to find
Somebody
out.
clip that. Somebody clip that, because I don't know
Yeah,
how
no,
to do it.
we agree.
Yeah, no.
Somebody can
This is what the
clip
word
that.
cosmos means.
Yeah,
Shadow.
I'm still waiting for something useful here.
Yeah. So Shadow, tell me
useful
what do you
statement?
hang on a second. Shadow, tell me what
Can
is
can
what,
I speak with
Shadow,
the metal
Shadow,
head?
what is
I'm
what
not
is your
interested in
what is your
speaking.
definition? What is your definition of the universe?
The universe is what we see with the telescopes, and the universe is what we perceive with the biggest telescopes that we have. And imaginary, then we can all the nebulas and all the everything that we can see or
Okay.
imagine.
Okay, so
And then you said there is nothing after that, even though the universe is
there's nothing
expanding.
there's nothing outside of it.
There is no dark matter. There is no dark energy. There is nothing.
Yes, there is.
According to you.
No, there is. These are actual physical things
Inside the universe.
inside the universe.
Yes,
how
and
does
that's
this
gonna destroy
Shadow,
the universe
so
because
Shadow,
I belong to 218.
you belong to what?
218.
218? I don't know what that means.
Current 218. Temple of the Black Light.
Oh, so it's like a
Is this
denomination of something?
Is this a cult?
I don't know. They used to go by Misanthropy Luciferian Order. They changed to 218 and then they changed.
Well, that's an MC. There's an MCU reference for that.
Temple of the Black
Yeah,
Light,
MC.
Currents 218 is it Luciferianism?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Interesting.
Yep.
I mean, I don't
And
really.
we believe that the cosmos was, the universe was created against our will, and everything that's created is against our will. And
We weren't around back then, though.
no, we weren't. And
No, I can promise you my coffee was made entirely according to my will.
So why do you believe this, Shadow?
because since I was 3 years old in Romania, I asked my dad, "Why am I here?" And my dad didn't answer to me.
So, do you think that's a particularly
No. I'm trying
rigorous
to.
way?
I'm talking to this man. Can you stop? I'm talking to this guy.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm talking to
alright.
the metalhead.
Okay, I'm right-
Can
I'm
you
right here.
allow me to answer to him without you interrupting me? Can
I
you
didn't
allow me
interrupt
to
you.
elaborate and talk without? Am I being interrogated right now?
Yes.
Yeah, kind of. You kind of are, because you're making claims about things. We're kind of curious about them. My question
Well, I'm
was,
talking
why
to
do you?
you.
My question is, why do you believe these things?
I believe these things because of my journey. I'm 52. My birthday was 2 days ago on the August 11 at 11 p.m. I was born 11 p.m. August 11. 11/11, and August is the sign of eternity.
August is the sign of eternity.
Yes.
Okay, so I understand that you may be convinced of these things. Why
But
should
you don't want to delve into the occult at all.
into the what?
Why? Into the occult at
Into the
all.
occult?
Yeah.
Because it's just human invention. There's nothing that can be
It is
demonstrated.
not.
No,
It
there's
is
nothing that
not.
can be
It
demonstrated.
is not.
No,
It
if
is
I
not.
were to test
It
it,
is not.
okay.
I tested it on myself multiple times.
No, you have confirmation bias. If I put
I
you
have
in
no
a, if I
confirmation
put
bias.
you, if
I
Shadow, if
tested
I
it on
put you,
myself because
Shadow,
I
you
was
gotta let
not
me,
a
you gotta let me
believer.
finish it. You gotta let me finish the statement. If I put you in controlled settings, you would not be able to pull off any of the things that you think you pull off.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, because if you could, then you would have been able to go to the James Randi Foundation and win their $1 million prize.
No, they will never give any $1 million
Sure, they would.
prize to
There was
anybody.
you're not even familiar with what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about the one that I heard on Coast to Coast AM like 15 years ago.
Oh,
Are you
she listens
crazy?
to Coast. She listens to Coast to Coast. Oh wow. So the James Randi Foundation put up $1 million bounty
I know that.
for
I know that.
proof of any kind of supernatural claim.
Proof of supernatural.
They
Exactly.
all
I know
failed.
exactly
They
what you're
all
talking about.
failed under controlled conditions. Every
I
one of
know
them.
exactly what you're talking about.
If what you were able to do was true, then you would have been able to demonstrate it.
I never want $1 million
Oh,
because
don't
my
give me that.
life is spirit. Oh, really? You think I care? I have money in my bank to go to the casino tonight and play blackjack for like the whole night.
Okay.
I'm not broke. I'm
All
not
you
rich,
have to
but I'm not
do,
broke.
all you would have to do is go and
$1 million
demonstrate your
mean
ability.
nothing to
All
me.
you would
I
have to
live
do is
I live in a
Shadow.
$550,000
That's
house.
literally like asking you.
I don't care for your money.
Then you could win it and you could donate it.
Oh my gosh.
Imagine how much good you could do in the world with $1 million.
I imagine that, and I
What charities you could donate. But guess what? But guess what, Shadow?
Listen to what I did.
Shadow?
Listen
Stop.
to what I did.
Stop. You have the opportunity to go and
listen
demonstrate.
to me for a second?
You had the opportunity to go and
Can you
demonstrate your
listen to
abilities.
me for a second?
You had the opportunity to go and demonstrate your abilities and win a giant 7-figure prize and then donate that to a charity, to your favorite charity, and do a lot of good.
Give me the link and I'll
Why
go.
didn't
Give
you?
me the link and I'll
It's
go.
long since it's ended. It's not available anymore. But you said your age. You said your age. It was active while you were
I
active.
already know. I already know. But
So why didn't you? So why didn't you go and win that
Because
money why didn't you go and win that money to donate it to your favorite charity?
Because my favorite charity is trapping, neutering, and releasing animals, cats, and feeding them and feeding colonies, and giving money to people who feed stray animals.
Okay. So
That's what I do.
imagine a local organization that does that, what they could do with $1 million. They could do a lot of good, couldn't they?
You an asshole, you know that?
How am I an asshole? By calling you out on your bullshit? Yes, maybe.
No, by being an asshole, by speaking over me and not allowing me to ask you a question.
I am allowing you to speak. I mute you when I'm trying to say something and you won't stop talking. Just like right now.
I asked you, give me the link again. Because I forgot about it. It was on Coast to Coast AM a long time ago.
It's fine, but it's not available anymore because James Randi passed away.
Okay, so why are you even mentioning anymore?
Because because the age you told us put you squarely in the position where it was active while you were alive.
I could have done it, but I didn't do it.
But you said you knew about it.
I knew about it.
Andrew, you're muted.
You're muted, Andrew.
That's what I get for dealing with other things off channel. So how come this hasn't translated to Powerball winnings? How about any other lottery? How about any other form of gambling known to man? How about just, I don't know, investing in the stock market? Why does it not appear to do anything?
I mean, you're powerful enough to literally tell me my mental states regarding my wife. When and their mental states that I'm not even aware. Their mental states that I'm not, and their mental states that I'm not even aware of. So you tell me you can't figure out which scratcher is the winner?
I don't do lottery.
Okay, I got a simpler one for you. How many seconds do you think you're going to remain on the stage?
About.
Wrong.
Well, that was interesting.
Yeah, that was slightly inspired by, I believe that'd be John Cohen.
Yeah.
I'm sure he has done that several times.
So, let me bring this up. So, Shadow, I think we're getting to the conclusion here. There's ways that we can test to see if you actually are psychic.
I've got one for you here. I've got one for you. Drop it in a die.
Me right away.
Check
I would
out
have said 1 second and he bounced me. No, I don't want nothing to do with the guy on the. I want nothing to do with the guy who's shaking whatever he's shaking.
We're rolling a die.
I'm speaking only. I don't talk to you.
Shadow.
I only talk to the metalhead.
Shadow. He's simply rolling. He's rolling a die.
I only talk to the metalhead. Hey. It's only metal or not.
We know you just want to talk because it helps cure the loneliness, but that's okay.
No.
So we're about to take the magic die, and you're going to tell me.
I don't want to see you.
Is it a 5?
You look like a dork.
What are the odds that being a 5 right now?
This guy at least looks awesome. Looks handsome.
So.
And you look like a dork. And he likes metal music.
What?
I don't want to talk to you.
What did I just roll?
I want to talk to the metalhead.
I don't even know.
Are you sober?
I don't even know what die you rolled, Andrew. Was it a D20 or D6?
He's not sober.
What are the odds I just rolled a 5?
Wasn't asking him.
He's wasted as fuck right now.
Oh, I believe I'm asking a very pertinent question. What are the odds? I just rolled a 5.
No.
What? I don't believe I heard an answer. Just
Nobody's talking to you. Go away.
I mean, you called into a stream with 3 people already
now,
here.
this isn't the I feel this isn't the stage
I am more drunk than every.
this isn't the stage of I feel lonely and just want to try to direct things to get attention for myself. You know, you're not up here with like a completely free license.
Where is my camera?
We're going to be unsubscribing.
Okay.
I knew it.
That's nice. You've got a drink, so I'm curious if you're ready to answer what the odds are of my having just rolled a 5. If you're not going to answer, I guess you're not going to be of much use here.
Is that a
I
Yeah,
like
course.
the guy.
There's really no conversation to be
Yeah,
had
she
there.
she might be drunk. So let me do this really quick. Shadow, I do apologize. You seem to be inebriated, and it's not really conducive to having a conversation. I appreciate you coming up. When you're sober, probably would be a better time to have a
I'm
conversation.
just having one drink. What the heck are you talking about? I cannot have one drink after work.
No, you can.
You
I
can.
just we're trying to have a conversation here, and it might be easier when you're less inebriated.
But I'm not drunk. Dude, I'm not drunk. I only have one drink. This is my first
So,
drink.
but you just said you're drunk. So
Oh, I said I was drunk. To basically
Don't worry,
put
I wasn't spoke to.
this guy down.
okay.
Because I don't want to talk to him. He has a haircut of a freaking like he looks so stupid. I don't want to see him. Who is he? Is he a moderator in this room?
He is.
Oh my god.
He helps me. He helps out with asking questions and running the stage when I have to step away, and it's kind of like
Can I help with running questions and
not on this stage,
besides-
sweet, not on this stage. So, but
The-
Shadow,
he
I
looks
appreciate
really like stupid.
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. Next time,
Alright.
I think when you're in a position, if you have some evidence you want to bring, or if you want to make an argument for a god, that'd be
I
great.
want to make an argument. You also have, besides you have 2 dogs, you also have. Can I tell you what you have? Besides
Sure,
2
yeah.
dogs,
Sure.
you
Morbid
also
curious.
have
I'm
one
morbidly
child
curious.
that
I'm
does
morbidly
not live
curious.
with
Sure, tell me.
you.
I was like,
You have one child that does not live with you. You
no,
also,
I don't have Shadow. I don't have any kids.
Yeah, you do.
I don't have any kids.
Yeah, you do. Maybe you don't know of them, but I do.
No,
you
I
do.
don't. I know I don't have any children.
Well, you're gonna find out.
I'm gonna find out that I know the women that I have been with, and I
You're gonna find out.
And I'm pretty sure the non-women he's been with probably
Oh, just
don't
shut
have
up,
any
you.
kids.
No,
Casper,
Shadow.
Casper,
No, hang on a
shut
sec.
up. I'll call
No,
it
Shadow,
Casper.
hang on a sec. Shadow, hang on a sec. I am bisexual, and I've had boyfriends in the past, so obviously none of them are getting pregnant.
So maybe they adopted a child.
But they're not mine. That's
would
not
be
my
his-
kid.
I understand, but I see that. That's what I see.
I literally
Okay, so I
Yeah,
don't
I-
have any biological children. I'm not going to have any biological children. So
I understand. So maybe they adopted a child.
yeah, but that's
you
their
think
kid.
about
If
that?
they adopted a kid, that's their kid. That's not my kid.
Okay,
So,
okay.
My
That's-
wife and
I
I are not having children.
I understand, but I'm gonna call this guy Casper.
Okay.
Casper,
Okay. So
Okay.
thank you so much. I do appreciate you coming up. And
can I still stay?
I do this on Wednesday. I do this on Sundays and Wednesdays. You're more than welcome to come up then. So I appreciate you.
Hey,
Thank
can
you so
I
much.
can I still stay for a minute?
You know, we gotta make room for other people who want to be on the stage. Okay.
But you have room.
Yeah, but we like to focus on one person at a time. All right. So
I'll be quiet.
thanks so much. And have a good night.
I do not believe she only had one drink.
I am finding that's kind of a stretch of the imagination as well.
Yeah,
so we'll do
quick
that.
note for audience's sake. See, I only asked what the odds were if it coming up with 5. Now, this is a person who could have at least guessed what a possibility range could have been.
Oh, sure. One sober.
Now, I know. See, I technically asked the easy answer that didn't require psychic abilities. One would imagine. Because I didn't ask what the number was.
Well, to be fair, I also didn't know what
5.
dice you rolled. So.
And the answer, JL,
Oh.
what's the number?
2.
No. What's the odds of it being a 5?
Oh, 0, because it's a fucking D4.
Sucks, don't it?
I see. That's why I asked what die you rolled. It could have been a D20. It could have been a D8.
I know. Don't ruin the punchline.
It could have been a D20.
I got a whole baggie of dice.
It could have been a D20. It could have been a D20. It could have been a D10. It could have been a D8. It could have been a D6. It could have been a D4. So, sorry, and it could have been a D12.
Well, look, my 6-sided die can come up 10 because I have royal flush dice.
Wow.
That's nice.
But I do seriously wonder if there's some kind of what's the word, realization that your sixth sense or whatever, your psychic abilities aren't really that impressive or like useful if you can't answer some really direct questions like what's my name. It should be the most like upfront thing in your, and like reading your mind to establish that some ex-boyfriends of yours may have potentially adopted a child. Okay, how does that work? Like even within the idea, it doesn't work.
Well, let's see here. Still have the video in the back. PhD Tony is right. Yeah. D30s and D100, 100-sided die, 30-sided die. There's many-sided die. Seeing them. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer, Tony. I get you. I get you on that. Loneliness is a killer.
I mean, if she had said all the things that she had said while sober, I would have felt a lot more sorry for her, I think.
Yeah. I could have rolled a
Let's see here. Someone did bring up. Someone asked me. Oh yeah. So Kermit Thorson said, "Bi or pan, or do I hold the difference?" I've always identified as bi. I've kind of like thought of like pansexual as kind of like maybe a subset of bisexual. Although, to be perfectly honest, I'm not super up on a lot of it. I'm kind of, I guess I'm old fashioned in that sense, or maybe I'm just not up on the terminology, like all the varying, like I know what polyamory is. I know what pansexual is. Me, I'm just, I understand bi being like, both the male gender and the female gender, or the male sex and the male sex and the female sex, but I don't, it's not, my attraction is not based on how they identify in that respect. So it really doesn't, so like gender really doesn't matter to me. So I just kind of like, maybe I wouldn't say that bisexual is an outdated term. It's just how I've always identified myself. So
I think that's a fair distinction. That's the identification of the person probably doesn't really affect how you feel about them.
Right. Yeah. I've never had like a predilection towards any one particular gender of that nature. It's kind of like I'm very open as far as, as long as it's consensual and it's fun, then yeah, go for it. That's what I'm kind of for, I'm kind of like equal opportunity, until I met my wife, of course, when I met my wife, and it was like all bets were off. It was done, all bets are off. It was all done. So before that, it was pretty much just, like if they found me attractive, and I found them attractive and it was consensual and, You know, the only thing I had to worry about was how weird I might feel the next morning sometimes, but that was if I was really, really drunk. You know, so but nonetheless, yeah. Yeah, not terribly, yeah. I guess it's just me. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm old fashioned. Maybe because I just never felt like the some of the new developed terminology doesn't really apply to me. You know, I pissed a friend off one time. How I kind of explained it. They didn't like how because it's the way I described it one time was considered extremely, I guess, dismissive. Even though I was trying to be glib and I wasn't trying to be harmful, but the way I described myself and my kind of like viewpoint was seen as, I guess it was by a friend of mine who considered it very, very harmful. I guess very, very dismissive and, very reductive, but it's just the way I kind of like the way I kind of view things, maybe it's just me. I honestly, I don't know.
I'm gonna leave you guys here. It has been long enough for me, and it's 7 a.m. So.
Ooh, dang, yeah. it's almost 12:30 where we are. So we may have to pick up the arguments video a little bit later on the next
stream. Got on it?
A lot. We're only at 4 minutes in. It's almost 20-minute vid.
Oh Lord, at our rate.
Yeah. At our rate, it'll take us a minute.
It tends to take a while.
The glaciers will claim us all.
If I tried to respond to this video and created content, this thing would probably take me close to 45 minutes to get through to break these things down.
Yep.
Krakatoon says I can.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Thanks, you, sir.
See you next time.
Yes, sir. You have a great rest of your day where you're at. So
you too.
Definitely. Take care.
Bye.
Krakatoon says, I can completely follow your take, Jail. I was having the same. Then I met my girlfriend and I had best sex ever. Now I don't care much about it, honestly. Yeah, it's, my wife, she tickles me fancy. It's pretty much all I need and all I desire from here on out, Who knows what the future holds? But yeah, my wife is satisfactory and, intellectually, physically, everything is fantastic. So I don't know. Just kind of like you find that that one individual may click. Before that, I was pretty much just, let's do. What was it? Think of it like, kind of like Riker, from Star Trek.
Wow.
Kind of like that, or maybe what was it? John Barrowman's character from Doctor Who.
Torchwood.
Yeah, the guy from Torchwood. He's pretty much just like, hey. The field is open. Captain Jack Harkness, yeah, very much like a Captain Jack Harkness, very much like Commander Riker. That's just kind of like how I played it because I saw attractiveness in many aspects, and I was never felt myself. I was never like dominated by like any like pigeonholed into one particular deal. It was like I was able to see the attractiveness, or I saw attractiveness in many people. It came down to a combination of just like respect for themselves and their personality and their intellect, but it wasn't like this template. I didn't have this cookie cutter that I found to be the attractive person. So, everyone deserves love, and I had a lot of love to give. We'll just say that. The cases that do not understand no means no, not the creepy version. Not one of those. Yeah, not that, but obviously the character. Alternatively, and a universal STD vector. Hey, love is love. Got to say that. Gallons of love.
Well, I suppose if you collect it, but that gets kind of creepy.
Yeah, that's true. That would be freaky. Well, we've been going for almost 6.5 hours, and my wife made chili and fresh bread out there, and I'm kind of hungry, and I'm kind of getting there. And we're only a few minutes into the atheist argument one. We might be able to save that one for Wednesday,
Yeah,
And that'll work out because
timestamp.
and I've got new content coming up, so I've got the next 2.5 days to get this all set up and get everything downloaded and get my system updated, which I'm going to start on tonight and then wrap up tomorrow. I'm just going to get everything moved so that I can move everything in. It's going to feel so weird because my whole system's been like this for so long. I have no idea. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be cool. Maybe I'll add a third monitor. I have no idea. We'll find out.
Do it. I've already advocated for it. Trust me.
As soon as I get it set up. Oh yeah, for those who didn't see it, I moved it up. So that's the new microphone that my wife got me. So I'm really happy about that. So, and Andrew, I know as someone in audio, as someone in music, I know you can appreciate that.
I'm not exactly an elitist, in as much as I'm not even using this one. I'm on my webcam. I'm on a creative webcam right now. This is what Discord is treated with, but apparently it picks up the sound so much more from the AC.
Ah, gotcha.
It's too good. It's sort of like Riker talking to Data, arguing about how close a shape is too close.
So yeah.
This book I can rip in half.
Looking at this bad boy. Looking forward to this. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Grr.
Arg. So, but yeah. So it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna get that thing set up and hooked up and see what this new microphone can do because this mic, this blue is. I'm gonna miss. It's gonna be sad retiring this blue, but it's a whole new setup. It's a whole new it's the podcast kit. It's the MB7 Plus podcast kit. So I'm looking forward to diving into that one. That should be a lot of fun. And good to see you, Resist OP. Thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate you being here, as well as anybody else. So I think this will be a good spot. It's right there at the 6.5 hour mark. We're really, really good. So let me say this, guys. We don't have anybody coming in. It's been a really slow night. I don't know what's worse, super slow nights or the nights when we just get a bunch of friggin' trolls. So,
Well,
the Dubs. That Gur Arg used to be a brainworm for me. So thanks for reviving that.
May I haunt you for days.
Gur Arg.
Yeah. Those who know.
Yeah, Krakatoon, it's a new system. So looking forward to setting it up. Cisco's on a mission to go no bloody place. He loiters on a space station above Bajoran space. Oh, I like that. I like that spam. Dig it. All right. So, huge giant thank you to everybody for being here. I appreciate it. We've had a great audience tonight. Some good retention. I know that Gretchen is live right now, so I hope you dig it over on her stream. And then, of course, thank you to all of the super chats and the milestone chats that came through. I appreciate all those. That support helps me to run this channel and keep doing the things that I love doing. So thank you very, very much. New content coming up on Tuesday, the usual time. I already got it set up and done because I need to set up the system, and hopefully we'll be firing up. That means we are that much closer to opening up the door to TikTok and see what we're going to do with that. As soon as this all gets done and I get OBS downloaded and everything, we're going to get the heads up on that. So, we're going to see what the future takes us. This is either going to drive me insane or drive me to an aneurysm, or I don't know. Maybe the gates of Valhalla will open. It'll be crazy. Who knows?
You have to die in battle. Okay, that's the rules. I don't make the rules.
Will this count? I hope this counts. I really do. But yeah, wow. So we'll pick up on
bards don't make it.
We'll pick up on the I ranked every atheist argument. We'll pick up on that one on a later stream. So appreciate y'all being here. Be sure to hit the like button if you like the stream. Hit the dislike if you did not, and of course leave a comment because those interactions help drive the algorithm, and your feedback helps me to improve. Helps us improve what we're doing here. So it'll be a lot of fun. So I appreciate that, all that support. Anything else for us, Andrew? You got anything or?
Same old. Zero.
Cool. All right then. So. Once again, thank you all so very, very much. I am JL. This is Andrew. We've been here, Stage of Reason, here at Bridge the Divide. Next one will be on Wednesday, 6 p.m. Central. We'll see you all then. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all.
Ciao.
Do.
many liver cells died during that last girl segment.
You have 27 cats, and you will die alone.
Meow meow.
Let me tell you, meow.